Naraka world.
好了，那么本次的周决马上就要开始了，我们率先是来到了微博的休息室，那么我们一起来看一下小蜘蛛现在在干嘛。Hello， 可以看到我们的微博一家人整整齐齐的，现在已经在准备了，怎么样？今天状态怎么样？
状态还好吧，比较 OK 的。
比较 OK 的。问一下教练，今天又看到了你的这个蜘蛛御用的这件战衣啊，他一会儿会穿上去吗？
今天应该不会。
啊，怎么回事？今天不怕冷了？
也不是，主要是不需要了，已经成长起来了。
哦，已经不需要这件外套了。那今天场馆感觉应该不是很冷了吧？
冷还是冷的，但是
还是冷，
小冷。
啊，就感觉
还有个但手感火热。
啊，手感火热是吗？那这一次的话，有没有信心直接把这次周决也给拿下？
还可以吧，
还可以。教练呢？
就正常发挥。
正常发挥，可以看到今天啊 ，WBG Spider 整体这边来看的话，状态还是很好的，而且青荣也是给到他很大的一个信心。那么我相信啊，今天小蜘蛛会在这个周决发挥出色的，加油！加油！好，我们接下来去到下一个房间，同样也是在第3周的周决的夺冠热门 ，GBL 的新那么我们现在也是来到了 GBL 新的休息室。来之前，我先说一件事情。我们这周的采访的时候，他给我推荐了一部动漫，然后我回去看了，真的很想治愈一下。结果看了，我发现你小子忽悠我，怎么每集都要死一个人？这什么鬼？你是不是故意的？
没有吧？这其实是另外一种治愈吧？
什么治愈？
那个愈。
哦，抑郁的抑郁啊，原来是治愈的意思。哎，问一下，今天怎么样？整体状态还可以吗？
感觉现在有点困，但应该还行。
哇，有点困啊！那接下来压力是来到了咱们队伍这边是吧？怎么样帮他提神儿，让他不要困啊，对不对？刚才我去隔壁，人家小蜘蛛说了，今天状态非常好，而且庆荣说了手感火热。你今天会不会重蹈覆辙？还是会有什么全新的这个说法？
不知道啊，这天注定嘛。
天注定，那你想不想拿这周的周冠嘛？
平常心。
哇，你现在果然这个成长了非常多啊，就是用一颗平常心来看待这次的一个周决。那么给自己定个目标吧，这次周决的目标是什么？
没有目标。
没有目标？
打好每一把。
那同样也希望在今天啊，在赛后我们可以在赛后采访里面见到我们的心。 想一想，再给我推荐一点正常的动漫，好不好？大家都等着你呢啊！想一想，加油！
加油！
好的，我们在去完了新和 Spider 的休息室之后呢，其实在这个双周啊。咱们还是有一个选手表现非常出色的。那之前的话，我也是采访过他了，就是屏幕越粉，哎，杀手越狠。我们去到杀手的休息间，一起来看一下他在哪里啊？哦，这边，来。杀，哎，怎么就你自己？什么情况？
教练在旁边。
他去到别人的房间去了。哎，那这个教练带过来，感觉有点不负责任啊。今天怎么样？状态还可以吗？
今天状态还可以吧？
状态还可以。那其实这周的这个分数啊很有意思，你是在这个前3名的这个中间位置。那今天哎，对于这个周决，感觉有没有自己的一些想法和自己的一些目标？
今天的这个周决，我的目标就是前3嘛，因为第2周没有进这个周决，这一周想把这个分数尽可能就排名打高一点。
哎，其实之前的话，我看咱们这个沙有个在采访的时候啊，有个特别好玩的一个标志性的一个捂嘴。对，今天能不能在赛前，我们直接来这个重现一下你的那个经典的那个笑，好吗？你这样，我给你引导一下。Spider 和新啊都说自己是冠军，阿莎是玩具。阿莎你怎么看？OK， 加油！好的，那么赛前的话，我们也是去过了这次周决夺冠热门的选手的房间了。那其他选手的话，我相信在这个双周的单排的周决也会同样发挥出自己的全部实力的。接下来选手要登场了，让我们期待本次单排的周冠的诞生。
阿莎现在29.6分，不能死啊！他离现在晋级线还有1步之遥，
这一
没了。
下去也是宣布阿莎无缘我们第2双周的一个单排周决。
从即将触及周冠到无缘周决，9月的最后一周让我倍感煎熬。进攻还是运营，从来没有绝对的答案。正如沙也从不被束缚。
马吉双跳应该是可以直接带走，
没有，
他想打个浮空，但高度还是不够，可能没摁 W。
对的，哦呦，这边预输入了。
我的天哪，阿莎这远程太可怕了！东极那边有个噬魂斩在，但是可以看到沙的状态不算特别好，自己吃了一朵花。刚才灵机护体已经交过，包括自己的玄武金身，站在暗域里面狂喷。东极那边花是吃了一个金戈剑臂，谢谢你。
出道即巅峰，大家给予的厚望我非常清楚。当然也少不了种种压力。通往联赛冠军的道路充满荆棘，但我并不会因此退缩。
刀哥也是返魂的，被 Spider 再次的抓到。这下的话，
再给
一个3B，又是一个3B，奥义开出来，这个血线可能会被刮死。哇 ，Spider！
哎呀，你4血下 P 没有吸附到，但是这个分数被 Spider 开了。这是 Spider 用的刀哥最喜欢的远程武器无眼冲，夜那边状态很差了 ，Spider 这边做一个强博弈，接了个2.0。
终有一天，我也能成为强大的蜘蛛侠。
手都打出长魂，刀一挥盘势硬盘给一刀，被短闪躲掉，但回头再抓，但这个血链都到了斩杀线，但他就敢出这旋风斩啊！护体还没有开呢，现在要不要开？但另外一侧 Spider-Man 制霸全场。
舞台上的最拽射牛，赛场上的最强匕首。
另外一侧的小新依旧也是一个炙烤，冰墩墩也要融化了呀！独白这里没有地方拉扯，小新这里来了一个直接简单的3连，
在一个安全区里面，但是这个安全区被树占了，树也要藏一腿，但这手的喷火应该是可以锁定胜局了，没有任何问题。
赶紧回一下状态，哎呦，又吃了一发鸟冲，有点危险了，刀哥。
对的，整体看起来刀会还有一个很大的原因，这一波。在这个时候，嘎布拉先找到了机会，一波切入，找到 Spider 这个血线。
Spider 这一波有点小失误，上墙没有成功，被小新直接拿下呀。
我的身份不停在切换，唯有一点我从未改变，不断变强，斩获冠军。
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2. We're entering our third bi-weekly grand finals. I'm your host and your caster, the Runekeeper, and joining me today is my boy Foxdrop. Fox, how you doing, baby?
Oh, I'm fantastic, mate. I'm fantastic. I'm ready for another exciting bi-weekly final. Some more solos action. You got all those superstars on your screen. We're going to see Shin, we're going to see Shah, we're going to see Spider, amongst loads of other players as well. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be a fantastic day. You know, these guys are coming out and they are going to be bringing the heat. WBG Spider, not used to being in that third place spot. He's usually up in that first place spot. So he's definitely going to come in with a little bit to prove today. He wants it pretty bad. I mean, last bi-weekly, he was able to come back in a single game and clutch up that first place after we thought it wasn't possible for him. So hopefully he has an equally good performance for us here today. But we are going into our bi-weekly solo finals today. It's going to be a lot of fun to see all of the action coming down. You guys know what it is. Of course, we're going to be going over to Morris Isle. Then we're going to get on a boat. We have to paddle our way on over to Hollowroth. We're going to come back for 2 more on Morris, head back to Hollowroth, and end out the day on one final game on Morris Isle. It's going to be very interesting to see all the hero picks come out and how these players perform under pressure here in the bi-weekly finals. Of course, it's not just the money online, but it's also those coveted ranking points to head to the World Cup that these players are fighting for. And at the end of the day, for your org, that's where you want to be. You want to be in the World Cup. Don't get me wrong. The cheddar here in Naraka Blade Point Pro League, it's a lot of money. Don't get me wrong. If you're winning these bi-weekly finals, you're walking home with some decent change in your pocket every single week. But it's on a whole different level when you start talking about the World Cup. And, you know, I missed most of the action this week in the Nbpl. Unfortunately, I had to get on a boat, as it were, and head across the pond back to the States where I'm from. I casted Moore's Cup this weekend, and it was absolutely a blast. You know, I love going over and representing my NA boys, but here we are back again with the Pro League. So I'm excited to see what the players are going to do, because I've got no expectations coming to this bi-weekly final. I haven't seen what they've been doing this week. Fox, tell me a little bit about what you got to see earlier this week.
We saw a lot of sexy Naraka. We saw a masterclass coming out of the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Jin himself, who, you know, you mentioned the World Championships. He's our defending world champion in solos. Was really consistent and doing some beautiful things. Always got to keep your eyes out for him, and it will be no different today. We also saw a lot of cheeky action with a lot of poaching kills for high place finishes, which is. We'll see some more of that today, I'm pretty sure. Keep your eyes on Ventus's Reki. He's a bit of a master at doing that. Here you can see, as always, guys, the scoring for today's games. If you get lots of kills, you get points. That's great. And if you finish high, you also get points, which is also great. So you got to combine those two things together. If you get a lot of kills and then you drop out early, you're not going to get a lot of points, and that's going to affect your ranking overall, which will, of course, affect how much money you earn, as you can see here on your screen. No surprises, the higher you finish, the more money you can make. And just look at the difference between second and first. Like, my goodness, it's just about like 500 between it with the different positions, and then like 3,000 between first and second. It's all to play for here. You've got to go all in. No messing about whatsoever. Here, look at your players competing today. Top right of your screen, Mr. Chu Sheng was our previous winner of the bi-weekly finals. So he's another one to keep your eyes on, alongside, of course, Shin, Shah, and Spider, who we saw at the beginning of today.
Oh, absolutely. All these players coming in. And of course, you can't forget that they are going to be bringing in some points from earlier this week, depending on how they placed and how many points they put on the board. Of course, taking a look at the bottom 16 here, Wolves Kaibao just barely eking it in here into that 16th place with 4.7 points coming over. Zhang Yu up at 9th with a total of 6.5. It's going to be interesting to see how many points these top contenders brought over from the week. And this is, you know, this makes it really struggle for some of these players down in the bottom 16 if they're coming in and they want to bring those big placement points in. Yeah, you take a look at GBL's in here, 10.3 points. Wow. On average, our first place finishes sit around the 9 to 11 points. So for somebody like GBL Zin over somebody like Wolves Kaibao, who's all the way down in that 16th place, it's almost like he not only has an entire game extra over top of Wolves Kaibao, but he's got a first place finish game over Wolves Kaibao. So it's a big mountain to climb for some of these players down in the bottom 16, but Zin bringing in that 10.3, GG Sha bringing in 9.2, WBG Spider bringing in an 8.8, and the rest of these players very, very close tied together here, 7.8, 7.4, 7.4, and at 7.1. Ventus's Rexy, of course, one of those players you're talking about, very, very good at stealing some of those last minute kills out from underneath people. And this is a really interesting graphic. Last time we looked at this graphic, Spider was kind of all the way up in the top right-hand corner here, but his average ranking points have gone dramatically down in this last bi-weekly compared to players like Jin and Sha, who have continued to put consistent ranking points up on the board. And his damage, though, is still out-damaging everybody else in the league, but the problem is he's not converting that damage into kills.
Yeah, I love this graphic. This is so interesting. It really does show you the different play styles of our three main players here in Zin, Sha, and Spider. As you said, Spider does so much damage. He's putting the hurt on. He's fighting a lot. He's getting a lot of sexy stuff. But if you're not finishing high, then it doesn't really mean anything at the end of the day. There he is on your screen there. And someone like Zin, not necessarily the highest in damage, but he's very smart boy, very smart player, so he can make the stuff happen and he gets the high finishes, and that's why he is our reigning world champion and our highest ranked player as well. But he's certainly no look at him, he's so cute as well. Love that, love Zin so much, what a cutie. Yeah, keep your eyes on him, of course. It's it just goes to show, though, specifically I think that graph really does show highlights Spider and his, I guess I could say, like, slight shortcomings, you know, like his weaknesses, because he's obviously very talented. He wins a lot of fights, and like when you're watching him, he absolutely dumpsters people, and it's so exciting to see. But sometimes he just bites off a little bit more than he can chew, and obviously he's got to find that middle ground. And there's no other opportunity apart from today, because it is those bi-weekly finals. He doesn't have another chance after this. Well, I mean, he'll be able to go and keep playing the Nbpl, obviously, but for today, for the money that he wants, he has to show it up for today for sure.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, Spider is one of those players I talk about often. He's kind of coin flippy, right? If he starts out having a good game, if he can find his footing and get that momentum, you know, if he gets 1 or 2 kills early off the rip, that's a lobby where you need to be scared of Spider. But for whatever reason, whenever he gets kind of a bad start to a game, he gets eliminated early off the rip, it's almost like he's afraid to fight after that point. And I understand as a player, look, you don't have that safety net anymore. You don't have that resurrection. So you want to slow things down a little bit. But when you look at Spider's other games where he does have that good start, he'll get to that place where the resurrections just naturally go away, and he continues to W key the lobby, right? He never stops. He takes every fight that comes across his screen, and that's why he has those big explosive games where he's able to put points on the board. And it doesn't matter that he walks away with 2 or 3 games where he doesn't have, like, you know, 1 point to 0 points, because he's able to have those big explosive games. I think it's really interesting that he somehow loses his confidence the second that resurrection goes away, if he loses that resurrection to a fight. But when it goes away in a game where he's already just confidently moving through the game and putting points on the board, it's like he doesn't even notice that it goes away. He just keeps the train rolling. So he needs to be able to find that energy and bring that energy into those games where he loses that resurrection early to a fight, and then just continues to have that confidence. That's why he ends up being one of those kind of coin flippy players. Whereas you flip the script a little bit and you look at GBL Zin, regardless of the game that it's in, Zin is almost always in that kind of top 4 range. Zin kind of flies under the radar just a little bit. He's one of those players that's always top 4. We'll see him in 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and we're not really talking about him because he's not doing big flashy things on screen. And then all of a sudden he'll have one really good game, and off the back of how consistently he's played throughout the day, he's just so far ahead of everybody else off the back of one good game that it doesn't really matter what some of these other players do. And it's such a foil to what WBG Spider's doing, right?
Yeah, for sure. Like, and it's your favorite words here for Naraka, the consistency. It's all about the consistency, and Benzin is Mr. Consistent, unlike Spider, of course. And I think that is something that I am going to be keeping an eye on for sure coming into today's games, because Spider last week was really quite underwhelming when it came to his momentum-based play. Like exactly as you're describing, often we see Spider, like if he drops and gets a few kills, which he often does because he's very talented, then he snowballs that and he just rolls the lobby. And if he drops and doesn't get kills, then he's quite quiet. What we actually saw from him a lot of the times is he would drop, and even if he got those kills, he didn't necessarily do anything with it or even get more kills as the game went on. He was quiet again. Like it didn't really make sense, and it wasn't a very Spider-like performance. But that's the benefit, of course, with going from week to week, that you can take a look at your games and take a look at your performances and then try and fix them up and just tune things so that when you come into these bi-weekly finals, you're all ready to go. Now, a lot of other good players here, obviously, that we're going to be watching today, and I'm going to personally be keeping my eyes on 2 players outside of that top 3, and that's Reki and Yeran. Yeran from EWG and Reki from Ventus. Reki was really good with those ranged weapons, and Yeran was quite a consistent, like overall, like 4th or 5th bubble player. So we'll see if those guys keep it up today.
Absolutely. We're going to throw to a short video real quick before we come back and get ready to lock in for our first game of the day.
新的话，他这周单排确实战神拿了很多次采访，他现在决赛圈又狠刀又硬，还是老逼人的，对吧？然后拿这么多战神，应该也是不出所料吧。就之前跟刀哥在一起，就因为我们之前住酒店的嘛，离得比较近，然后所以一起过来一起回家，然后自然就熟了嘛，然后熟了，然后到采访间的时候单排也没几个熟的，就刀哥比较熟吧，然后就自然而然就在一起了，在一起说话什么的。
Don Quing here talking a little bit about himself as a player as we get ready to lock in for game number 1 here. Definitely a player I'm keeping my eye on. Wow, speaking of players, we're going to see 4 Justinas locked in for game number 1 off of the bat. Coming back off of that, Justina, and Panda Man going to be locking in Tarka early. This is interesting. Well, you know what's funny is last bi-weekly final, Panda Man did not lock Tarka in once, which is completely unusual for him. He almost always. What has happened? Where are all these Justinas coming in? Not a single Yoda Hime?
No,
what?
Not a single Yoto.
It's all Justinas and one Tarka.
I know, it's honestly, we saw this as well. Like, it was purely for the game 1 though. It was purely for game 1. Last time we were here looking at it was day 2 of the solos. Everyone picked Justina except Shah, who went zipping, and he actually won the lobby. Actually, no, that's a lie. There were 2 Tarkas in that lobby as well, but everyone was Justina apart from 2 Tarkas and a zipping. And those 3 were in the final 3, and it was the zipping that won. So I don't know what it is about Justina for the first game of the day. I do not expect her to be sticking around for the entirety of the day and being like a staple for solos. Like, I still think zipping is gonna take over, and Yoto as well, being very, very important characters that these players like to default to. But it just seems like for the first game of the day, people love to lock in that Justina, and she's very, very good for the kind of crowd control and just zipping away if you need to as well. Sort of slight pun intended, but not really. She's very reliable, you know. I think just when you're finding your footing and you're getting yourself warmed up into the game, Justina's a good choice to go for.
Speaking of getting things warmed up in the game, we're going to go ahead and get a fight here between GD's Don Quing about us Huangfly. Now, Don Quing able to actually find the armor swap into a white armor here and turn around with that charge right click on the greatsword, do quite a bit of damage here, but actually needs to back out of the fight because they don't have the resources to take a reset here. Huangfly, however, does and has the blue armor, so the advantage sticks here on Huangfly. Another charge right click coming out of Dongqing. Dongqing able to just throw Huangfly off of this fight here and move over to find some of of those resources they need. Hopefully able to come into a reset as we turn our attention to Ventus's Reki here, going head-to-head with JDG's Chuzheng. Chuzheng very, very low here, and Reki able to just slide in with the dagger and secure an easy elimination. But they need to be careful because WBG Spider is waiting. The net has been thrown out, and will it be Reki who falls to WBG Spider? We'll find out as we continue here in game one. Yiran finding themselves engaged with the AOW Zhang here. Zhang going to turn things quickly onto Yiran. Yiran able to get them super low. Zhang forced to go ahead and use that frost core, make a reset here. Yiran though able to just lock down with the dagger again and almost completely eliminate any advantage that frost core brought Zhang. Zhang needs to keep it moving now because they need to find the reset on that frost core if they want to stay into this fight, and Yiran does not want to let that happen. The terrain going to come through. Zhang going to find an armor swap here, which is actually really huge for them, but almost immediately gone again as Yiran continues to punish. And Yiran here, there it is, the frost core comes out. Zhang also has frost core. They're both going to take a reset off of this, but it actually leaves Zhang in, Yiran in a better situation here as they have the blue armor comparatively to the white armor from Zhang. Zhang really just struggling to make anything happen here. Is going to be forced to use the meter to get a trigger out there. Zhang though goes low once again. Here comes the ult. Zhang is just going to try to escape, but Yiran with an ult of their own doesn't look like they want to be able to let this happen. Yep, Alliance's Jux coming in, and Zhang still on the run.
Yeah, this is it. Jux is looking for the steal. The cheeky boy Yiran is way too far away for this one. Who's going to pick it up, though? Both of these players wanting to go for that one. Yiran's actually just running interference onto Jux himself. Doesn't want his kill being stolen away from him as Spider versus Reki now. We were talking about that before. We saw the beginnings of this potential fight happening, and now it is actually kicking off. Reki's going to find himself on the back foot on this one to begin with. Spider also very low on half health. No one here has any armor. Could be very explosive. One good combo and they're done, and Spider gets parried. Wow, Reki coming out on top of that. Spider with the uncharacteristic mistake in that 1v1. Brilliant play by Reki. He's now sitting on 3 kills already at the beginning of this game.
Yeah, Ventus's Reki clearly hungry today coming in here, and Spider really played that poorly. Quite honestly, like you said, a huge mistake coming out from Spider. He showed his hand with the charged left click not once but 3 different times, and finally on the 3rd time he just said, if you're gonna keep doing it, man, I'm gonna parry it. And Reki parries it, picks up the elimination. We're also gonna see Alliance's Jux. Actually no, Yiran secured that kill somehow onto Zhang. Now Jux on the back foot and no elimination to show for it, is gonna have to figure out what they're doing here. The ult's gonna come out. They're hoping to catch the freeze here. There it is. Will they be able to get the meter dump? They have a little bit of meter onto Yiran, but Yiran has the frost core. No meter left here on Jux. Yiran can cancel this at any time. Here we go. Gonna come right back in. They have their own ult looking to freeze Jux up. There it is. And they're gonna return the favor with the charge left click and the dual blades. And Yiran's gonna pick up their 2nd elimination of the game.
Jux must be so tilted, man. That is so frustrating. He got the sick play to get the parry, almost getting the kill by himself, and then it just gets stolen by Yiran. And not only that, adding insult to injury, Yiran then kills him in the 1v1 too. Honestly, that is just so incredibly frustrating. Like, that is very, very irritating. But hey, man, it's game number 1. It's a long day here. We've got 6 games to play in this Nbpl bi-weekly finals. You can't let that stuff kind of get to you. This is what happens in solos, man. It's all about those poaching those kills, finding that last hit wherever you can. I'm sure Jux will be able to turn his fortunes around if he doesn't get too angry. But then again, maybe I'm just putting myself into his shoes, because I would be super tilted if that was me. But hey, that's why I'm here talking about the game and not actually playing the game like these guys are. They are slightly better than me, and I should hope they have a slightly better mentality as well, as we are watching Yiran just fly around the Morris Isle here. We're taking a look at Panaman 2. If we see the kill totals here at the top left of your screen, you can see Reki's still sitting on 3, but Panaman and Yiran now both on 2 as well. As a reminder, everyone in this lobby is Justina. Literally everyone except Pandaman, who's taken that Tarka, which is considered a pretty good hero into Justina as well, because when you have situations like that, when you take that ice core and freeze yourself up and go for the reset, you can still burn your opponent down with the Tarka abilities. So Ego now looking to fight into Yiran. Yiran having the better showing of things in some of these fights so far early on. Looks like he might be struggling versus Ego though, but he does get to turn it around. That is a good play right there. Ego getting his whole armor bopped. and then he's gonna get the freeze up as well, and Yeran just dominates him there. Beautiful play by him.
Yeah, Aaron playing a very, very clean game of Naraka today. This is kind of something I've come to expect from Aaron. If he's able to find his footing in a game, he does very, very well. And he's starting to turn into one of those consistency players. Speaking of consistency, unfortunately, GG Shaw consistently on the back foot here in this game as he goes very, very low. He's able to get the freeze, but not able to follow. Oh, he actually is able to come back from the neutral. He got the first left stab, tap dodged away, and I thought he gave away the neutral for free, but unfortunately there, for the likes of Zhang just lets him come back in and take the neutral back over. GG Shaw could have easily been eliminated there, but I guess to a player mistake from Zhang there, Shaw finally going to pick up his first elimination of the game, and unfortunately we're going to see both Zhang and Kaibao eliminated here completely from game number 1. We saw Kaibao go down during that fight as well in the kill feed there, so both of those players going to be sent back to the lobby and going to have to rethink their hero picks coming into game number 2. Wongfly here, getting caught out by multiple players, going to be forced to use that Frost Core to make anything happen. The same with WBG Spider over here. Spider actually on the receiving end of those dual blades from Yiran as the third party comes in from Zhang Yu as well. Yiran with the Frost Core more than happy to take the reset. Spider, no shields left here, and of course no F ability, going to be forced to go ahead and back out of this fight. They want nothing to do with it, but Zhang Yu hungry for a potential elimination.
Zhang Yu with his trusty blue dagger on the hunt there for Spider, seeing if he can pick him out of position. Isn't going to happen just yet. As you mentioned, 2 eliminations now, Kaibao and Zhang. Kaibao coming into the day as a 16th placed player out of 16, and he is going to be one of the first to be eliminated. So not a good start for him. He's not had a good showing of things to get into these bi-weekly finals, and obviously not what he wants from game 1, but it's okay. We've got 6 games. You can drop one early on. It's totally fine. You have lots of opportunities to get back in. Spider now finds himself parried by Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu trying to get that kill here. Yeran in as well. There's also someone coming through with the ranged attacks. I didn't quite see who that is, but it is going to be Yeran picking up the kill onto Spider. He falls down. Zhang Yu's going to get burned in his stasis. Yeran now just going to put some of that pain down with the Flamer. I believe, I still couldn't see who it was who was trying to get a third party there, but still someone was trying. I think it may have actually been, no, I don't know, I'm chatting rubbish here. But it's cool, Yeran's still going for another kill. He's got his 4th of the game, and now he's searching for his 5th onto Zhang Yu. With that reset on the stasis, is he going to be able to pick this one up? That's a lot of damage coming through. Zhang Yu right here is going to be forced to pop stasis of his own. The mirror matchup, Justina versus Justina, is looking a little bit dicey here for Zhang Yu. Both of the ultis are going to get popped, and the freezes coming through. Yeran's trying to find that cheeky freeze, but can't quite get it. And both these players going to be playing slightly passively here. No one wants to fall down. Yeran with that purple armor will have the advantage as he goes for that reset. Looks like nothing's happening just yet.
Yeah, Yiran here just looking to take the reset here, knows he's got the advantage. Doesn't want to get frozen out when he has no armor there because it's potentially in that OTK range. But it wants to just keep things moving. Does get the reset, both of them do here. But we got to talk about WBG Spider, who's sent back to the lobby with a 0-point game. You know, again, we talked about that kind of coin flippiness of Spider, right? He did get eliminated early and then struggled to find his footing again this game. But I want to talk about how uncharacteristic it is of Spider. You know, kind of touted as the parry god, right? Spider very often picks up eliminations off the back of parrying other players. And both times he's eliminated here in this particular lobby, he's the player who's getting parried out and dies off of that parry. So it's very interesting to see that happen here to WBG Spider. Speaking of players, it's interesting to see. We turn our attention here to Panaman, who's absolutely blitzing down Alliance's Jux, and Jux just gonna burn that ultimate as much as possible, trying to get away. Goes into a bush thinking they've created a little bit of line of sight breakage, but Chu Zhang there coming in for the third party knows where they are, and unfortunately is gonna reveal their position here for Pandaman, and Pandaman with the ult, able to get a little bit of fire touch going on here. He just needs a little bit more burn, and that could be it. Jux gonna send a Chu Zhang airborne, but Pandaman still on the hunt. There it is. He's gonna find the people's elbow and pick up the elimination, but he needs to be careful because Chu Zhang coming in with the meter dump. Pandaman able to get away there because of the ultimate. Chu Zhang, however, able to pick up the Soul Bloom Essence and get the bigger reset. So Pandaman just needs to break away, but he's not gonna be able to as he gets frozen down by Chu Zhang, and Pandaman is going to get sent back to the lobby. Oh no, wait, he still has the resurrection here.
He's still got one. He's still got one. But he's close to it now. He has to be careful because his next death will get him sent back to the lobby, which is not good. 3 kills. He wants to be finishing high. Obviously, getting those kills is not just enough by itself. You need to be able to have that high finish. Be one of the last players alive to get that score multiplier to really make the most out of those kills. Else it's just a little bit of a waste. And my goodness, that Soljay from Charlotte is doing a lot of work right now. Huge amount of damage coming through right there. Xin just forced to run away. Huangfly and Zhang Yu are also nearby. In the vicinity, might be looking to go for this chase, but just a little bit of jumping away. Forcing his ult as well, like easy peasy lemon squeezy. He is going to get out of there and hide right at the top of a tree to reset his armor. Jux has also been eliminated now. He is our 4th player going down. 12 players remaining here as we just passed that 12-minute mark. Still a lot to play for in this one. As a reminder, Yeran on 4, Pandaman and Reki both on 3. Not a lot of players sitting with kills in this one. Sometimes we see a lot of spread in the kills, but so far in this one, only about half the lobby has even picked up a single kill. Part of that, I think, comes to the champion choice and the heroes that come into this game. One with the Justina, a lot of passive plays being enabled with the stasis and with the ulti allowing you to freeze people and dash away to safety. I expect that to change a little bit as we move forward in today's games. There are 6 games to play. This is only the first one. As it stands, though, still not too much action happening just yet. We are moving forwards here in this game. Reki now having to run away as well. And Xin and Zhang Yu finally getting this duke out here with Lu Ren King coming in for that third party is not what you want to see. He's going to be chasing Zhang Yu, and Xin is going to get out scot-free on this one. He's thanking his lucky stars that Lu Ren King showed up here, but he gets parried. Lu Ren King gets parried. That sucks for him. Zhang Yu also trying to run away as Xin has come back for the re-engage with that flamer. There's like 5 people in this area. Everyone has to be very cautious here. Very, very easy, very susceptible for that third party. Can Zhang Yu and Huangfly duke this one out without any interruptions? I doubt it will happen. As we can see as well, there's someone else who's at that Shah coming through. Lu Ren King is in the vicinity as well. Everyone just trying to pick up the kills where they can.
Yeah, everybody trying to make something happen here. As we move into Zone 3, going to be collapsing onto Zone 4 in the next 8 seconds. We only have 12 players left alive. 4 players completely eliminated here as everybody sets up trying to lock down onto some of these Morse Blessings, pick up some of that coveted loot as we head into Zone 4. Zone 4 is going to see where we see the first set of gold armor coming up in those Morse Blessings, which is going to be heavily coveted by many of these players here. A fight breaking out now between GBL Xin and Baodao's Huangfly. Xin very clearly on the back foot, gets pushed into the corner. Huangfly picks up the elimination and sends Xin back to the lobby. That's very, very unfortunate here. 2 of our top 3 players already eliminated. And speaking of being eliminated, you better hurry quick before these Naraka Steam codes are eliminated and go ahead and punch them over if you want to pick yourself up a copy of the game and you don't already have one. They go very, very fast, so you better get to tippity typing right away. You know, pretty common here as we enter zones 3 and 4 of the game. Things kind of slow down a little bit. And like you said, the pacing of the game just a little bit slower here because everybody quite literally picking up Justina for the game, except for KZ's Pandaman, are going to slow things down. They have that opportunity to kind of draw fights out by using that Frost Core and playing very, very defensively. We've seen kind of a shift in the meta from some more of these offensive heroes being very, very popular to a lot more of these defensive heroes. Wow! Ego goes in and gets the gold armor, but just completely disappears as 4 players blitz him down at range with cannons, bows, flame breaths, everything. He got to hold on to it for just a moment. He felt like he was on top of the world and was very quickly reminded that it's those who are on top who fall the hardest as he's quickly eliminated and that gold armor stripped from his corpse. Man, we also see GG's shot go down, and that's going to be all 3 of our top contenders eliminated at 1-0 points here in our first game. Wow! He literally just shows up, picks up the gold armor, and is gone in an instant.
That's the price agreed for you right there. Oftentimes when this Morse blessing drops, it's the person who goes in for it first. It's not the first time, and it certainly won't be the last time we see someone greed for it and get taken out. But yeah, that was something special with Ego going down right there. And as you mentioned as well, Our top 3 players coming into today, Charge and Spider, all gone, all eliminated. They are out of there. It just goes to show, I suppose it is now official, anyone who gets featured in a pre-game segment is cursed. That just must be how it is. They've gone down. None of them got a kill. Char got 1 kill, excuse me. 1 kill between the 3 of them. Certainly nothing to write home about. Reki though and Yeran were 2 players that I wanted to watch coming into today, into this game 1 specifically. Reki, well, they're both 1 and 2, and Reki's picked up that gold armor now. He's sitting very pretty as his circle is going to get smaller and smaller. This is a very interesting place for that final circle, actually. There's a lot of verticality around. That is a difficult word to say when you're trying to speak fast and tired. But I promise you it is a word. The verticality, the upwardness of the map here, with all these tree houses and the trees themselves, it's going to make it quite interesting. There's lots of layers to play around and to hide in. And we'll see how the players navigate that. And Panda Man, someone I'm just going to be keeping my eye on as the map gets smaller and smaller as the game goes on. We've only got like 6 minutes left, so not too long now until the big fights break out. But Panda Man, being the only Tarka in the lobby, is set up for success here. Tarka very, very good in those small ranged engages, especially against Justinas, which he should find himself in, as he was sitting like, he's like a mile high. Look, I mean, look at these players, man. They're so far up in the sky here. Just Hongfly, though, being able to bully Panda Man out for the high ground. And this is not just high ground, that is high ground. Look at that. What is this? Some bony ass finger pointing out at the ground 10 miles into the air. He's just able to claim that as his territory. He'll be happy to sit on that one and just chill while he winds down at the clock.
Yeah, you know, being an absolute menace up there too with that flame breath just to fix Panda Man, and Panda Man not really happy about his situation in life right now, but needs to be careful because sitting up top there, he's pretty vulnerable to the bows. There's not a whole lot of movement you can make up there. So if somebody wants to try to take a bow shot at you, they have pretty good space to do so, but Huangfly more than happy to just hold his space topside there. We're going to take a look at the overall standings here, and all 3 of our top players, Zin, GG, Shaw, WBG, Spider, have actually moved out of 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place. They're holding down 4th, 5th, and 8th place respectively here after we're seeing the points that have been put up, and this is pre-multiplier as well, so these spaces are only going to get wider and wider between all these players as we go on. Panda Man here trying to lock down Zhang Yu, but not quite able to as the Frost Sport comes out. Is going to go ahead and back off, just more than happy to pump a little bit of damage out of Zhang Yu. Not happy about it, comes looking back for Panda Man, but doesn't find him, so he's going to move up into this little hut. Gonna plant his little tree here, but unfortunately, Don Ching here says, you can go and get out of here. I'm the landlord of this place, and you're not paying rent. Get out of here. This is your eviction notice. Oh my goodness, and quite literally throwing that eviction notice at him in the form of that Dagger Soul Jade there coming out, pumping a ton of damage onto Zhang Yu. And Don Qing really wants to commit to this fight, but Zhang Yu trying to keep things moving here, trying to find a place to reset. Don Qing coming in quick, not quite able to catch up to Zhang Yu before he gets the health pot off there. So he's going to back off. No, he's not going to back off this fight. Don Qing very, very hungry to pick up his first elimination of the game here off the backs of Zhang Yu making a mistake. Actually finds YKC and is going to throw it around. That Abyssal Aura coming in once again. YKC going to throw out the Frost Core. Don Qing going to back away here as he did see some range shots coming from downtown and doesn't want to be on the receiving end of the third party. YKC going to get the full reset off. And Don Qing really putting in work here with that dagger and the use of that Abyssal Aura to pump out a ton of damage onto these players.
Dongqing with some good play right there. At this point in the game, really hard to dedicate into those fights, as you mentioned. Like getting third party is quite easy. So instead, you're just kind of poking off, trying to get people's resources out from underneath them, get rid of the health potions and the armor resets as well. So when it comes to those big fights, you have that advantage. Speaking of advantages, though, Zhang Yu absolutely not finding himself in one right now. He's really struggling here. This is the issue as well. When you find yourself in a bad fight, and the circle's closing in like this, you have to run away. There's a 99.999% chance that you're running into the loving arms of someone else. He's going to try and bring you down. Zhang Yu surviving by the skin of his teeth with that health up to stop him from burning down, but it's not going to be enough. Yeran snipes him with the bow, bringing him down. Zhang Yu is donezo here, sitting with those 2 kills. He's back to the lobby. We now have 8 players remaining, officially half of our players from the beginning of the game. Just waiting here now with under 3 minutes left to play. This circle is getting very, very small. These ranged weapons now doing a lot of work, trying to poke some people out, trying to find someone that you can maybe gang up on with the rest of the lobby here as well. Yeran's got 2 ranged weapons to his name as well. The bow for those long ranged encounters, and then swapping over to the flamer when he wants to do something a little bit closer. And the flamer honestly gets so much value here because of all the Justinas. It can burn through the stasis. It's going to be so prevalent as this game comes to a close.
Absolutely. The stasis not going to do them a ton of good in the face of all of these Flamebringers these players are bringing to bear. And, you know, we are also up here in Sunwing's Rest. There's a lot of those mushrooms going off, and they're equally going to burn through those stasis if they can hit them. Looks like most of them have been popped here, so hopefully we won't see too many of them respawn. And they only have to worry about those Flame Breaths. Don Quing trying to keep it moving. As we see more and more of those flame breaths come down, as well as those fire arrows. Somebody up top here just throwing fire arrows down, absolutely punishing all of these Justina players here. I say all of these Justina players, that's every player in the lobby except KZ's Pandaman. As we see Chu Zhang gets sent airborne here by Ventus's Reki. Reki having a very, very good game for himself here. Yiran able to find the meter dump onto YKC, who's then forced to use the, there we go, immediately gets punished by the Flame Breath. You know, into this, if you don't have a Flame Breath coming into this final circle, you really are at such a massive disadvantage given how many Justina players are in this lobby right now. And Yiran taking extreme advantage of that there. Badass Huangfly actually sends YKC into the zone and then goes aerial back topside. Just more than happy to hold on to his little treehouse here. Chu Zhang needs to be very careful. He's frost cored near the zone there. And if that zone that steps on him, he's going to take the tick. Pandaman looking to pick up his 5th elimination of the game, is not able to find anybody. Luren King going to be forced into the zone from where he's hiding here. Pandaman going to find him out, trying to lock him down with the greatsword. Not able to get him. Catches Chu Zhang, though, with a huge vertical. Is going to get parried out of it, though, and he immediately pops his ult here to keep it moving. Pandaman with the dual blades, able to fight Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang goes to the zone, but Don Quing is the one who's able to pick up the elimination here. Pandaman very, very low, just holding on to the space in the bottom of these dual blades, catches another player out. The Justina comes up. Pandaman just holding on to that space as long as he possibly can, but it's not going to be enough. We're going to see Yiran eliminated by Luren King. Yiran picks up an elimination. Pandaman gets eliminated. Reki picks up an elimination. Badass Huangfly picks up another one for 4 and takes first place. But the question is that enough to make him the MVP? Yes, it is. Badass Huangfly is going to be walking away MVP for game number 1.
What a sleeper performance there from Hongfly as well. Very sneaky. We didn't have our eyes on him at all. We were looking at the Pandamans, the Rekis, the Yeruns, but it is Hongfly that comes out on top of our first game of the day, thanks to that clutch final circle performance from him. Good stuff there for Bowder and for Hongfly. Really, really nicely. We've got a hugely open day today now as well, as far as these results go, because our best players, the players that started with such advantages from coming in from the regular season here into our Biweekly finals, they all crashed and burned. They're all donezo. Like the people who are sitting in top 3, they're not in top 3 anymore. So it's all to play for here as we go through the games today. What a very exciting game number 1. Hongfly able to pick it up.
Oh, absolutely. Huangfly doing an excellent job here in the end. But these results are going to be really tight. Most of these players in this final circle, 3 to 5 kill range. Huangfly takes first. He gets that first place multiplier, those ranking points. It's enough to squeeze him into the MVP slot. But I think he's going to have a very close score line to kind of the other top 2 players from that lobby. But like you said, our top 3 players for the day eliminated off the rip, and WBG Spider off the back of a 0-point game. When we last looked, dropped all the way to 8th place. He could be even lower in the standings after that as well, given how many points some of these players were able to put on the board here in the final circle. But very, very uncharacteristic game for WBG Spider, as usually he's touted as almost like the parry god. We see people in chat saying that all the time, and he does. He's put record parries on the board in solos, and today doesn't land a single parry in game one and dies off of a parry for both of his lives in game number one. So very uncharacteristically Spider. And the problem is because he's a coin flippy player, this tends to be the momentum from the first game he plays that carries over into most of his games for the rest of the day. He's going to need his coach to kind of come in, help him reset his mental. You know, he's talked about it before in the past that his coach really has been helping him since the first Biweekly, being able not to let a bad game get to him, help him find his place in that mental. And he's going to desperately need it coming into a game like this, because not only does he not perform the way he wants to, he dies to things that he's usually the one doing, and he drops all the way to 8th place from 3rd place. He's going to need one heck of a reset to come back into game number 2 and perform on the level we're used to seeing WBG Spider perform at.
Yeah, he's going to need a big mental reset alongside a lot of other players, honestly, who just really struggled in that first game. I mean, we've obviously mentioned Xin and Shah alongside Spider there, who didn't do well at all, but even Chu Sheng didn't do too much. So I believe Don Queen and Lu Ren King kind of struggled too. It essentially just felt like we flipped our leaderboards upside down here for our first game. The players that were rated in the top half finished in the bottom half, essentially, with a few exceptions. Yeran and Reki obviously able to pull out quite a decent performance. That just makes things exciting, man. That's what we're all here for. That's what we love to see. We don't know who's going to take it all away, and that's beautiful.
You know, yeah, and coming into the day, we kind of talked about how those top 3 kind of had almost one game over the bottom half of the leaderboard, realistically, based on the amount of points they had put up. Now, with them both all going out early, basically not even participating in this game, it feels like it opens up the leaderboard to drastically change, and we're gonna see a lot of these players. Yeah, Bao Swangfly here with a 10.4 game immediately crushes any deficit that Xin had over him, right? Because Xin walks away with a 0-point day. We're gonna see EWG's Yiran off the back of 6 eliminations, gonna be walking away with a 9.4. Ventus's Rexy places a little bit higher, so there's placement points for 2nd place, gonna also bring him into a 9.4. These scores very, very close. KZ's Panaman with 4 eliminations, also gonna be walking away with a 7.5, and everybody else quite drastically lower in terms of points. So these top 4 players feeling really good off the back of this first game, and man, the overall leaderboard's gonna look wacky after this.
Yep.
So many of these players are going to be shifted up, and our top 3 going to be shifted down into the middle of the pack. But I think it's going to come up EWG's Yiran, who's sitting in 1st place off the back of a massive performance here. 6 eliminations, able to buy himself 9.4 points here. He already wasn't too low behind the likes of GG Shah, GBL Xin, and WBG Spider. And off the back of those hugely miserable games for them, he's going to be able to take that 1st place position. And now the question is can he keep that performance going? Yiran, typically one of those players who's just not able to play consistently, comes in this Biweekly, plays very consistently, and off the back of that has a very good game 1 here. But it's Bao Swangfly who walks away the MVP, and this is one of those players I never count off the board, because he's a very, very strong player, and clearly he's been able to pull it together here in game number 1. Walks away with almost 16,000 damage, 4 eliminations, and picks up the MVP off the back of a very, very good end circle.
Yeah, it was all about that final circle. He coming out first there was really, really big for him, finishing as the last man standing. Some great play for him, and it's those clutch moments that mean so much as well. And I think this is what really separates some of our talented players is how you perform in that final circle, because it's actually one of the harder things to practice as well. Because even if you're just spamming like solo queue, or you're just playing games, getting to the final circle and playing it out, it's not easy to do that consistently. It's not as easy as practicing like your drops, for example, when you first on the rip, when you first drop into the map. Like, it's a lot easier to practice that stuff. So being able to be clutch in that final circle is very, very important, and definitely something that shouldn't be understated and should be celebrated when it happens well. Like with Hongfly, coming into today was our 15th ranked player. We have 16 players today, so not particularly high ranks for him, but coming out on top there, he'll be very happy. Like you mentioned though, I don't think he'll be able to dethrone Yeran because he was significantly higher placed coming into today as well. It was only like a point behind Hongfly in game number 1, but that's a beautiful start for him, honestly. You know, wanting to turn his fortunes around, he's off to a roaring start.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, again, we love to see this out of game 1, right? I love when we just take, because the score is already relatively close. You know, we talk about how it's almost a game's difference in points, right? But if all those players basically don't have a game where they walk away with 1-0 eliminations and then everybody else closes that gap between them, all of a sudden this has become such a tight game where players are going to be some number of points away from each other, and now it's anybody's game. It really opens up. Unfortunately, if you're Wolves Kaibao, he now has an insurmountable mountain to climb because he did not have a game at all here in game 1, and he was already all the way to the bottom of the leaderboard, which is unfortunate. I love my boy Kaibao. I love Team Wolves. They're my team, and this is very uncharacteristic for him as well. Wolves Kaibao generally kind of comes into the bi-weeklies pretty low and then has an explosive day. He's one of those players who plays from behind very well. The pressure suits him. So hopefully this is just an off game 1 for him, and he's able to come back and let that pressure help him build his momentum throughout the day. Because, man, again, you're talking about one of the best comeback players in the league. So, Kaibao, hopefully you're able to make it happen here as we get ready to lock in and head to game number 2 very soon. But, man, what a great first game to start the day off with, Fox.
Yeah, and I absolutely, it was. I wasn't expecting like any of that stuff, and I love that when your expectations are just flipped on their heads. And you know, you set some expectations for Kaibao. Came in as the bottom ranked player, laid a big fat goose egg. I would just like to point out that our previous bi-weekly winner, Chu Sheng, also laid a goose egg on his first game when he came back to win it all. So there is hope. It is possible. Maybe there's something that Kaibao can do to bring it back. And but in all seriousness, stranger things have happened, and it's one game of 6, man. It's one game of 6. You can easily bring that around, and seeing it as that previous game, there's not any one person that's running away with it all just yet. There's it's the gap between 16 and 1 isn't as huge as it could be. I'm obviously playing optimistic man here for Kaibao, but there's some potential there if he can just turn it around for the rest of the games.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, if anybody can do it, Wolves Kaibao can. You're talking about a player who made it all the way. I think he was placed 14th after game 5 of Repechage last season. Repechage, his last chance to break into the grand finals for the total season. He was 14th going into the 6th and final game of the day. And we were like, mathematically, it's doable, but the probability of him actually making it happen, there's no way. Comes in, absolutely dominates the 6th game to the point that he jumps all the way from 14th place to 5th place and is able to place into the finals, and then I think took away 5th place overall in the grand finals for season 1. So if anybody can do it, it's Wolves Kaibao. He's no stranger to being that comeback player and making it happen. The question is today that day for him, or is he just having an off day? And we'll find out as the day progresses, but clearly some of our top players not off to a good start, and maybe today is an off day for them going through. But we're going to take a short break before we get ready to come back and lock in for game number 2. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League third bi-weekly final. I'm your host, Caster, the Runekeeper. Joining me today is my boy Box Drops, and man, we had a very, very interesting game number one that is sure to shake up the leaderboards. Our top 3 players are all-stars, as it were, coming into today, dethroned very, very quickly off the back of basically goose eggs. I do believe Shaw was able to pick up a single point. We got to watch him take control of a fight that he clearly looked like he was going to lose, but was able to turn things around, and then very quickly was eliminated right after that, unfortunately. So, man, what a shakeup it's already been.
Yeah, for real. It's, you know, the game, I wasn't expecting anything that we saw in game 1. So now I don't know what I'm expecting in game 2. Like, are we going to see that our best players completely flounder again? Are we going to see the likes of Huangfly be able to bring out big clutch moments in the final circle? You know, the smart money, I think, leads towards at least Xin, you know, being able to probably not hit 0 again. That is very uncharacteristic of him. The likes of Spider, however, like, I would not be surprised if, I mean, I was not too impressed with how he was performing last week, leading up to these finals. And, you know, because you've mentioned, like, he's momentum based, he's like tilt and morale based. It's not a good start for him, man, and I don't know if I had the same level of faith, honestly, in Spider as I have had in the past. Like, I don't know. I think this is actually going to be a really, really huge game for him, really important game for him, I should say. Like, if he's able to pull out a bounce back game today in this one, in game number 2, which is on Holoroth, right? As a reminder, like, we are swapping the maps here, so we do often see a bit more skirmishing and more fighting on this map with those zipping picks coming through. Then you know, I will have more faith for him going, looking forward to the rest of the day. But you know, I do think it's really big. If he fails in this one as well, then I really don't have too much faith in his ability to pull it back as the day progresses.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. And like you said, you know, we don't really know what to expect coming out of game 2, except for the fact that we're heading to Holoroth, and there's going to be a whole lot of Z-ping. Now, that said, WBG Spider has broken multiple records as a solo player, and his big game that still currently stands as a record breaker was off the back of Z-ping on Holoroth. You know, me and Moxie, I do believe, were casting that day, and we were kind of talking about how, you know, he was probably going to be forced to play Takeda in that particular game because he needed a huge comeback to walk away the champion for that bi-weekly final. And in that particular instance, he locked Z-ping, and we were like, okay, he's just going to go for consistency. He wants to hold on to his second place because the third place player is so close behind him. You know, he's already here. He doesn't want to give up any extra money if he doesn't have to. And then off the back of Z-ping somehow comes in and picks up 10 eliminations in a single game to take first place, which was absolutely unheard of. We've never seen a double-digit game here in solos, at least not a first place finish for a double-digit game. So, you know, massive record-breaking game for the likes of Spider. So he could do that again here, but like you said, he is a very morale-based player. It's going to be very hard for him to come into game number 2 here and kind of break those jitters and perform. I think it comes down to his coach, honestly. You're talking about a player who is specifically mentioned, hey, my coach is the one who's able to break my morale. He knows what his weakness is. He knows that his weakness is the morale that he has when he has a bad game. And it's his coach who's been able to bring him back from it in the past. So hopefully he's able to make that happen here in game number 2, Fox.
Yeah, we hope so, because this is a player that Naraka is better when Spider is on his game, and that's what we want to see, man. There he is. Like, the thing is with Spider is I think he's been struggling, and a lot of it comes down to whether or not he has the good starts. And you mentioned his coach and his coach's ability to really influence his kind of his mental. And I think that's going to be really telling in this game as we get into it. I said it would be a big game, an important game for him, and I stand by that. If he performs in this one, then it's you know, there's faith for him yet today. But there are more players than just Spider here in the Nbpl, and And this is it in our Biweekly finals here. We've got a whole host of good players. One of the players that you're seeing now on your screen here, Ego, looking to kind of turn things around, hasn't had the best showing of things so far, and really wants to be able to make it happen if he wants to try and get into the high slots for that juicy cheddar.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Ego definitely going to be making it onto the highlight reel, but not for the reason he wanted to. Off the back of game number 1 there, he kind of slid in and thought he was going to get away with picking up that legendary armor, and multiple players, I think 4 players locked him down. There was a cannon, there was a bow shot, there was a flame breath, and a player locked him down into the ranged dragon's roar from the nunchucks. He just kind of caught it from every side and very quickly found himself eliminated off the back of that first game. And here we go. No surprises here, as our first 4 lock-in heroes are going to be Z-Ping, and then we're going to see Z-Ping, 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 and I'm willing to bet, yes, Z-Ping Yang, even from the Panda Man. Coming across the board here, we're going to see 4 more Z-Pings. Does anybody break the trend, please? For the love of all things Naraka Blade Point. Unfortunately, we are seeing a 16 Z-Ping Yang game as we head over to Hollow Roth. Hopefully somebody will shine among these 16 players and bring us some of that legendary action that we love to see, and not a 5-minute chase across the map of Hollow Roth. As is tradition, we're going to kick things off here in game number 2 with the MVP from last game, and that's going to be Bao Da's Huang Fly.
Thing with the Z-Ping, and when you have 16 of them, excuse me, in a single lobby, this is a hero that is able to recover a lot of her losses when she takes a bad fight, as you're seeing here from Panda Man, who's already struggling here against Yeran. The thing is, you're able to regenerate a lot of your shield, your healing as well, and that kind of thing just makes it simple for you to go for these aggressive plays, because even if you take a fight and it sucks and you fail, you've always got that fail-safe card, which some people think, you know, it's kind of a double-edged sword, because it's like, sure, it's by nature a passive thing, people being able to regenerate all of their life, but it does mean that players are more likely to take those fights because they do have that fail-safe, and sometimes coming off of that, we do see some more aggressive plays and some more eliminations. And speaking of, Spider here really struggling, gets knocked onto the trap. Oh my goodness, that just happened. Zin taking Spider for a ride right here, making him look silly. That sucks for Spider. He's also just run into the loving arms of Reki. Is he going to be able to bring him down? Spider's trying to buy some time for his ability to come back up so he can get the reset. There it is. The F ability comes through, gets a bit of healing, gets a bit of shielding. Now Zin's jumping in on him, trying to bring him down. Will he be able to do so? Zin now struggling as well. Reki comes through, and Spider, he is taken down. He is donezo. He is gone already in this game with that first death of the lobby.
Yeah, GBL Zin here, able to secure the kill there, and WBG Spider twice knocked onto traps here in our second game of the day. And this is very unfortunate for Spider. Again, he's very much a momentum-based player, and if he gets eliminated early like this, he's very almost afraid to take fights after that, and that's unfortunate because he needs a big game here in game number 2 if he expects to do anything. Taking a look here, I do believe I just saw Dong Qing with a legendary spear, probably picked up out of the puzzle box there. So he's got to be very happy with himself off the back of that. Turning to Bao Da's Huang Fly now, looking to pick up his first elimination of the game onto Zhang. Zhang just trying to get away here, has got the F2 popped, looking for the reset, is actually going to take the armor swap as Huang Fly gives up chase. Now back to GBL Zin and Ventus' Rexy going head to head in the exact same spot where we just saw WBG Spider eliminated first. And need to be careful. Zin now, the one who walks onto the trap. Unfortunately, he got knocked that way by Reki and just couldn't get away from it. Gonna go very, very low. Is able to get the F2 off, looking for a reset. Trying to catch Reki out here, but unable to, as Reki continues to give chase, does not want to give Zin even a moment to breathe. And we're gonna see, oh, he cancels into the charged uppercut there in the aerial. That's actually quite a very difficult piece piece of tech to pull off. Zin making it happen here in game number 2. Turning our attention now to JDG's Chu Zhang going head-to-head with KZ's Panda Man. Panda Man catching some huge bow shots off onto Chu Zhang, but Chu Zhang able to walk into the building and actually find a blue armor to swap into. Now battle Huangfly, AOW Zhang still going head-to-head. Zhang with the advantage currently. Huangfly just trying to find an opportunity to catch him with that blue so he can break through that F2 shield. Isn't going to be able to, and Zhang finds the opportunity to reset off the back of a pot as well. Huangfly very much on the run right now, just trying to hold things together here for himself in game number 2.
Wow, what a start here is game number 2 on the Holoroth. Exciting thing already happening is Chu Sheng's going to bring down Panda Man. That one just happening a little bit off screen as now Jux is going for the chase on the Chu Zhang to try and pick something up on the back side of it. Panda Man's actually eliminated. He's done. He's gone. He's actually out of game number 2 very early on for him. Not the start he wanted. After a pretty good game number 1, he will be our first member dropping here. Now 15 players left, as we're still very obviously early on into this one. Kai Bao against Zhang Yu here as well. Kai Bao looking to turn his fortunes around, our 16th rated player, being a 0 goose egg player in game number 1 as well. Definitely not something that he wants to see, and can Kai Bao turn it around? We have seen this guy make some crazy underdog moments, but there's just no way in hell he's getting through that one. Zhang Yu with the beautiful combo right there to take him down, as now Jux, who was chasing Chu Sheng, finds himself in trouble. Chu Sheng with the parry. Beautiful takedown right there onto Alliance's Jux.
Yeah, Jux is going to be feeling that one for sure. As Chu Zhang able to pick up a second elimination of the game here, has got to be feeling pretty good after not so great a performance in game number 1 here. And you know, Chu Zhang, not one of those players that lacks very often, plays very, very consistently and generally plays well even into some of these top players. So hopefully he can keep that sort of momentum going as we turn back to another momentum-based player, WBG Spider, who's being shot at here by GG Shaw. Shaw trying to lock him down. Spider just wants to keep things moving. Again, this is what I talk about with Spider, right? You're talking about a player that generally likes to W key every fight he sees. He usually would not let Shaw just sit there and take shots at him while he runs away, but WBG Spider, off the back of being eliminated early, again, afraid almost to take some of these fights and just gonna back immediately out. Over to OC Zhang Yu's picking up an elimination here on to Baoda's Huangfly. That's gonna be Zhang Yu's second elimination. Zhang Yu, one of those players I kind of always have my eye on. Season 1, they had a very, very impressive showing. Probably my favorite comeback moment of the entire season goes to OC Zhang Yu. And he's been much, much more consistent here in season 2. So a player you can never really count out, even if he's having a bad day or a bad week. GG's Don Quing here with that legendary spear we saw him pick up earlier, trying to put in work onto Ventus's Reki. Reki gonna drop the F2 there, and it is actually gonna be able to slide away as Don Qing misses the opportunity to pick up the grapple there. But Don Quing sees multiple fights breaking out over here and is more than happy to just turn his attention to the next potential kill.
And there's a lot of potential kills sitting here around that Morris Blessing, as Don Quing with a Legend Spear, as you said, can just look to slide on through and try and pick people off. Reki as well going for the range poke. Shah too with his musket. No one wants to be that ego player that we saw from, in both name and in nature as well, that we saw from game number 1. Try and pick up the chest, getting the legendary armor and instantly falling down. You don't want to be finding yourself in that situation. There are a lot of bad guys around, and that is something that absolutely can bite you in the bum. As Shah now just hopping around the map a little bit, you can see Yeran in the area alongside Chu Shen and Ego, YKC and Dong Quing too. Still knocking about here in this area. No one really wants to give up this position right now. Could see something break out between these guys, but also would not be too surprised to just see them all going about their merry way, not doing anything too sexy here. But if you want to do something sexy, then you just got to play some Naraka, because it is the sexiest game in the world. And there are some codes for you right there on the right-hand side. They go around pretty fast. As Rune said, get tippity-tappity, tap-it-tapping or something like that. I liked it. I'm trying to repeat it, but I can't remember what you said. But it was something very cute like that. Go and redeem those codes if you want to play, or give the code to a friend so they can play with you. And it's always better if you have friends. Who am I kidding? We don't have friends. We're gamers. Spider now playing into Zhang, trying to pick up his first kill of the day. Not something we thought you'd say about Spider. Still not being able to find it.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Spider. As we turn here, we're down to 14 players left alive as Zone 2 gets ready to collapse onto Zone 3 in the next 20 seconds here. Sorry, 25 seconds, I do believe. Not a very high kill game, which is kind of to be expected here from the Zping meta, if you will, as many of these players just able to pop that F2 and escape off the back of an easy reset. You know, again, Zping, a very, very interesting hero. You know, the only hero right now that is able to kind of heal on the move, whereas everybody else forced to stay stationary when they want to pop some of those pots to take a reset. She also doesn't really have to worry about that resource management as much because she's able to just use that F on a cooldown to be able to heal herself up most of the time, and that's going to make it very easy for most of these players to maintain the level of resources that they want going into those final circles, and very easy to get those resets off. Donkwing coming in here actually with the overhead click from the legendary spear does a lot of damage, but the third party coming in from Zhang going to make it very difficult. Donkwing able to find, I do believe, an armor swap there, going to pop the F2 as well, and now Zhang going to turn their attention to Reki. The problem is again, so many of these players able to just pop F2 and take a reset from these fights and back out. It makes it very hard to third party. It makes it hard for these players to commit to a fight, because you're talking about having to commit to a hero that you can potentially chase for 5+ minutes, and we've seen it happen in the Pro League, right? We watched Luren King chase a kill for almost 5 minutes into Zping, and finally was able to secure it, but off the back of it, had spent so many resources, he was just kind of free pickings for anybody who showed up, and nobody wants to overcommit to fights like this.
It really is just a little bit what's the word I'm looking for? I'm trying. How do I phrase this without sounding too negative? It's a little bit snoozy when you've got 16 zips in one lobby, because then you just don't get to see a huge amount of eliminations. As you say, like, all you've got to do is buy time for your F to come up, and then you can reset a little bit. And if you do chase too much, then you'll have your resources down and people come and third party you. Solo players aren't too keen on doing those chases, and as a result, those things all combined, we don't see a lot of action until the game progresses a little bit. We're 12 minutes into the game right now, or 12 minutes left, I should say. Still a little bit of time until that final circle gets significantly smaller and our players are forced to scrap amongst each other for the last bits of territory. And as it stands right now, everyone's just running around trying to find those bits of loot. I'm a little bit surprised that there are players who don't have better loot in general. I think this is a relatively low loot lobby. Obviously, with the exception of Don Queen being able to pick up that legendary spear. Very happy about that one, but a lot of blue armor and blue weapons knocking about here. No one really feeling confident to go for those fights if they don't feel like they've got the loadout that they're looking for. Swap over now to our favorite player that we constantly talk about, Mr. Spider, finding himself involved in a big old skirmish here for this blessing, for the chest. The players want it, but we've seen people go down. We've seen deaths at the hand of avarice, trying to pick up the loot from the chest. No one wants to make that same mistake. There's going to be a little bit of dispersion here around the chest. It's not worth it. It's not worth your life. And we'll see, though, there's still a lot of players. Just a little bit of poking with those ranged weapons, but nothing too sexy happening. No dedication in those fights. As I saw Xin absolutely boinking someone on the other side of the map there. There it is. It's Shah he's going for here, finding himself a little bit low. There's a lot of players around, and I think they can smell blood. There's Kaibao as well. Spiders coming through too. Hongfly, I see. Ego. Everyone wants it. They smell blood in the water, and they're just going for the chase here. Shah finding a way to get a reset on that armor, but he's going to lose it just as quickly as he got it. There's like 4 or 5 players here who want to pick up this kill. He's not going to try and let it happen, but still, does he have a say in the matter? Everyone's still chasing in on him. Zhang Yu giving a chase alongside Xin. Shah now in the circle. Is he going to be able to reset? I think he actually will for now. So everyone just backs off, not wanting to chase him in the circle. He's just going to be chilling out for a little bit, and he lives to fight another day.
And Shaw, again, off the back of playing Z-Ping here, can really just afford to sit here and chug health pots in the circle because he knows he's going to have those resources later on because of the ability to just pop the F2 and take the reset off the back of all of that damage. Gets away here. Yeah, again, this is kind of that Z-Ping we talk about, right? Where, look, Shaw was the target of like 4 or 5 players here and is just able to get out. And unfortunately, things are going to stay pretty slow here until we get to probably zone 6. These players know how to hold on to space, even if it's the tiniest amount of space. So for these players, they're going to not really commit to anything until they're forced to go head to head in this final circle. It's probably going to be one of the most hectic final circles we've seen in a long time if things continue along the rate that we've seen here. We're going to see another Morris Blessing drop down here just to the left of Plumed Castle, and a lot of these players probably going to come in and trying to secure some of these loot because, like you said, it's been a relatively low loot game for many of these players. So many of them wanting to secure at least some purple armor for themselves going forward, or that gold armor as we move into zones 4 and 5. But the problem is the commitment it's going to take to be able to come in onto one of these Morris Blessings with this many players around and actually walk away with it. Lureng trying to be the player who's able to get away with it, absolutely getting blitzed down. It's Zhang who walks away with the gold armor. But again, off the back of all these Z-Pings, look, Lureng just going to pop the F2, going to pop the ult, and going to walk away from this situation. We're going to see this time and time again on repeat. We do see the charge left up come out from Chu Zhang, but Lureng, oh, off the back of the grapple, gets caught by it again, and now a Bane's Breath coming down, going to slow things down just a little bit more. Lureng keeping it moving here. Going to have that F ability up in 8 seconds, though. So as long as he can stay on the move, he can pop the F ability, take the reset, and keep it moving. Never has to slow down. Doesn't even end up needing it. Finds enough space to go and pop a pot for himself as well. GBL Zin now the one on the edge getting caught out as it looks like 17JL's Ego, WBG Spider trying to lock them down respectively to pick up an elimination here. But Zin also able to just keep things moving. He's got that F2 pop. Gets basically all of his shields back off the back of the F2 here and can happily keep it moving. Ego gonna lock him down in the zone there with a grapple though, but Zin still more than healthy enough to be happy with the situation. The F's already back off cooldown, able to throw it out again, basically gets a full reset. It's kind of insane if you think about it, because as soon as you pop that F, the cooldown starts, and then F stays up for almost half the duration of the actual ability, and then you only have really half of that cooldown to worry about before you can get the F back up here. Zhang Yu gonna be locked down here by the likes of Zhang in the charge left click from these dual blades. Dual blades just trying to catch them out and put in some work. Zhang Yu's gonna go very, very low here. 1 HP and a Dream, able to pop the F2. The question is, how long can they hold on to, and does Zhang Yu have their ultimate? Doesn't look like they do, because they went low enough there. I feel like it should have procced, and it did not. So hopefully Zhang might actually be able to pick up this elimination onto Zhang Yu. I do believe we just saw an armor swap come out though, and unfortunately the chase continues, and that F2 very quickly going to be coming back off of cooldown here for Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu able to catch the charge left click. There it is. The F2 comes in off of the cooldown. Zhang Yu able to hold on for dear life, able to actually get a reset there. Zhang not able to catch them with the uppercut. Zhang Yu fully reset as the chase continues here into Holoroth.
Just die, bro. Come on. I want to see some bloodshed. Zhang Yu though, that's it's well played. It's well played to survive and get out of that one, but that's got to be kind of frustrating if you're Zhang, almost able to find that kill and pick it up. And that would have been really good for him as well, because he's already got legendary armor, but he's sitting on blue weapons. He may have been able to steal away the purple weapon from Zhang Yu there if he was able to bring him down. As it stands though, nothing going right there. We're all just going to be chilling here. Just eclipsed 6 minutes left on this game. Game number 2 here on Holoroth. We have 6 games to play today. The next 2 games will be going back to the Morris Isle before heading back over here to Holoroth for game 5 before closing the day out on Morris again. game number 6. So this is only one of 2 games that these players will get the opportunity to play on this map. You want to make the most of it. Only, how many kills is that? 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. We got 8 kills in this lobby so far. And we've only got 5 minutes left. Look, I know it's not a lot of kills already at this point, but let me tell you, we're about to see some really pop off here. I can guarantee you that much, because the map is closing down. It is shrinking. It's been put on the washer at the wrong temperature. And we are going to be able to see that circle create a lot of logistical issues, geographical problems for these players as they try and navigate around a smaller map with lots and lots of players. Dangy right here, just trying to find that kill onto Kaibao. Does bring him low. He's donezo and eliminated. We were talking about the comeback here for Kaibao. It's not going to happen in game number 2 at least. He joins Pandaman and Jux in the Shadow Realm. Now 4.5 minutes left with 13 players to go. Things are going to start heating up.
Yeah, GBL's in here. Speaking of heating up, getting put to the barbecue by OG's Luren King, who's been able to secure himself Flamer here. These players with these flame breaths setting themselves up for a success as it is here, is they're going to be able to just pump damage out through those F2 shields here from every other Z-ping in the lobby, and it's going to make quite the difference here. Zone 5 is collapsing down onto Zone 6. 13 players still left alive. Only 3 players sent back to the lobby, and we have just under 4 minutes remaining here in the match. So we're gonna see how they put these flame breaths to use, and it looks like Luren just trying to cook anybody they can in sight, just trying to burn resources, get some damage out here, maybe make something exciting happen. But again, these players absolute technical geniuses when it comes to just holding on to a limited space, and we're gonna see that flame breath come out, and finally another elimination comes out off the back of double flame breaths onto John Quing, and then a musket shot coming from downtown. GG Shaw able to pick up an elimination there. These ranged weapons really the only thing able to break through these players' shields. We're gonna see Zhang come in. There we go, a cannon shot. Gonna break through the shield to pick up the elimination onto YKC. GBL Zin able to pick up their second elimination of the game. Zin goes very, very low off the back of it though. Trying to hold it together, that F2, buying them a little bit of space here, that they don't have too much space, and they want to hold on to that ult for as long as possible. Trying to use the dagger just to create some distance. Going topside, Zin's gonna get knocked down though. Now over to Battlehouse Swangfly, who's trying to pick up the elimination onto Reki. Reki, I do believe, finally, no, GBL Zin finally eliminated Reki with the F2 coming off the cooldown, able to hold things together. Swangfly very low. Ventus's Reki though finally eliminated by Zhang Yu with the dagger here, but now it's Zhang who finds out Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu forced to pop the ultimate to keep things moving here. Down to 9 players left alive. Zone 6 collapsing down onto Zone 7 as we speak. 2 minutes remain here in game number 2. Ego gonna go very low. That F2 gonna get knocked into the zone. Ego holding on for dear life, turns the corner, needs to be careful. There's that flame breath waiting for him, but he doesn't actually get picked out. Zhang Yu trying to flame onto the other party. Battlehouse Swangfly up underneath. It finds just a little bit of respite here between these 2 buildings, looking for a reset. Ego locked down into the zone, is going to be picked up by WBG Spider. Spider finally picks up his first elimination of the finals here into game number 2. AOW's Zhang gonna pop the ultimate, gonna pop the F2 to get a little bit of a reset, holding on with the dual blade. Spider goes very, very low, caught out in the middle. Shaw looking to pick something up there, but Spider able to get the reset. Zhang holding on to what little space they have. 35 seconds until Zone 7 collapses down to nothing, and we still have 8 players left alive. This number is gonna start to dwindle very, very quickly. Luren King here with the flame breath just threatening the space. Gonna use it to buy himself a little bit of a reset. WBG Spider knocked into the zone by Zhang and the set of purple dual blades. Zhang needs to find an opportunity to actually repair these, as he does have 0 durability remaining here. He's just threatening the space over and over again. Instead of looking for that opportunity to repair, goes topside. Gonna go very, very topside, looking to knock down Zhang Yu here. still just threatening the space, doesn't want to take the risk of stopping it to repair these dual blades. Oh, actually, no, he's got no kits left. Yeah, I was just about to say, yeah. Unfortunately here, you know, you can have all the health pots in the world off the back of being able to reset, but if you don't have any repair kits, you're just stuck with what you got. Zhang just unfortunately unable to make anything happen. 8 players still left alive. Zone 7 completely collapsing down now as we're going to see lots and lots of flame breaths come out. It's going to be Shaw who picks up an elimination on to Luran King, but Shaw goes very, very low, gets knocked to the zone. He's going to be forced to pop his ult. Iran in a very similar situation. Bao just trying to hold on to this high ground a little bit longer. Zhang Yu out here. Gonna get scale rushed onto, gonna pop the F2, gonna be forced to use that ultimate, and nope, they're gonna go down now as well to Zhang. Zhang just holding on with these purple dual blades, able to pick up elimination after elimination, but 3 of those players dying strictly to the zone. Nobody gets eliminations for him, and it looks like it's gonna come up OC Zhang Yu here in game number 2.
What an odd occurrence or event when you're all so clustered in that final circle as the circle comes through, and then you're all stuck in the death bomb. No one got credit for a good handful of those kills. That's mental stuff. Zhang Yu was just trying to hold on for its dear life there, because he was like one of the only players who had more than 2 kills in that lobby as we were approaching the end. So for him, it was all about finishing high. I'm not quite sure if he would be too satisfied with that one. He's on like at least 6 kills, and I think maybe he was like 4th or 5th one from the last man standing. So maybe he wish he could finish a little bit higher, but still good stuff for him, finishing as our MVP today. Really nicely done by him. Really smart play actually as well. And I think that final circle was really quite interesting around the building. It made it quite difficult to actually get that consistent damage when there's a huge wall in the way, splitting up half of the lobby. Some of the players on one side of the wall, some of the players on the other side. Difficult to navigate that one, but at the end of the day, it's just going to be Zhang Yu. Nice stuff for him. A bit of a sad story though still for Panda Man and for Kaibao for different reasons as well. So for Kaibao, obviously looking to try and turn that around, trying to actually bring something, because he got a big fat 0 last game and came into today as our last rated player by default. Not good for him. And Panda Man, for the opposite reason, had a really good game 1 and was pushing himself up towards that top 3, but again, not able to bring anything here in game number 2.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate. You know, game 2 here, though, you're talking about Casey's Panda Man. Panda Man very much, you know, Tarka is kind of his main character that he very much enjoys playing. He also plays a very proficient Justina and Yodohime. Zping, not really his bag. He does not like to play defensive heroes. Panda Man very much likes to bring the aggression, likes to keep the momentum rolling, and Zping really does the absolute opposite of that, right? She just wants to play hyper defensively and do the thing, and it doesn't cater to Panda Man style whatsoever. But unfortunately, coming into Holoroth, he's almost forced to lock Zping in to compete with every other Zping that's in the lobby, and it just doesn't work out for him here in game number 2 at the end of the day. So very unfortunate for KZ's Panda Man, very unfortunate for Wolves Kaibao. Very kind of slow game in general, though. We didn't really see much action break out until zone 6. We still had 14 players left alive, only 2 players completely eliminated from the lobby, and many of these players just popping F2 and grappling away until they were able to get the full reset. And it comes down to that final zone where players are able to lock down those flame breaths from those Morse blessings so they can pump the damage out, catch players very, very low. And again, you know, Zping very much limits your options, right? When she's got that shield up, you can't hit her with left clicks. It doesn't do anything. It does damage, but it doesn't stun her. It doesn't keep her from moving away from you. The only thing you can really hit her with are ranged attacks and charged blues. And when you limit yourself to the charged blue, you're just likely going to end up getting parried. But Zhang Yu here, coming through with 6 eliminations, is going to pick up 8.4 kill points after the multiplier and walk away with a 9.9 game score. Almost, actually, 4 points ahead of the likes, 3 points ahead of the likes of GG Shah, who picks up a 6.6, and AOW's Zhang is well going to be 4 points ahead of them, who takes 3rd place here off the back of 1 elimination and a 1st place finish, is going to be walking away with 5.6. But many of those final eliminations stolen by the zone, nobody able to take credit for them.
Yeah.
This is a very, very low kill game here. And WBG Spider here picks up a 3.6, but it's nothing in the face of the fact that he walked away with a 0-point game one. Zin, in a very similar situation, picks up 2 eliminations, but only gets 2.2 points, isn't able to take it to the final circle. It's just like, man, look, I don't know what to tell these guys. They've got to come in, perform, and unfortunately, they didn't here. And there's not really an excuse. We could talk about Zping being an excuse for why they're not able to make that happen, but we've seen the likes of WBG Spider come in, play Zping into a lobby full of Zping, and break record after record. So it's not like he is going to struggle into the meta. Zping is the hero that he constantly has been breaking numbers on, and unfortunately has a bad early start, lets it get to his head again. He's got to figure out how to come back mentally for game number 3, or we're going to continue to see WBG Spider fall further and further down the list. And GBL Zin put some points on the board this game, but this is not the consistent Zin we are used to seeing.
Yeah, so far of our top 3 coming into today, only Shah has broken into top 5 for any of our games today, with him coming in second in game number 2. Your MVP though for today, Zhang Yu. Holy moly, 24.4k damage, 20k healing as well. Most of the damage coming through from the nunchucks and the dagger, not just abusing those ranged weapons either. Really nicely done actually by him. That was a good dominant performance. He does quite rightfully come out on top. As you mentioned though, with a lot of those kills going down to the Storm and not actually the players themselves, that was quite a low kill lobby, quite a low scoring lobby as well. I'm curious, like, I don't think this really shakes things up too much. I think we're still all to play for here. There's no one's running away with anything. You know, Huangfly puts up just over 1 point, who was our MVP from the previous game. Chu Sheng able to get something a little bit more impressive though, coming in fourth with 5 points. I still think, you know, Yeran to me is like Zin light. So Zin is consistent, but consistently like a top 3 player, whereas Yeran is consistent, but consistently like a top 6 player. And, you know, he was able to do some sexy things in the first game, and I believe he was second in the game number 1, and here in game number 2, he does finish 5th. So he's keeping true to his skills and to what he's able to do. And to be honest, with how the rest of the lobby is going and the inconsistency of every other player here today, even that level of consistency might be enough to just pull you ahead of everyone else.
Oh, absolutely. Yiran off the back of this, he walks away with a 4.6, but you take, it's Zhang Yu, Shah, and Zhang who walk away with the most points in this lobby. These are players who didn't do very well in game 1 and were relatively low, well, except for GG Shah, but he went very low off the back of a very poor performance in game number 1. Yiran going to be probably holding on to that first place position, if just barely, after this game, but again, any level of consistency here gonna be a lot better, considering many of these players who, especially like GBL Zin, who's usually very consistent, bringing none of that to the table today whatsoever. So Yiran might be able to just kind of sneak in here and take this first place finish from some of these players because they aren't performing today. And it's just kind of the unfortunate state of the way these players are coming in today. I know you and me, our top 3 are all-star players. We expected a lot more out of today, and even GG Shah in this particular game, not really doing a whole lot. He just kind of last touched a lot of people in that final circle as it was collapsing. I don't want to say got lucky, but in that sort of situation where there's 12 players left alive, somebody's got to be the one who touched you last. And unfortunately, in this case, GG Shah was that person. He was able to pick up some eliminations, but there wasn't really any outstanding players in terms of skill in this final circle. There was just a lot of people pressing those F2s, trying to hold on to those ultimates as long as they can, and either sitting back with a flame breath or just trying to last touch somebody and pick up some eliminations. Nobody really stood out to me in game number 2 here, which is very unfortunate. Hopefully, as we get ready to lock in for game number 3, we'll get to see some players stand out from the crowd like we did in game number 1.
Yeah, and that's more likely to happen if it's not ZPing everywhere. I think that's kind of a bit of a symptom of just everyone locking in that hero. It's not the most exciting. It's not the biggest playmaking champion. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Actually, it's designed to stop the plays from happening. So yeah, no one really stood out. I think that was quite an underwhelming game number 2, but it's cool. We got plenty more games to have some big plays coming through, and we're back onto the Morris Isle as well for game 3. Which generally means that we won't get the same amount of zippings knocking about. However, she is still a very popular solos hero, so I would expect to see a lot more of her coming through. But still, hopefully we get some like Yotos coming through as well. Just a little bit more exciting stuff. And we'll see if one player can really start running away with it, because so far I think you hit the nail on the head when you say, because of the inconsistent performances from everyone else, Yeran's consistent like 4th, 3rd placements, like on average, might be enough to pull him ahead of everyone else. All he needs is like one pop-off game, and that's that, right? I think he's actually sorted. If the current trend continues, he would be pretty sorted to finish, maybe even as our top player overall. So can someone else step up and be that big boy player? You know, can they actually have a big pop-off game? Because so far we've just not seen it.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think that's the question of the day, is who's going to come in and who's able to start bringing the consistency back, or who's just going to have such a huge pop-off game that it gives them so many points. It's almost like a mountain that nobody can climb, right? And that's really the question, right? Because you look at players like GG Shaw and WBG's Spider, those players tend to do well off the back of big pop-off games, and GBL Xin tends to do well off the back of consistent games. Zin's not been consistent. Shaw and Spider not been able to pop off in the first 2 games, has really kind of opened this lobby up to potentially everybody, where anybody has a chance. And we've seen those scores go from very wide in the beginning of the day to very, very tight. And I'm sure when we get an opportunity to look at the overall standings, it's going to be even tighter than it was after the first game.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's not going to be a lot in between it at all. Everything to play for here, as we've got game number 3 coming up very shortly, coming back to the Morris Isles. That will be here after our break. Stick around, we'll see you soon.
When you encounter an opponent in close combat, trying to suppress them with continuous attacks will definitely run the risk of being countered. So, is there any trick that can overwhelm your opponent and avoid being countered? The answer is yes. Those active players in Morris Island call this trick the free attacks, which adapt to almost any weapon. You don't even need to charge your attacks when using this method. In addition, you will never need to worry about counters as long as you don't deliver your blue focus strikes. Instead, use flexible movements and fast normal attacks to safely gnaw your opponent bit by bit, rhythmically. This trick is especially suitable for those players who are not skilled enough in their moving and counter-attacking. Let's take these moves of nunchucks as an example. Now both players are within the combat zone. You can tap twice vertical attack and then take a long dodge towards any direction to a safe place, and then immediately repeat the moves mentioned above to achieve the free attack. So why don't we use this double horizontal attack or a vertical attack to follow the horizontal attack? Because when a hero uses nunchucks to deliver a vertical attack while running, the attack can reach a further target, and it almost has no backswing after the attack. However, replacing it with a horizontal attack, there will be a relatively long backswing after the attack which cannot smoothly follow a dodge. Only because the nunchuck's vertical attacks backswing is extremely short that you can make a theoretically double vertical attack followed by a long-range dodge. Likewise, other melee weapon can be used long-range dodge immediately following one vertical attack to achieve the free attack. However, because the greatsword has an almost unbreakable stone form, the above method is unnecessary for a greatsword hero. The free attack has its simple and practical advantages, but it also has some disadvantages. It needs to use dodge frequently, which makes the energy consumption vast. It will also extend the combat, which gives you the possibility of getting third-partied by another enemy or having your enemy get reinforcements. There is no such trick that can beat every single player, only those who can gain insight on the battlefield situation and make flexible adjustments and become the true chosen ones of Morris Isle.
Beautiful horizon scenes there in Shanghai. Not quite as beautiful as what we've got on the horizon though. Game number 3 of our bi-weekly finals coming right up in no time at all. We've seen some interesting stuff here in the first 2 games so far. The projected best big dogs of the finals have not really shown up, to be honest. Xin, Spider, and Shah, all of them relatively low scoring, although Shah was able to redeem himself a little bit in game number 2. Runemate, what are you expecting in game number 3? Are you expecting all of that to change, or just expecting more of the unexpected?
Look, in game 3, I'm really hoping we see a bigger spread of heroes across the board. I'm hoping Panda Man brings out Tarka. I'm hoping Dao Yue brings out Tarka. I'm hoping that we get to see some Yoda Hime. I would say I'm hoping we're to see some Justina, but I mean, we saw way too much in game 1 already. I would love to see a Wu Chen locked in as well. We've seen a couple people lock that in. Even a Takeda would be nice to come in and see, but time's gonna tell as we get ready to move forward and jump into the hero selection for the day. Who's going to play what and how it's going to pan out here in game number 3. I want to keep seeing that scoreboard shaken up though. I'm really enjoying the fact that it's not just kind of like a shutout for our top 3 here, that a lot of these players clearly have come to play today, and off the back of some very simple mistakes we've seen coming out from some of our top players, they are more than happy to capitalize on those mistakes and go, hey, y'all can't forget about us just because we're not the 3 big all-stars here. We still come out to perform. There's a reason we're here in the Pro League. We are the best of the best. So you can't come out and sleep today like some of these players feel like they are. And again, you know, taking a look at WBG Spider, we talk about him a lot today, but again, in game number 1, you're talking about the parry god, as people like to call him. He dies both times off of the back of a parry. He's not a player who gets parried very often. So, and you know, his first particular fight where he gets parried out as well, he signals it a lot. Again, if you hold that charged left click on those dual blades, it's kind of easy to catch somebody out the first time because you don't see the blue charge. And unless you immediately recognize the animation, it's kind of like, okay. But if you continue to do it on repeat, he did it 3 times and then finally gets parried on the 3rd attempt. It's really your own fault. You can continue to signal, hey, I'm just gonna run this at you until I hit you with it. It becomes so parryable, and that's exactly what happens and how he gets eliminated. And as a pro level player, you know better than to signal your intentions. There's a lot of mind games that go on in these sort of 1v1s that we see, and it's all about trying to bait your opponent into making a mistake based on things that you're doing. Whereas we saw WBG Spider actually just kind of give the read to his opponent, let them get the parry, and eliminate him off the rip.
How about this? Okay, how about this? This is what Spider was thinking, yeah? So you're charging, going for a bluff, but you don't actually bluff. It's a double bluff. but then it's a triple buff for the third time, but actually your opponent's just like reading your triple bluff and is like, I see your triple bluff and raise you my Galaxy Giga Brain, and I'm just going to assume you don't know what you're doing and treat you like an Iron 4 player, and bam, Spider gets parried. I honestly though, like you say, it's odd. I generally feel like, because it is so unlike what you would expect to see out of a pro player, just like spamming the same move over and over again, it's so telegraphed, that he just thought he'd get away with it. Either way, before we get on to game number 3, we have a cheeky little video for you, but we'll be back very soon with our next game.
有3点吧。第一点就是心态上面的，容易着急，容易心乱。第二点的话就是整体的对本局的一个思路，包括整体的运营容易乱掉，就是把大概的思路明白了之后呢，一到比赛就慌了啊。第3点就是紧张，就是虽然打这么多场比赛吧，但是第1、第2把的时候难免会有点紧张。我觉得 Spider 吧，因为他各方面都是一个很顶尖的一个选手，有很多他有很多东西值得我去学习。
Jux here telling us a little bit about how he's been approaching these games, and in the end there telling us a little bit about how he feels going into Spider and the nervousness he has, because he considers Spider to be one of the top players here in every single aspect. Unfortunately, not really carrying over much into today's game. I know Spider's not happy about that performance, and Alliance's Jux actually one of those players we see coming in doing very well, and we're going to see 4 Yodohimes locked in off of the rip here. And are we going to see consistently what we've seen throughout the day? Again, 4 Yodohimes locked in across the board. KZ's Panda Man also bringing in the Yodohime. Is it going to be an all Yodohime game? I think that's kind of the question at this point. It's I think the players might have us in their ear, Fox, and they're just doing this to mess with us personally. They're like, look, man, they gotta give it to the casters here today, but we're gonna have a 16 Yodohime game locked in.
What on earth is happening today? We had 15 Justinas in game 1, 16 Zippings in game 2, and now 16 Yotos in game number 3. The diversity of the champion picks here is non-existent. Ridiculous stuff. At least, though, I will say, it's far more entertaining to watch 16 Yotos go at it than 16 Zippings. So I expect there'll be more action in this one, especially early on, if players can find those early jumps and make those plays. I do find like Yodohime is much more about those aggressive plays. Sure, you have the F ability to kind of create that area where you're able to get a little bit of a reset for you, that sort of impassable zone for you, but in Yoto mirror matchups it's not as impressive, because you can just respond with your own F ability and knock the opponent out of there. So not even going to have as much of use in that one, as we're already starting off though with Panda Man versus Kaibao. Kaibao looking to get his first kill of the day. Panda Man, oh goodness gracious me, Kaibao, when it rains it pours. It looked like it was all going his way, but Panda Man just turns it around and demolishes him for our first kill of game 3.
Yeah, Panda Man playing that very well there. He actually baits the parry out and then overholds the charge on the left click for the katana there, and as soon as he sees the parry dying down, releases to go and pick up the kill there. Very unfortunate, because Kaibao thought he read the parry timing correct, but you can actually hold that charge just a little bit longer, and that's exactly what Panda Man does there, as we now turn our attention to EWG's Yiran going head-to-head with GD's Donkwing. Many people rocking that summertime Yodohime outfit there. Gonna use the F3 aggressively here to go in onto Donkwing, then walk back to it and pick themselves up a pot here. We are still, a patch behind here, so we do still have the 5-second Yodo Hime F3, not the 3.5 seconds. So plenty of time for Yiran to actually use it aggressively and then step back and pick a pot up here. Donkwing going very, very low, trying to follow up with the grapple combo, actually able to land it, but Yiran in the face of it just turns around with the left click, is able to get enough damage out to secure the elimination. Over to KZ's Pandaman, picking up a massive parry onto AOW Zhang. Zhang goes extremely low off the back of this, is just trying to get away. Finds an armor swap into a mostly destroyed white armor, and unfortunately Pandaman just continues to press this and is able to pick up the elimination, but needs to be careful as YKC shows up. Pandaman forced to drop the F3. Badass Huangfly also waiting nearby. Pandaman with most of a reset. YKC also now fully reset, but it looks like all attention turned on to Pandaman, or it was, till Huangfly takes a huge vertical hit from the longsword. A lot of damage coming out. Zhang coming back in, looking to pick up some scraps, is able to pick up their previous blue armor, but is now being chased by YKC, who's looking to turn their attention onto a potential elimination.
Great start here for Pandaman, who had a bit of a disappointing game number 2. Our first player eliminated in that game. 0 kills, and this time around off to a roaring start here. 2 kills out of the 3 that have gone down so far. Good aggressive start here to game number 3. Yoto versus Yoto is a very much more action-packed fight to watch than the zipping mirror matchups we had in game number 2, so expect some more action coming through as well. Reki here, the man on your screen, the POV that we're focusing on with that purple armor and purple weapon up against Ego, trying to slap him down. It's a little bit even right now, however, but that's a good read, or is it? Reki gets knocked down and forced to pop the ulti. It's answered by Ego's own ultimate, and as we often see in these Yoto mirror matchups, whoever pops the ulti first is the one who falls themselves a foul. We'll see if that's ringing true here, as Reki actually looking like he can just shoot Ego from afar, doesn't even need to dedicate to that one. Some good shots coming through, and deja vu, if I've seen this before, Spider and Shah going at it with a very similar situation. Both of those Yoto ultis being popped through, so much damage coming through. Spider comes out on top, Shah struggling with a blinking health bar, having to reset as best he can, but he's not going to be able to get an armor swap or anything of the like, or he gets a bit of a regen on it though. Spider going for the aggressive re-engage, does get the damage down on Shah, and the parry king, able to slap down Shah.
Yeah, WBG Spider with his first parry of the day, finally coming through, picking up an elimination here in game number 2, or sorry, game number 3. Hopefully he's going to be able to continue that level of aggression, because he certainly needs to have a very, very good game here in game number 3 if he wants to do anything today. Xu Zhang coming in with his F3, trying to cancel out Jux's F3 with his own, but unfortunately throws it at just too steep of an angle to make it happen. So he's going to go for a reset here before looking to re-engage onto Jux. We're going to see Badass Huangfly going airborne here, and it's the Yodo on Yodo Hime ult once again. These 2 players just duking it out. Pandaman not able to get a hold of Huangfly. Huangfly going to use that crouch in midair to drop to the ground faster, to just kind of create space. So Pandaman can't use the ultimate to get that final hit off on him, and it's going to keep Huangfly alive here, but he needs to be careful as he's very low, and Pandaman and YKC both giving a chase. Huangfly just trying to get somebody else low. And it's Pandaman who does go low, but not low enough that YKC is willing to turn their attention away from Huangfly. As a 3rd player shows up for this, Pandaman able to get a reset in the face of multiple of these players continuing to give the chase to Huangfly. And Huangfly just can't find a way out. He can't break line of sight. He's going to get carried here, going to be forced to pop the F3. He's got 1 HP in a dream. The ult comes down. There's no place for Huangfly to go. He can't even reset into his F3 because of the ultimate coming up. It's going to be YKC who finally puts in the work and is able to pick up the elimination.
1 HP in a dream looked way more like a nightmare to me, being surrounded by 3 players, all of them gunning for you. It is YKC that comes out with the elimination at the end with a nicely placed Yoto ultimate. As Spider and Shah coming in for round number 2. It was Spider who came out on top of this one before, chasing Shah into the zone, just trying to bring him down, bring him low. As a reminder, if Shah goes down here, if he dies, he's out. He's donezo. And Spider will pick up his second elimination of the game. And not only that, but also take away one of his biggest competition in Shah. Shah is not long for this world. He is going to fall down. That is Spider picking him up and eliminating Shah from the lobby. An amazing start here for Spider, and for Shah, certainly not what he's looking for after having a pretty good game number 2. Coming in second place is our first player eliminated here in game number 3.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate for GG Shah there. Spider feeling good, though, able to pick up 2 eliminations, and it looks like he's able to overcome that mental coming into game number 3 here, as Yiran goes very, very low. Doesn't quite have the pots to keep up with Dunkwing, who's opting for the resets in their face. Gonna go ahead and ult here. Dunkwing just trying to tap dodge out of the way here, as we see bow shots coming in from downtown as well. Yiran able to pick up the elimination, but he's gonna go very, very low. Luring King comes in with an F3 to throw him out of his own F3, and Yiran, no ult, no F3 available, doesn't have the heals he wants, was just barely able to pick up the Soul Bloom off of the other body here, has not had the opportunity to loot any of those resources. Lureng misses the grapple, though, and Yiran might have been able to create enough distance to keep himself alive here, but needs to be very careful as Baldos Wonkfly waiting in the wings, and Yiran is very, very low. The Bell up top, Yiran is going to be spotted out by the Bell now as well. Needs to get a reset off very quickly before these players descend on him and end his hopes and dreams of walking away with a big game number 3.
Good escape there, though, from Yiran, able to survive not only his chaser and Luren King, but also potential third party from Hongfly. Very nice for him. Yiran's been very consistent for us. We were talking about if there's no one really popping off in today's games, which so far we've not seen. It has only been 2 games, but still, so far that is the current trend. Then Yiran is in a perfect position to just quietly take the huge advantage as these games progress. You can see he is sitting in first place and relatively comfortably as well. A 4.5 point lead against number 2 in Zhang Yu, and Yiran hasn't been MVP in any of our games. He's just been more consistent than everyone else so far, and as you can see, it's certainly paying off for him. Already sitting on 2 kills in this game as well. Kaiba now looking for his first one. Zhang gonna pop the ulti. Will he be able to use it to escape? He's getting shot by Reki. Reki is very good at stealing away these kills with the ranged weapons. Does have that pistol, looking to try and make it happen, but instead goes for the reloaders. Kaibao, no, as we mentioned, still looking for his first kill of the day here in game number 3, coming in as our 16th rated player and sitting on 2 goose eggs in game number 1 and 2. At this point, you have to think maybe it's just a pride thing for him, but he's still got to try and do something if he does want to make the comeback happen and finish in a spot where he can get some of that money. The way it's not going to be happening just yet, as Pandaman now finds himself the victim of our number 1 player here in Yiran, who's just going for the chase, going for the grapples with that purple weapon, seeing if he can make it happen. Pandaman a little worse for wear on this one. Is going to miss the grapple, though. There might be enough to buy enough distance. Pandaman to survive, but Yiran's not had enough for this. He's going to keep chasing. He's going to keep going into it. Pandaman has to make a big play to survive this one. Is he going to be able to do it? It's a good amount of damage coming through onto Yiran. And he's got the flamer as well. That's a great turnaround from Pandaman. Now Yiran's the one on the back foot. It's going to come down to a big parry. I can feel it as Pandaman pops the ulti. He's getting shot in the side of the head, though. Oh my goodness, there's a third party coming in from Ego. Pandaman just trying to chase this one through, trying to pick up the kill that he worked so hard to get, but it's not going to happen, and instead it is the third party of Ego throwing a few ranged attacks through, and now with the nunchucks bashing Pandaman around the top of his head. But my goodness, he's turning this one around as well, as Yiran now has managed to reset and rejuvenated his armor and his health, and he's turning it back on the Pandaman, saying, you want to chase me, buddy? We're not having that. I'm chasing you. How the turns have tabled. Getting a few good pistol shots in here as well, and now it's Ego coming through for that third party. Pandaman's in a lot of trouble. I don't know if he's going to be able to survive this one. He's trying his best through the F ability, but at the end of the day, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Not quite sure if he'll be able to walk away from this one as challenger number 4 approaches Chu Sheng from downtown, and Shang Yu as well. My goodness, it's a party here. It's all happening in game number 3.
Yeah, Panda Man here able to walk away from this as multiple third and fourth parties show up. They are very nearby where the Moors Blessing is, so a lot of these players probably were waiting for that Moors to come down here, secure themselves that purple armor, but it looks like many of them are going to opt to back out of this fight after seeing just how many players are nearby. Again, Yiron still sitting at the top of the order here with 2 eliminations as well, as Ventus's Rexy, KZ's Pandaman, Luren King, and WBG Spider all with 2 eliminations under their belt here in game number 3. We're going to see how things pan out as this Moors Blessing gets ready to come into play. Somebody going to be dropping a Bane's Breath down, trying to secure it, but it looks like it's going to be AOW Zhang who comes in with the F3, trying to secure some loot from here. Hasn't been able to get anything yet as the grapples continue to come out on him, and he's just not able to get in there, pick up any purple armor or anything that he really wants out of the box. GBL's in, gonna go very low off the back of the Zhang, gonna come back in, finally able to get that purple armor he was after here. A couple of bow shots come out, but Zhang more than happy to just walk this out with that purple armor under his belt here. Now we're going to turn to Wolves. Kaibao picking up an elimination onto 17 Jail's Ego, going head to head with EWG's Yiron. Yiron able to secure the Soul Bloom Essence off of the body though, and Kaibao more than happy to back away off of that. He picked up the elimination. He doesn't want to risk taking a fight without cooldowns or anything like that, though his F does now come right back up off of cooldown. Yiron gonna be able to pick up some much needed loot off of the body, and Wolves gonna be able to pick up his first elimination of the day.
Good stuff for Kaibao. The comeback starts here. That first kill for him in game number 3. You can see he's now sitting in 15th place instead of 16. It ain't much, but it's something. It's a little bit of a climb up there. He's sitting on 5.8 points, but of course you're gonna need way more than that if you want to push into the money spots here today in these bi-weekly finals. Generally speaking, the people who've come first today do so with around 10 points. So if Kaibao is able to come out first in 1 or 2 games here, suddenly you're finding yourself in a maybe top 3 position. I mean, it's something, and we're being optimistic here, but he's trying, and it's a good start here for him getting that kill. Pretty low kill total lobby so far in general here, actually, in game number 3. No one eclipsing that 2 kill mark, and that's shared by 5 different players. YKC looking like he might be in a bit of a pickle against Luren King as he gets caught a little bit greedy. Looking over those epic soul jades there, is going to find himself chased down. And now we can see on the minimap there's a lot of fighting towards the center of the map. Zhang and Kaibao are going at it as well, but they're going to be collapsed on by Panda Man, Yeran, Spider, and Jux, all looking to see what's happening here. It's like that meme from The Simpsons with the monkey fighting, and everyone's just waiting to see what happens between Shang and Kaibao, and waiting for them to go in to the third party. Not everyone's deciding to go for it though. Chu Sheng has joined in on this one, but Spider-Man, Zhang Yu, and Jin all are going to be backing off. Not too much happening now as we approach that 9-minute mark left of this game. Everyone just coming through for those posts with the ranged weapons, but this Moors Blessing might distract some people. Zhang, I believe, got a drive-by legendary armor pickup there. He'll be certainly very happy about that one. And now he's got that advantage over everyone else. He's just going to be slapping them about with those nunchucks as the circle is closing in. And Yeran actually finding himself in a lot of trouble. Zhang on the chase, as is pretty much everyone else in the lobby. Reki as well. Jux coming through here. Zin and Zhang Yu. Yeran desperately trying to get that reset and try and get some armor. Keep himself alive for a little bit longer here. Mr. Consistent might just find himself falling out really early on here in game number 3. He's in a lot of trouble. Can he escape? Can he get out? It's looking very unlikely as he returns to the scene of the crime. Manages to get an armor swap, but it's not enough, and Yeran is eliminated. He's done. He's out of the game, and Zhang Yu, our previous winner, also looking like he might share the same fate as he is eliminated by Kaibao, excuse me. That's his second kill. Holy moly, we just had a drop of flies. Panda Man went as well. Ooh, this lobby is suddenly being cut a lot, very, very thin within a very short amount of time.
Yeah, that's what we typically see coming into a lobby like this. Yoda's very, very aggressive coming here. The Flame Breath putting in a lot of work through those F3s as well. And unfortunately, Yiron there, you know, he's able to get back to the box, able to pick up an armor swap, but the Flame Breath from Panda Man able to lock it down. And then YKC returns the favor on to Panda Man and eliminates Panda Man from the lobby. And then Kaibao picking up the elimination on to Zhang Yu. Baoda Swankfly over here forced to pop. The ultimate is going very, very low, is also on fire. Is this going to fall to Alliance's Jux? With that Flame Breath, is going to see Zhang Yu fall another position as Reki moves up into second place just off the back of placement alone. Those scores very, very tight. Kaibao more than happy with the situation in life now, no longer in the very bottom of the barrel, able to put some points up on the board. WBG Spider getting caught out by AOW Zhang here. The F3s dueling each other, but a Zhang who's able to just hold on to control of the situation. Spider looking into the box for an armor swap. He's going to find that armor swap as Zhang more than happy just go and blitz straight through that as well, as we see some pistol shots coming down from downtown. And I do believe that is Ventus's Reki looking to pick up a cheeky range skill, as we often see Reki do. We're also going to see the rest of the lobby coming through. Spider forced to swap into that white armor. Drops the F3, but it actually gets caught on the wall. The Flame Breath comes out. There's no place for Spider to go here, as everybody in the lobby gives chase. Spider, with no F3 left available whatsoever, is in the corner, forced to cancel the pot off as well. Is going to go into the zone now, looking to get this off, but that zone tick putting in absolute work. He does have, I do believe, advanced heal, is able to get a shield pot off for the white armor, but Zhang more than happy to come in. That F3 buying him a little bit more protection this time, but Zhang's own F3 comes out, puts Spider low. Once again here in the lobby, Spider walking in to another player's F3 here, goes airborne. Spider just holding on for dear life, goes behind this into the zone. That zone tick doing a lot of damage. Spider also now on fire. If he goes into the zone, that's going to be it, and it's going to be AOW Zhang with the pistol, who's able to pick up the elimination on Spider, and we're going to see Spider go out early once again, fallen all the way from 3rd place to 9th place here in game number 3.
And this could have been a huge opportunity for Spider to bring it back here, with most of the top side of this lobby already falling out in this game. But no, it's not going to happen. He is going to fall, as is Zhang, and Jux picks up that kill, his 2nd kill of the game. We saw in the interview in the pre-game with Jux how he said he still gets very anxious in games number 1 and 2, and it takes those first 2 games for him to really settle down and find his footing. And you can certainly see that it's somewhat coming true here in game number 3, picking up 2 kills and looking like he's well poised for a sexy finish here, as we've only got 4.5 minutes left in game number 3. Everyone in the lobby has a kill except for Zin, would you believe it, who came into today with a number ranked spot and has fallen really far down here. I think he's, I believe, around 10th, that said he was. 11th even. Not good stuff here for Zin, really struggling, although to be fair, that's just in this game here. I think it's 10th overall and 11th right now in this one. Zin trying to get to that last circle and try and pick up some kills. He's certainly done that before, okay? We can't write him out just yet. He could get a relatively high finish here. Would not be completely out of Zin's book here if he was able to pick up some kills as this circle gets even smaller. There's not a lot of time left though. The circle already is pretty tiny. We have 7 players left, among them some of our struggling players in YKC, Jux, and Kaibao. All these players looking to turn around their fortunes here at that halfway point of our finals. Game number 3 right now. So much to play for. We've had a lot of low-scoring finals, low-scoring games here. That means that there's a lot of ground to cover, and it's easy peasy lemon squeezy if you can just have that one pop-off game. Chu Sheng is hiding around in this building here, trying to find some range poke. Not a lot of dedications to a fight right now. There's nothing to do. But my goodness, is that going to change within the next minute or so? It's all going to kick off. It's all going to be hairy, and those Yota Hime ultimates are going to come through. It's going to be 6 Yota ults all at the same time. We're not going to be able to see what's happening. That's my prediction, at least. And whoever blinks first will lose. That's the way it goes with these Yoto ultimates.
Yeah, very typically. Yeah, as I say, very typically, it's whoever goes first is going to be eliminated first. Because as soon as you lose that hyper armor, if there's another Yodohime ulting in the lobby, it's going to do a significant amount of damage. And when the zone's completely collapsed, you don't really have any place to hide, right? It's very hard to keep your cool in the face of those ultimates and wait till the very end. You just have to hope your tap dodge is good enough when there's multiple Yodohime ultimates going off. That is a very, very tall order for some of these players. But we are, like you said, down to our top 7 players of the lobby. Zone 6 will now be collapsed on to Zone 7 as it comes up 7-7-7 here. 7 players alive, 7 Zone 7, and hopefully 7 kills coming out from somebody here in the lobby as we see Kaibao trying to lock down some of these players with the Flame Breath. Looks like they're actually going to pick up their 3rd elimination of the lobby and move into that 1st place onto YKC. This could be the game that Kaibao needs to bring himself much, much higher up in the standings. We're down to top 6 now. This is where the placement points get very, very good. This is where those multipliers get very, very good. And Kaibao currently in 1st place. Alliance's Jux just trying to hold the little space he's got here underneath this hut before it goes away. There's only 20 seconds until this final zone collapses, and there's no place left to hide for all of these players, and they're just trying to hold on with their ultimates for as long as possible, because like we said, you do not want to be the one who blinks first. Xu Zhang here with the stone form is going to let it rip. Unfortunately, the terrain going to buy Xin just a little bit of respite there from that horizontal left click of the stone form as it catches up on the rock, and Xin able to go ever so slightly above it. Xin trying to lock down onto Kaibao, but Kaibao keeping it moving here with that dagger. More than happy to hold on to the blue dagger here in the final circle just for the thanks of the movement. We see the Flame Breath coming out from Kaibao as well, trying to lock down some big damage. Xin going to be on the receiving end of that. Wolves trying to find a reset there in the F3. Here we go. The first Yodohime ultimate of the lobby is coming out, and unfortunately it's coming out from Wolves. Kaibao, now Ventus' Reki also forced to send theirs as well. GBL Xin going to go down to JDG's Xu Zhang and the zone. Reki trying to lock down to many of these players. Wolves, unfortunately, is going to go down. Reki, it's all coming up. Ventus' Reki going to put a ton of kills under the board, but is it going to be JDG's Xu Zhang? Who comes out on top? Wait!
Not what you expected there, was it, Rune? Xu Zhang coming out as the winner of the final part of that one. I think I'll have to watch. We'll have to get a replay on that one. We have to get the VAR and see what happened there. But Xu Zhang able to clutch it out in the final moments of that circle. Xin was not able to do any of those last circle heroics that we thought he might be able to do, and actually did get eliminated ridiculously early as well. But good stuff overall for Kaibao, specifically from Wolves, and as you were mentioning in your expectations of Reki able to make some plays as well. Yeah, it was Reki as you said. There it is. All right, you're redeemed.
I was going to be very confused because that kill feed came up Reki. I'm like, whoa, what's going on? Okay, the question is was I right? Does Reki walk away with 7 eliminations this lobby? That's going to be the question. I think he gets 6. I think he had 2, picked up 4. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to quite walk away with the 7, but man, that kill feed went absolutely nuts there in the end for Ventus' Reki. He was just able to make it happen. Super unfortunate for Wolves Kaibao. He got in a situation where he was forced to be the first Yoda to ult. And unfortunately, he was in that situation where if he didn't ult, he just got eliminated there. So he had to try to make it happen. And like we said, if you're forced to blink first, unfortunately, into a lobby full of Yodohimes, you are going to be the one who goes out there. But man, what a game. Game number 3 here, actually bringing quite a bit of heat, some really good chases, some really good fights. Panaman had quite a few moments where it looked like he was kind of on the back foot and then was able to make some comeback plays, pick up some eliminations. Unfortunately, he does go out a little bit earlier than he would have liked to off the back of chasing an elimination just a little bit harder than he probably should have, but still put some points up on the board. Gotta love it for KZ's Panaman, and a lot of these players left alive here in the end, players who desperately needed to have some good games.
Yeah, for sure. Like as you mentioned, Kaibal being the biggest one for that. I think now you got to think, okay, so who is our favorite as we move forward now? It's halfway through the day here, third game being completed. And because our top three, our big three in Xin, Shah, and Spider really haven't done anything all day. Shah had that 1 second place finish, but aside from that, there's not been anything really from anything special from these guys at all. We're gonna have to. We're looking at the eventuality that we're gonna, you know, they're not our top three today. They probably won't be finishing in our top three. Like when it's one game, that's one game. When it's two games, it's like okay, but still only two games. Once you get to the third game and it's still happening, you have to wonder. Actually, at this point, do we just crown someone else as our supreme players of the day? Maybe we'll be able to get a feature on them next time we're in these bi-weekly finals, and we'll curse them into non-existence as well. But Reki, very happy to be able to pick all that one up again. It's just a clutch final circle. We see that a lot. Your ability to really pull it out in the final circle is always really important. I'm really curious to see actually this moment between the game finishing and before we see the scores is the most tantalizing moment for me, because I'm just like, I want to see what happened. What are the scores looking like? Because I do think Reki actually is, you know, I think he'll be the highest points that we've seen today from that game. Had a decent amount of kills, and he was, I believe, the second one left standing, so should have high position as well.
Yeah, I mean, he had a really, really good game here in the end. And what's funny is Ventus's Reki is one of those players that generally what happens is they get to final circle with a lot of points already because they've kind of like snatched kills out from other players. It's only going to be 5 eliminations. Okay, I thought it was more eliminations than that. He comes out in third place, still with a 9.5 game. Not a bad game for him. Alliance's Juck's going to be walking away with 3 eliminations. Taking second place is going to walk away with a 7.8, and Xu Zheng with 2 going out in first, going to be walking away with a 7.2 off the back of those ranking points. Very, very good games. Wolves Kaibao not far behind with 6 points under his belt. A much better game for him than we've seen all day. But unfortunately, the likes of our big three all the way towards the bottom again. GBL is in with a single placement point. GG Shah with no points under the belt, and WBG Spider with only 2.9 points under their belt again as they continue to fall further and further in those standings. It all comes up Ventus's Reki though, who's not somebody who's known for popping off in these final circles. Again, he's very much known for getting to these final circles with a lot of kills under his belt, specifically kills that he tends to pop away from people with range shots, whether it be a musket or a bow or a pistol, able to come in and clutch it out in this final circle here on Yodohime and have a very, very good game 3. He walks away with 5 eliminations, 17,000 damage, 10,000 of that damage coming from melee weapons, most of it coming out from his dagger at the end of the day. Reki's got to be very happy about his performance here.
Reki says, let your narratives be damned. I'm coming through and I'm smashing people with my melee weapons and I'm making it all happen. Good stuff there, good performance by him, and he has been doing very well today. I was a bit surprised. I thought he'd be scoring a bit higher. He got 9.5 points. I thought we'd be looking like 12 or 13 to be honest, but still, I mean, again, no individual has consistently been running away from it. I think, you know, with Yeran underperforming in game number 3 as well, that was his first kind of bit disappointing game in that one. I think Xu Zheng though, keep your eyes on him because he actually is surprisingly, maybe sneakily making his way up there. Very similar to what he's done in the past when he was the winner overall of the bi-weekly finals. He had some decent performances and then won like 2 back-to-back or something like that and came out on top. So always keep your eyes on Xu Zheng. He did very well. But yeah, big shout outs honestly for me to Jux, Kaibao, I guess to an extent Luren King and YKC as well. These are guys who are really struggling, really struggling coming into game number 3, easily sitting at the bottom half of our standings here, and finishing, you know, within that top 5, doing really good stuff, getting some points under their belt, and with that confidence, maybe they can go into game number 4 and actually pull something out there as well. Because as a reminder, game number 4 is on the Morris Isle as well. It's the only game here where you're not swapping between maps. From map 1 to map 2, you're swapping. From map 2 to 3, you're swapping. From 4 to 5 and 5 to 6 you're swapping as well. So if you are looking to build up some momentum and get that consistency, this is the game to do it. So for people like Jux, for people like Kaibao, they're hoping to be able to continue that in our next game.
Oh, absolutely. And I think we kind of have a new top three emerging here in EWG's Yiran, in Ventus's Reki, and JDG's Chu Zhang, kind of just moving up. And it's that word that chat hates when I use, but it's the consistency coming out from these players and then having some good games here. I mean, Ventus's Reki, to be fair, wasn't that far down. I think he was in, what, 6th place coming into today. He was having a fairly decent week. And then off of today, and then off the back of a very good game for him here, I think he might just edge out EWG's Yiran in the total standings after game number 3 and be 1 to 2 points ahead of him. Yiran probably around that 2nd place, and I think Chu Zhang is in 3rd if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see when we get to take a look at the overall leaderboards, but we're not heading there just yet. It's been very interesting day thus far from all of these players. Holoroth was a much slower game than we're used to seeing here in the NBPL. 16Z pings was, I don't want to say shocking, but definitely not what we were hoping to see coming out of game number 2. Game number 1 completely flipped the script of today. We were expecting our 3 all-star players to come in and at least put points on the board, much less you know, have good performances, and unfortunately they didn't. But we're gonna throw it to Jaeger real quick, who's ready with an interview before we come back and lock in for our 4th game of the day.
Hello everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And here is 叶然 and let him say hello to our audience. Hello 叶然，先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 EWG 的叶兰。
好的，再次欢迎你来到我们的采访间。So first of all, congratulations, you have very good performance today. And today, like game 3, because we saw a lot of Yoto, and because there's a lot of Yoto, so it's maybe hard for everyone to get the Moral's blessing. So for how to get the Moral's blessing, do you have any skill you can share with us? 那首先今天的表现其实到目前为止非常的不错，也希望接下来继续保持。那第3把的时候，我们看到因为有很多的妖刀机，然后所以在抢飓风课上面，其实大家就会变得非常的难。那在相同英雄一起去抢飓风课这方面，自己有没有什么技巧和心得可以跟我们分享？
因为飓风课里面那个喷火筒比较强力的一个武器嘛，然后就尽量能抢的话肯定要去抢的，然后就是旁边如果人不多的话，可以自己尝试立马上去用盘子交个盘子挡远程，然后快速的把那个指甲跟喷火筒给毛下来。如果毛不下来的话，建议是赶快拉走，要不然会被远程集火杀的。
好的。So actually at the Moral's Blessing, we have the Flamebringer, and it's a really important ranged weapon in the solo game. So if we can, so as best as I can, I still want to get the purple armor or golden armor and the Flamebringer. So my skill is to put the Yodo skill at the Moral's Blessing to like avoid the ranged weapon damage from other opponent, and if there too much opponent is already there and I can't like get the Moral's blessing, so my advice is just run because it's too dangerous for everyone. Okay, so also we saw that when we are using the dagger, so we can like fly in the sky using the tree or using the grappling hook really long time. So is there any combo? 那我们其实在用匕首这个武器的时候啊，经常看到大家的滞空时间会比其他武器要长很多很多。那这一点上面自己有没有什么连招技巧？
基本上是要靠钩子吧，钩子也要有一点的，然后就是钩子勾到旁边，如果有树的话，勾到树上，取消钩子，然后用左滑步蓄力，进行一次滞空，然后再用钩子跳跃打断啥的，这样子来滞空吧。
好的。So for my skill, I think we have to hold a lot of grappling hook at that time. And meanwhile, just use the grappling hook and cancel it when flying in the sky. And then use the shift and the charge for the left click, and then use the grappling hook again and cancel. Just repeat this combo and you can fly in the sky really long time and avoid a lot of damage from the other opponent. Okay, so also because in game 2 we see a lot of 紫平点 and what do you think the advantage for this hero? 那其实第2把的时候我们也看到很多的紫平嘛，特别想问一下，对于这个英雄为什么大家都会很喜欢去用它，然后它的优势在哪里呢？
因为子平比较容易上手一点嘛，然后他的 F 跟 V 技能的话是一个很高的一个容错吧，
对，
就不仅有那个续命术保命，然后呢也能回血啥的，特别是 F 掏个盾之后能一直用钩索跟别人拉开距离，然后会加强选手的打架能力吧，就尽量就是用刀去解决对面。
好的。So for Ziping, I think its advantage is like she can contain a lot of mistakes for our players. Like we can use the skills of Ziping and also and also with the grappling hook together, cooperate together, so we can like survive so long times. And also because Ziping have he is strong in how to survive, so it also can contain a lot of mistakes for players, and we can just keep the distance and fight one-on-one, so it's very fit to us. 好的，谢谢，再次感谢叶然接受我们今天的采访，再次恭喜你 ，Thank you 叶然 for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times. Oh, rise 1,000 times. Oh, see, my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears with healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop because I'm the phoenix.
Rise 1,000 times.
I've fallen and rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I would choose another. My tears with healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop because I'm reviving.
From the ashes, from the brokenness, whoa, and all the pain. They can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. They can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I still see my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet with sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder. Not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers. Just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix.
I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder. Not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers. Just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder. Not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers. Just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm the phoenix. I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder. Not like I would choose another. My tears need healing powers. Just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm reviving.
Rise 1,000 times. From the ashes.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen, Naraka fans? Welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2 bi-weekly final, our third bi-weekly final of Season 2. We're going to take a look at the overall standings thus far here for our solos. WBG Spider dropping all the way down from 3rd place to 9th place off the back of 3 fairly unimpressive games for a very, very dominant player.
Look, who's 12th. You see that?
Yeah,
That's a big name that shouldn't be down there. He was first place, bro. First place, and now he's in 12th. 0, 2.2, and 1. Utterly underwhelming and thoroughly disappointing for a player of Zin's caliber, especially when he did come in here with he had like a 10-point just lead, just 10 points just added to his name just because of where he finished before coming into these finals. So very disappointing for him. He is not going to be happy. Reki here, though, is going to be our number 1. As you mentioned, Reki Yerang and Chu Sheng are our 1, 2, 3 now. Is quite interesting, though, with the way that these games have been going. Reki dropping a fat goose egg in game number 2, but good enough from game 1 and game 3. That latter giving him the MVP. But he is able to sit at the top of our standings right there. Really isn't, you know, at this point, because this is a relatively low scoring lobby right here. Just in general, we've seen these players not necessarily pick up a huge amount of points. Anything can happen and anything can change. Like, you see Reki himself in first place has laid a big fat goose egg in one of his games. If he does that again, you know, then someone who's like Spider gets 9 points, he's first place. You know, it's as simple as that. You know, like it's anything can happen here. Like, the standings really mean nothing at this point. Like, literally, like, I genuinely will have no indication as to how this day will end up. You're certainly not out of it if you're in that bottom half just yet. Yes, you have played 3 games. We are halfway through the day, but honestly, legit, like, it's such a huge spread of who's getting these points that you just have 1 or 2 pop-off games and you're easily finding yourself back up the top.
Oh, absolutely. Things are very, very tight here in our bi-weekly finals. You know, Kai Bao able to move a couple of positions here from the very, very bottom of the list. Put a decent point game on the board. Not as big a game as he was hoping to have in game number 3, but a lot of these players able to come back and really, you know, have some good games, like Alliance's Jugs, who had 2 goose egg games, able to put up a 7.8, moves all the way up to 10th place. AOW Zhang not having the game he wanted here, but across the board, a lot of 0-point games for many of these players here. It's almost like a curse where everybody's kind of walking away with a 0-point game here today. 2 players, however, have managed not to walk away with 0-point games, and it's going to be EWG's Yuran and JDG's Chu Zhang, and that consistency of putting something on the board has been enough to keep them in consideration for the top 3 currently. That said, they can't rest on their laurels because it is a very, very tight scoreboard, and they need to come into every single game and put something up and potentially have one pop-off game to carry them into that first place position. Many of these other players, though, are going to start getting hungry because we are at the halfway point. We're 3 games deep here in our 6 games for the solo finals. And man, if you're down in those bottom 8 right now, you've got to come into these last 3 games and off the rip be looking for blood.
Yes, absolutely. It's all to play for as well. You know, you have like one good scoring game, you get a lot of points, you're sorted, and you'll easily find yourself at the top, as I mentioned before. Panda Man, the guy on your screen, I want to see him rip out the Tarka, man. We know he likes to play it, and he did play it in game number 1. I wonder if that's because of his anticipation of all the Justinas, and it's a fairly good hero into those characters, or whether or not he just fancied it because he is Panda Man. But this is, you know, he's had some good shows as well, but not consistent enough to really find ourselves in the top positions. Yeran, as you can see, number 2 overall, has been relatively consistent outside of game number 3. Honestly, it just all comes down to the fact that, like, essentially everyone in this lobby has had at least one good game and then one really awful game. Like, I don't think there's anyone who's been very consistent across all 3 of the games, unless you're talking about, unfortunately, someone like Zin, who's been consistently horrible. Like, he's had like 0.1.2 point. Like, it's just not been good. And I hate to harp on the man, but he comes in as our best player, you know, previous world champion as well, and was absolutely dominant when we were watching him qualifying for these bi-weekly finals. Just really hasn't shown anything yet. He's going to want to turn that around of our last 3 games of the day here. He's running out of time to do so, definitely, though it's not all over for him. He could easily, you know, just not easily, but it is possible for him to be able to reclaim his crown there. It just won't be, well, he's not made it easy for himself for sure.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. You know, a lot of these players seem to be struggling today. Nbpl Zin, like you said, one of those players who generally is a very consistently good player, has been a very consistently poor player today. But before we get ready to jump into game number 4, we've got a short video for you guys, and then we're going to come right back and jump straight into the action.
就对于大家说我只打最后一把，怎么说呢？其实不是啊，就是前面没打好，然后很菜，很多抉择啊什么的失误很多，但只是就是最后一把，因为你肯定不可能摆烂嘛，就是说你就烂了，然后就一直烂到底，那我觉得不应该是这样的，所以最后一把的话还是就有想着策略，所以把就是关键的英雄嘛留到最后一把，然后试一下能不能翻盘，就赌一把嘛，相当于就是我可能会就是稍微拿一把，就是用顾清寒或者用其他英雄去打火罗国，但是目前而言就是成绩都不好，就是表现都非常的差，因为火罗国大家就都选因子屏，这已经是成一个固化的思想了，所以目前来说，我可能会多尝试一下火罗国去玩其他英雄吧。
No, don't say that. Don't say that, Kaibao. Don't say that you've been struggling on Justina and Holoroth. We don't want to hear it. We want to hear that you're doing well and that you're going to keep picking them. To be fair, he did kind of save it with that last statement, saying that he's going to keep trying some other heroes. That's what we want to see. We do not want to see 16 zippings knocking about the map. We have one more Holoroth game to come here today. It's not going to be this one, though. This is staying with our old faithful here on the Morris Isle. Don Quing, the man on your screen right now, if I had any, I mean, I can see the data sources from the Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2 by Week 3, but what the hell is going on in that pie chart? I have no idea, but, oh, it's weapons, it's weapons. It's his weapon preferences. Aha! Pictures! We love pictures. When words don't do good, pictures do good instead. Excellent. You can see he's a big fan of those ranged weapons, prioritizing the crossbow and the bow alongside the flamer. Brilliant. So I'm glad we translated that one in the end.
Yeah, you know, Don Quing, the man, the myth, the legend here, in Season 1, the only player who played every single solos and every single trios game for his team. You're really talking about somebody who comes in and puts in the grind. Once again, doing the same thing here in season 2, but a little rougher on Donkwing this season, and you can see it in his performance. As coming into season 2 here, he's been made the shot caller for the team in trios, and trios really kind of playing around Donkwing as their core player here, and it's made things a little bit more rough for him, and his performance has suffered just a little bit because of it. It's going to be interesting to see if he's able to bounce back from that for the rest of the season, or if maybe they make some changes in the trios so he's not putting in quite so much work for the team, because playing it day in and day out every single game has got to be pretty tiring for any of these players who are playing both solos and trios. And man, a ton of Yoda Hime locks coming in across the board here. Even KZ's Panda Man. Are we going to see another 16 Yoda Hime game? There's no way, right?
Maybe it might be happening. I'm taking this considering the one after is probably going to be 16 zippings. It is 16 Yoto. What? Why are we not seeing any diversification in these heroes today? Is there something I've missed? Is something going on, or what's happening? Why is it always the same champion in these games?
I have no idea what's going on in terms of these players not really picking different heroes. We've always seen there's going to be a more popular hero depending on the map, depending on kind of where the landing zones and stuff are. But generally, we do see some hero diversity coming out, but today clearly not. It's almost like there's been some sort of gentleman's agreement here between all of the players to just lock down the same hero and made the best Yodo player win, or the best Justina player win, or in terms of Hollerith, made the best Z-Ping win. But we're going to find out if we get another action-packed game here for game number 4, considering last game was very action-filled with a lobby full of Yoda Himes.
I wonder if Panda Man's going to lose his McFlurry privileges for not picking Justina in game number 1 and breaking the gentleman's agreement. But as is tradition, we're going to start with game 4 here with our game 3 MVP on your screen. It is Reki able to bring out the W in the previous game. Now chasing onto Jox, who actually had a good game himself. I believe he was the second place player. A good start with that parry, but nothing's going to come of it. Just going to be chilling out instead. As a reminder, we have 16 Yohimes in this game here, so it's not too bad as far as the aggressions go. It could certainly be worse. I think the Justinas and the Zippings are slightly more safe characters, slightly more characters that you pick in order to just deny action from happening, as the Yoto's much more on the other side of things. Spider now, the man that you're seeing on your screen, coming into today with high expectations, looking like he could be the one to bring it all down. And there it is, another parry from Spider. We saw his first parry in the last game, and we do know him as the parry king. Wasn't able to do it in game number 1 and game number 2, but he starts game 4 in the same way that he started game 3. He's going to pick up our first kill of the game.
Yeah, good job coming out there from Spider, able to put in a parry and an elimination here. EWG's Yiran now going head-to-head with GG Shaw. Yiran, a player that needs to kind of have another pretty decent game here. Struggled just a little bit into game 3 and lost that first place position to the likes of Ventus's Rexy, who had a very, very good game. Wow, we're going to see GBL's in here kind of getting bounced back and forth between those F3s, taking quite a little bit of damage, and Zhang able to get away and get a full reset. But Xin still hungry to give chase here and does not want to give up the elimination, turning out to Ventus's Rexy, going head-to-head with JDG's Chu Zhang, our first and third place players respectively. The F3 comes out from Chu Zhang. Reki going to follow it up with his own F3 to get him out of the F3. Chu Zhang is just trying to keep it on the move, walks into the charge, left click from the dagger of Reki. Reki now in control of the situation, needs to lock down Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang looking for an armor swap, but hasn't quite found one yet. Now moving back into this position, hoping that F3 comes off cooldown before Reki can lock him down here. Reki just trying to keep that momentum going, is able to come in with the dagger. Will the F3 be off cooldown? It doesn't look like it's going to be, and Reki going to be able to secure his first elimination here in game number 4.
Well played there by Reki. A good chase onto Chu Sheng. 2 of our top 3 players here so far in these bi-weekly finals. Chusheng off to a slow start, though. That's not very good for him. He's now going to be playing a little bit passive, a little bit scared, as he has lost that revival. His next death will be his last one, and he will be eliminated if he's not careful. So careful he shall be, as Reki, Luren King, and Spider now making up the top fraggers of our game here so far. Obviously, very, very early days. Only 3 kills in total. And we expect that to climb as this game progresses. That's not a very obvious thing to say, but it's true. We will get some more kills. Zhang now the man on your screen. AW Zhang has had some relatively decent performances today. Game number 2 was his peak, his apex so far. Trying to continue that, as with most players that we've seen actually in today, is a little bit odd. The fact that most of them have had at least 1 good game, but certainly not 3 good or consistent games. Consistency is something that has not happened so far today. I don't believe there's anyone really that's been able to perform consistently and to have that upside to their game. You've got to keep your eyes on, though, in this one here, as we're maybe setting the stakes for game 4. There are 3 players that came into today with high expectations and have not been performing. That is Shah, Xin, and Spider. These guys have to turn it around. Specifically Xin, who's found himself like 1 kill, I believe. He's not been able to do anything essentially today. He's really, really struggled, and he wants to turn his fortunes around here in game number 4. If he doesn't want to come out with, honestly, an embarrassing result coming through the day, starting in first place with those bonus points because of his performances coming into the bi-weekly finals, he needs to pick something up, though. And that is Shang Yu, we saw, by the way, eliminated Dunzo from this game. He is out of there. Our previous MVP from, I believe it was game number 2, is that first person eliminated here. Just nothing happening, and he's going to be happy to be going back to Holoroth, where he was able to get the MVP, which we will have in our next game.
Yeah, turning your attention now to Alliance's Jux, who's on the run from GBL Zin and GD's Don Quang. Gonna throw the F3 up, but Don Quang gonna use his F3 to send him flying. Really, though, just giving an advantage to GBL Zin here, if you think about it. Trying to come in and lock it down. Jux gonna land a massive parry onto Don Quang. Now Don Quang goes very low, and he actually panic ults here, which is really unfortunate because the attention hadn't quite turned to him yet. Gonna be forced to end the ult early, as now all attention on him. But it looks like Jux is going to opt to stop giving chase. Kaibao comes over the edge here and is extremely low, and GBL Zin finds him. Now Jux sees it as well, coming in, and the F3 comes out, and Alliance's Jux going to be able to pick up the elimination onto Wolves' Kaibao. Very unfortunate for Kaibao. He was being chased by another player, comes over the edge there and walks into 2 hungry players who just let another player escape. They were not going to let Kaibao get away from that situation. GG Shah now giving chase, looking to lock a player down, is going to catch them with the grappling hook, goes for the charged uppercut, isn't able to find it, just trying to get out of this hole here so he can make something happen on a Huangfly. Huangfly drops back down, giving a little the old 1-2 going back and forth here, so it's hard to lock him down into one place. Over to Ventus's Rexy, who's going ult for ult with the likes of AOW Zhang. Zhang gonna take the opportunity when the F3 comes out to just go ahead and reset, tries to land the grapple to get Reki out of the F3, not able to find it, and then Reki able to find a parry onto Zhang. Zhang going very, very low. That Storm Stride coming in extremely useful here for Reki. Reki just gonna reset in the face of Zhang while Zhang stands in the F3. No grapple able to get Zhang out, but Reki looking to turn this back around after a full and complete reset. Zhang coming in with the dual blades, able to put in work onto Reki. Reki catching the charged uppercut off of the dagger there, doing quite a bit of damage. The F3 comes out, and they are going to opt for the reset instead of giving chase to Zhang here. They do not want to risk it this early into the game. Now over to EWG's Yiran, who catches a massive parry onto KZ's Panda Man.
Panda Man here looking to get the kill down onto Yeran. It's Yeran who pops the ultimate first, and Panda Man who follows shortly after. As is often the case in these situations, it's the Yoto who ults first who's the one that's going to go down. We'll see if it comes true in this one here too. Yeran and very, very low. Panda Man, though, not exactly healthy himself. Is going to counter Yeran's F with his own F. Looks like it's not quite enough, though, actually. Yeran's going to get off some heals, going to get off the regen on the armor as well. And we're back to basics here. We're back to square one. Both of these players got that full reset. They're actually just now going to leave each other alone. Not deciding to go for that one just yet, in case there is the risk of that third party. Although we know there is no one around, these two players don't know that, as we swap instead to a bit more action-packed areas here where there are a few players around. We got Spider, we got Jux, we got Chu Sheng, we got Shang, we got Reki, all fighting within the area of this building here, trying to bring someone down, trying to see if you can get those early kills. We've only had 4 kills so far in game number 4. A very, very slow game as Chu Sheng is looking to change that. With a lot of hurt coming down onto Shang. Also some range poke as well. Reki doing Reki things. Trying to get some poke and maybe even steal a kill away from someone trying to poach that one down. It doesn't matter if you do all the damage. If you can't get that last hit, you're not going to get that kill. And that's where those ranged weapons come in clutch.
Yeah, AOW Zhang able to get away here. It takes a little bit of a reset. That Stormstride also coming in handy for them here. Looking now to KZ's Pandaman going head-to-head with GD's Dong Quing. Pandaman with the bounty onto Dong Quing. Dong Quing already with one, I do believe, has been eliminated once early this game. So if he goes down here, it's not going to end well for him here, as he's not been able to pick up any eliminations this game. And Dong Quing needs to have a good game here in game number 4. Everybody coming in looking to try to play that aggressive game, pick up those eliminations, but also trying to play very defensively. This is a very different game compared to our last Yodohime game. We were down quite a few players going into Zone 2. I do believe we were down to 12 players. We've only had 1 complete elimination here. 6 kills on the board total. We see Dong Quing come up top, just holding this area here. It looks like he has Abyssal Aura, if I'm not mistaken there, for the dagger, so he can just continue to throw that out if somebody tries to come up and threaten that space. Funnily enough, that climbing animation, when you actually are on the lip and you try to climb up, you can't actually cancel into parry in any way, shape, or form. So Blue's able to hold that edge very strong, and with that Abyssal Aura, you can continue to throw it out on repeat. So it's very hard for somebody to come up and threaten that space against you in a 1v1 situation here in solo. Zhang says the hack with your F3. I'm just gonna pop the ult immediately and try to go in for the kill. Ego, though, with an ult of their own now, turning things around. As Zhang forced to just go ahead and throw that out. Ego forced to end the ult early, steps into the zone, and that's going to be it, as AOW Zhang's able to pick up the elimination. And I do believe Ego still has a resurrection here, because we're not quite collapsed down onto Zone 3 fully. So Ego going to get sent back to the Soul Altar as they are able to pick up elimination, but AOW Zhang now the one in trouble. And they need to be careful. I'm not sure if Zhang has a resurrection available left or not yet. They do, and in those situations, sometimes it's better to just go ahead and get eliminated now instead of being chased into the circle and then getting eliminated just after Zone 3 collapses, and then all of a sudden you don't have your resurrection. But it looks like they were able to get away and find an advantageous situation for the reset, so they don't have to give somebody the elimination in this particular instance. Over to Badass Swangfly here. A lot of players up here by this tower with the Ballista as we enter everyone's favorite Ballista watch. Alliance's Jux just deleting Dong Quing from the lobby with the use of that Ballista. You know, Dong Quing went topside there to try to hold that, and against the 1v1 would have been able to do so, but so many players come and descend here on to Ballista watch, makes it very hard. He goes off the side, and Alliance's Jux utilizes that to be able to pick up the elimination. Reki looking to find somebody here as well. Is going to catch the edge there onto Yiran. Yiran not wanting to give up the chase, though. Reki is just going to go ahead and give that space as he sees that Morris Blessing come up, and he wants to go try to contest it, but a little too late to the party there, I do believe. Looks like somebody's probably already picked up that purple armor and any other goodies that are waiting. Lurang topside now on the Ballista, looking to try to pop on to somebody, but it's very hard with this particular angle down the cliff here to actually catch anybody out. And most of these players know that, and that's why they're sticking right where they are. Pandaman going to catch some hits here onto EWG's Yiran before Yiran finds a little bit of space to get a reset on the edge of the Spain's Breath.
11 minutes left to go in this game, and still only 2 eliminations, which I find quite surprising. As you mentioned earlier, it is very different from the previous Yoto match that we had here in game number 3, which was way more aggressive early on. But still, as this game progresses, we will see those numbers dwindle down. I think at this point, though, the players might be feeling a little bit scared to a certain extent. You know, you're running out of opportunities to finish high and to have good games, and essentially you're running out of opportunities to be allowed to have bad games. No one wants to be that guy. And so we've only got 3 games left, over halfway through here of our day in these bi-weekly solos finals. Game number 4 here on the Morosal. Next game will be on Polaroff before we come back here for our final game. Very hot spot to be right now, though, is this Ballista Tower. King of the Castle is what we're playing, and this is the issue. You can get to the top of it and control the Ballista, you're in a good spot. If you're not, then you're just trying to hide around, honestly. Like, there's no real sense in trying to massively contest the top side of that tower. It's a little bit tricky to do. Instead of just hiding around. The Ballista can't get you from underneath it anyway. You're safe and all's Gucci. Unlike YKC is absolutely not Gucci. He is brought low. Zhang able to bully him down, and that's him done. He is eliminated. Our third player, Dunzo, here as Spider now comes through, looking for some action of his own, trying to pick up his second elimination today. Spider really trying to turn things around. We keep having high expectations for this guy, and we talk about him all the time, constantly. Spider, 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 but there's a reason for it, because he's such a good player. And it's not just us to estimate this guy. We saw that interview with Jux. He said Spider's probably the best all-round player here in all of the areas of the game. To see him struggling in the way that he has today really isn't doing justice to what this guy can do. And we're seeing now, though, he is trying still to bring down Shang and getting some good hits off with the ulti. Exceptionally low now. This could just be his kill, but Ego is in the area looking to steal it away. Who's going to pick it up? Is it going to be Spider or Ego? Zhang is just dancing around. Ego is going to get grabbed down. Can Zhang reset in the circle? The circle is going to knock him out, but it is going to be Spider who gets the kill. Ego, unfortunately for him, comes up empty-handed. Spider doubling his kill total there for this game, sitting pretty at number 2.
Yeah, Spider's got to be super happy about that, especially because he lost track of him, and unfortunately he just wasn't able to get the pot off in time, and because Spider had hit him recently, he was the one able to secure that kill. Spider kind of living the dream off the back of what feels like a free elimination for him here. EWG's Yiran down below looking to pick up some of this loot here. Their F3 blocking a little bit of that space, clearly knocking some of these players off as they reset to try to find some space of their own. Just taking a look at the overall leaderboard here, Reki has already gone out this game with only 1 elimination under his belt. Yiran, though, the closest to being able to come back and take first place from Reki with 0 eliminations, as well as JD's Chu Zhang, 0 eliminations under their belt. WBG Spider able to move up from 9th place to 7th place off the back of a couple of eliminations, but only by 0.7 points here. As you see, 9th place GG Shot is only 0.7 points behind, but Bao Swankfly also only 0.2 points ahead. A very, very tight leaderboard across the entirety of today, as many of these games very low kill games. Game 4 here also much slower than Game 3, as we are Zone 4 getting ready to collapse onto Zone 5 as we speak. 10 players still left alive. Spider looking to find that next elimination here as he gives chase onto Bao Swankfly, but still far less aggression than we're used from Spider. Spider usually, if somebody walks onto the middle of the screen, he just does not stop the hunt until he has no other option. But Spider here playing much more passively today. And I think it's proving to serve that Spider does not do well in these passive types of situations, right? His aggression and changing the tempo of the lobby is what generally serves him well. And unfortunately, when he can't do that, when he's a little afraid to do that, as it were, not able to perform into these top players the same way, whereas some of these other players perform very well into that, the likes of GBL Zin, who's unfortunately not having a good day either, EWG's Yiran, who's almost like you said, up to this point has kind of been GBL Zin light, But now coming out on top and just playing much more consistently today, able to hold on to that second place. JDG's Chu Zhang, one of those players that kind of adapts well to any play style. He's generally well in an aggressive lobby, and he's generally well in a passive lobby as well, able to put points on the board. And Ventus's Reki, who's been eliminated this game, coming out and showing us that he's not quite just a kill-stealing machine. He's able to clutch out those final circles as well as he did last game, and was able to put quite a significant number of points on the board. We are all the way collapsed onto Zone 5. We'll be moving on to Zone 6 in the next 35 seconds with 10 players still left alive.
I think everyone's allergic to being consistent today. You know, Reki has had 2 10-point games, and now this will be his second, essentially, 0-point game. I know he's got a kill, but still ridiculously low scoring types. You know, we've had Shang Yu as well, was an MVP, and now he's gone out with 0 points. Wolves Kaibao last game, YKC, they were in the top 5, and now they're out early too. It's just like, it's so crazy. Today we usually have at least, you know, like 2 or 3 players that are able to put up consistent performances, and so far today it's just not happened. And the juxtaposition, it's not just, you know, the inconsistency of sometimes they finish top 3 and other times they're like 5th or 6th. It's like all or nothing. They either come top 3 or they just get 0 points. It's really, really strange, but it does mean that if you are towards the bottom side of the leaderboard, it's not going to take a huge amount for you to climb towards the top, because the overall score totals are relatively low. As you can see, if you're someone like Lu Ren King, Huangfly, even if you've had some bad games, you have one good game, you get 10 points, and suddenly, easy peasy lemon squeezy, you can find yourself in that top spot. As Huangfly, as I mentioned, is able to get a kill. That is an elimination onto Jux. He is out of there, and he was a kill leader for this game too, so he's not going to be particularly happy about going out so early. Going to miss out on that multiplier for his kills. That's some points wasted for him, but still 3 points is something. It's not too bad. As he mentioned, he gets nerves in those first 2 games. Really takes him to that 3rd game to warm up, and coming in 2nd in the 3rd game, and still 3 points here in game number 4. It's something. We've seen a lot worse out of these players. The circle now, though, very, very small, and this is a really interesting position right now as we're going to get these fights happening. It's like there's 2 layers here. It's like some kind of Naraka bloodthirsty cake. On the bottom layer, you're going to have the sponge, and where all of the icing and the jam just seeks into it, which normally is where you want to be because that's the yummy part. But at the top, that's where you've got the decorations and all of the nice yummy icing. And to be honest, when you are a Naraka player, that's where you want to be. You want to have that high ground. It's a lot easier to stay safe up there. It's a lot easier to find yourself not the victim of any range shots or getting ganked and jumped on and stuff like that. So the likes of Pandaman, Shah, Lu Ren King, very happy to just keep this area while they can, although it may look like it's actually going more towards the bottom side than the top side. Pandaman, by the way, has legendary armor and weapons. Like, this guy is well kitted out for this final circle. We still have 9 players, and there is no space here at all. 2 minutes left into the game. That circle is getting tiny. We're going to have this cliff edge, the top side, the bottom side, the trees. My goodness, there is just not enough space for all these players here, and certainly we're going to get some culling happening soon. Who is going to be the first one to fall down? It looks like maybe, just maybe, I can see some people flying around in the air looking like they might get caught out of position, but so far no one's starting anything. You're gonna have to start something soon, man. You got 1.5 minutes left to go. Still almost 10 players left. That is absolutely ridiculous. There is not enough room for you, all of you here. We have reached capacity. Some of you are gonna have to exit the building, and rather swiftly at that. Who's going to be the first one to go down? Yeran's getting a little bit low as well, just going for that reset, sitting on the cliff edge, able to do so. The legendary man, Panda Man, right there, doing some kicks in the air. Just all swinging around. Oh, I can't believe no one's even starting the fight just now, but there it is. Yeran gets a good chunk of damage onto Panda Man. Whoever bleeds first will get collapsed on by the rest of the lobby, and there are lots of people to collapse. Panda Man able to get some reset here. is able to regen some of that armor. I'm honestly, why? There it is! Yaran might look like he's going down. I can't believe it's taken this long for someone to actually go down here. Finally, someone has been thinned out of the herd. 45 seconds left, and it is Yaran falling down. Not a single kill to his name either. Rune, mate, take it away. This one's going to be crazy. There's going to be so many fights here. I don't think we can keep up.
Look, somebody's going to have to come in and play Fire Marshal here because, like you said, far too many players left alive here. As Zone 7 collapses down to a pillar, and that pillar literally on the vertical side of this cliff. There's no flat ground for these players to play on. It's all going to come down to who uses their Yodohime ultimate when, and it looks like we're going to see the first one starting to come out. It's going to be absolute insanity to keep track of here, but it looks like Panda Man picks up a kill onto 17 Jail's Ego. We're going to see now Luren King onto Hong Fly. We're going to see Sha pick up one onto Chu Zhang Zing. Onto, oh my God, there's so many kills coming up. I can't even tell what just happened. It was just a pile of Yodohime ultimates coming out in the end. Too many players left alive, but maybe it's WBG Spider. Spider finally able to make something happen here in game 4. But the question is how many eliminations did he get? Because that feed looked like a different player. Every other kill popping up on the board. Spider maybe with a 3 elimination first place finish, and I don't think that's going to be enough for him to move very far in the standings. He might have moved up to 5th place, but coming into the day, he was in 3rd place, and he has not performed very well. This is a very low kill game for somebody like WBG Spider, who holds the current most kill record for first place finish, which is 10 eliminations in solo, the only double-digit finish we've seen in all of the Nbpl Season 1 or Season 2. He's got to be happy he's walking away first place here, but he is not going to be happy about that being the case on such a weak performance here into the game. Very weak performance for everybody in general, unfortunately. A very low kill game considering how many Yodohimes were in this lobby.
And how many times have we said that? Honestly, no one is running away from this at all. Like, it's so ridiculous how everyone is just so well evenly matched here today. Even now that game 4 is finished, we can't clearly say that any one player is really running away with it or even taking the lead. Sure, Spider's able to come out on top on that one, but as you say, I can't imagine he's going to get a lot of points, and I can't imagine there's a big difference between 1st and like 4th or 5th. That final circle was absolutely hectic. That is something that's quite fun though, when you do get Yoto matches, Yoto lobbies like that one. The final circle almost always goes down like that, where you've got like 5 or 6 different players and they all pop the ultimate at the same time, and then they're all in the storm and you have no idea what's happening. You just have to try and follow the kill feed down in the bottom corner of your screen. Spider able to come out on top of that one though at the end of the day, but still I have to imagine like this is still going to be a ridiculously close leaderboard. And game 5 and 6, I can't believe we're coming up to the final 2 games of the day, and I still have no idea who's going to come out on top. And there's a good like 10 players, I would say, still that could take that first spot.
Oh, absolutely. Look, this is a very, very tight day. Nobody's played consistently. Nobody has come out and really separated themselves from the pack either, and just had like a hugely explosive game. I think the most kills we've seen all day has been 6, and those 6 kills were finished in, I think, 4th. They didn't even come close to that first place finish, unfortunately. And every other, I think we've seen 5 in a first place finish was the most kills that we've seen locked down for a first place finish today. And it's not a lot of points. And you know, again, I don't even think somebody's broken 30 points for the day yet. And considering how these bi-weekly finals usually go, that's pretty drastic, especially considering you had players like GBL Zin who came into the day with 10.4 points under their belt to start with. So the fact that he's not been able to put 20 points together in 4 games is kind of huge. Most of these players struggling to really find any sort of ground and break away from the pack. Spider, again, walks away MVP this time, but like you said, I think this is going to be a super tight leaderboard, and clear it is 7.8 points, a 3-point elimination game with a 2nd place finish. Panda Man with his 2 eliminations in first place takes a 7.2, so only 0.6 behind Spider. OUG's Luren King walks away with a 5.7, a 3.6, 3.6, 3.5, 3.1. Super tight leaderboard. That's again, crazy. Nobody really running away with it today.
honestly, it's so insane. Like 3 points in 8th place and 3.6 in 4th place. Like so low scoring across the board. Like there's no standout player. And when this happens, especially when the players who are coming out on top is different every single lobby, it's impossible. Like, the overall leaderboards are just mental. Like Spider was what, like 9th or 10th, maybe even, yeah, I think he was 9th coming into this game now. Panda Man was doing fairly poorly. Luring King, I think, was maybe like 6th or so. But you know, like the Jux and Hornfly, these players weren't doing very well. Ego wasn't doing very well either, and they're finishing relatively high, getting some points here too. Reki, our previous MVP, did not do well. Zhang Yu, our previous MVP, did not do well. Yeran, who was 2nd overall, 0.5. It's ridiculous. It's honestly just insane. And none of these players can find their form. None of these players can find that consistency. And if nothing else, like, we're going into Holoroth in the next game. And if it's going to be anything like the first game, where everyone's just playing zipping, then it's impossible to really tell who is going to take that one as well. As if it wasn't hard enough, by the way, obviously, just with how today's gone. The way that those heroes play, there's not really a huge amount of skill expression. You're just kind of just chilling out a little bit and just waiting for the final circle to really pick up the majority of your points. And there he is, Spider Man himself. Not too bad in the damage stats, honestly, overall right there, but still, nothing special at all. Nothing too special for Spider's standards. And yeah, far from that 10 kill first place that he set his record with only 3, which is probably one of, if not the lowest that we've seen here today.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, also, if you look at this here, 17,000 damage, we got to talk about something here, which is a player's full health when you have purple shield and standard health is 2,000 HP, right? It's 500 for each little bar of the shield, and you've got 1,000 for your HP bar as well. So every 2,000 points of damage you're doing, realistically, you should be averaging about 1 elimination. So off of a 17,000 point game here, we should see a lot more eliminations coming out from the like of WBG Spider. And we saw that little chart at the beginning of today that really showed that Spider has been struggling throughout this particular week to put eliminations up on the board versus the amount of damage that he's been doing. And that shows here in this game. This is an MVP game that Spider's looking at right now going, what am I doing? This is not me. This is not the WBG Spider that I've been putting the show on for. You know, we've seen him do a 20,000 game and pick up 8 eliminations, almost, you know, perfectly the amount of damage that he's dealing, turning into an elimination for, you know, that amount of damage. Whereas here, you know, 17,003 eliminations, he put out a lot of damage for very, very little return at the end of the day here. And almost honestly, it comes down to just the fact that he pumped out enough damage to hold on to 2nd place finish here. Everybody really with 2 to 3 eliminations in this final circle just kind of popping off, and a very low elimination for a Yodohime game. I think personally here at the end of the day, this kind of stacking meta where we're seeing 16 Yodohimes, 16 Z-Pings, 15 Justinas is starting to affect the mental of some of these players. They're not used to seeing, you know, everybody playing the exact same hero, and it's coming through and making it where it's hard for them to pump out the same number of numbers that they usually are, or keep that level of aggression that we're used to seeing. And even players like KZ's Panda Man, who's been a fan favorite because he always comes in and picks that Tarka G. We saw the 1 Tarka come out from him in the Justina lobby today. And then from there, he's just kind of matched pace with everybody else. It's almost as if some of these players feel like they're forced into some of these hero selections currently. And I think it's starting to affect them.
Yeah, I wonder how much the pressure as well of this being the bi-weekly finals is making them conform, because no one wants to be the guy who chooses something a little bit unique and it will go tits up, and then, you know, they lose out on the money when, oh, I should just pick Yota, I should just pick zipping like everyone else is doing. Because it does seem like there is a meta right now that is arguably, you know, like the optimal way to play. And, you know, I'm sure with time you'll figure out counter strategies for it. But right now, you know, especially when it is the bi-weekly finals, like this is kind of like the end point right here for this particular point of the regular season here in Naraka in the Nbpl. Like you don't want to mess this up, right? So it's I don't know if that is actually the case, if people are genuinely just feeling that pressure and wanting to just pick the champions that they think, you know, are just what they should be playing. But I would love to see a little bit more differences here. And I know we're coming on to Holoroth next, and I know that probably means everyone's going to be playing Zipping. But please, we did see that interview. Coming into game number into this game, it's game number 4. I think it was Kaiba had that interview, right? And he said that he's planned some things. He wants to play some different things. Please, just do it. Please do it. I don't want to see 16 Zippings going at it again because there's not a lot of it going on. It's just a lot of chilling, and that's kind of sleepy.
Yeah, you know, it's really unfortunate because Naraka Bladepoint has always been one of those esports where it's really a spectator sport, right? It's super interesting to watch. The action's always coming, and everybody gets to enjoy just that insanity and that aggression. And Zping kind of bringing it back from that, kind of slowing things down dramatically, not only for the players but for the viewers as well, has been something of an unwelcome change here for Naraka. So I know, just like everybody else in chat, if we see anybody lock in a Takeda or a Justina or anything different from Zping coming into this next game, we're all hands going to be on deck rooting for them to come together and put together a big game, because we would love to see somebody absolutely crush the Zping army that we've seen so often here in Holoroth. And man, what a spectacle that would be for our 5th game of the day, because consistency has not been the word of the day for once, as every one of these players has struggled to put something up on the board. And it's such a tight leaderboard right now between all these players. I mean, even when we took a look at the leaderboard mid-game last game, there were like 8 players in the middle of that leaderboard that were all like either 17 or like 17.9, all the way in between those stats. 8 players just separated by less than a point. But we're gonna find out what's gonna happen and where those hero selects come in as we're getting ready to take a break. I'm gonna throw some stuff on the boat. I'm gonna paddle this across. Me and Foxdrop are gonna see you guys on Holoroth in just a couple of minutes.
Now, seeing where they were coming from, decides to block the exit! Body blocking all of them with the Viper ultimate so that the Yoto can come through and hit everything!
Trying to see if he can find it, but sadly ends up finding an elimination, and sadly it's his name attached to it, as Daoshi is going to be able to back out of this. As Daoshi immediately pops, that Terracotta Warrior is going to be able to keep that same aggression as 40, getting caught in a corner of a Yoda-Hime. Definitely something you definitely don't want to be in the middle of, as Binchu is going to claim the elimination off of 40. in this tight little space. I mean, there's so much space to be around. How they're going to be able to rotate and get these eliminations. Senzi trying to hold it off. Nice little block coming in as NiHQ immediately. He's going to be able to pop that right click from that, and Nai is going to be able to find it, gets the res off another, and immediately gets another second. Xiao struggling to try to hold it and maybe trying to claim the elimination here. As they are going to be able to hold the heal. Sanzi is going to be able to get the beautiful parry. Immediately reses on one of the players. Claims the elimination. This could be a massive 1v1. The spear here misses it second time. Is going to be able to hit it for each side here. Waiting for the opportunity is 13 Xiao. WBG is going to be able to clutch it up for his teammates and plays it. Oh, and it's able to juggle it. Able to juggle it. Picks up Sleepwalker. Picks up Jin.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen, and Naraka fans? Welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2. We're in our third bi-weekly final. We're 4 games deep of our 6 games here and finals, and nobody has been able to establish any sort of foothold or separate themselves from the pack. It is a very, very tight overall leaderboard. I'm, of course, your host and your caster, the Runekeeper. Joining me today is my co-host and caster, Foxdrop. And man, what an underwhelming game 4 that really was, especially considering it was all Yodohime's.
I know, man, I know. I was expecting a lot of aggression when we saw literally 16 Yotos coming through, but it wasn't the case. At least, when that final circle approached and there was like 10 people still alive and there was no space left, we got to see everyone popping their Yota ultimates at the same time. Absolutely killed my ears with all the screaming that was going on. But it was a lot of fun to watch. Those moments are always fun. But we are moving away from Morrisars onto Holoroth for this game, so I don't think we'll see 16 Yotos again, at least not for this map, but I really hope we don't see 16 Zippings instead. That does tend to lead to relatively boring games. Zin, there's probably... You look so confused. Bro, it's just a fist bump with the cameraman. He's like, it was like deep in his own little world right there. The cameraman's knocking him out of it. Zin is Zin's got to find something, man. We've got 2 games left. He's not been able to do anything today. He came into today with his the #1 ranked player, and certainly someone that a lot of expectations for, and really struggled today. I don't even know if it's possible for him anymore to breach into the top 3, let alone take that top spot. But if anyone can do it, it will be someone like Zin. He's obviously very good. There's a reason why he came into today as that first ranked champion. And yeah, we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, we're gonna throw it to a short video before we come back, and we're gonna jump straight into the action with game number 5.
没有啊，我只是觉得，就职业选手跟职业选手之间也是有差距的。然后我就是那个369等的9等，所以说我觉得我既然有这种优势，我为什么不去杀他们呢？这也是为什么我敢去打，然后的话也能拿分，就这样子。如果说我感觉他们都很强的话，我就不会这样打了。就是我觉得他们不是很强，我才会这样打。就是最出名的就那个蜘蛛侠嘛，就最近比较风头火热的蜘蛛侠，我承认他确实是属于是也算是一个很强的一个选手，但是我还是有把握能杀他的，因为第一天的时候跟他碰过几次，虽然说没有直接性的造成互相的击杀，但还是能打。我觉得调整好状态的话，我觉得应该影响不了什么吧，因为说实话那些人都打得太熟了，都太熟了，就是就算没有打比赛，平时天人还是很经常交手， 所以周决我也感觉其实也没什么压力，就进行的就是释放自己的打法就好了。
Zhang telling us how he feels coming into the bi-weekly final here. Talking about he doesn't really feel like there's any pressure on him as long as he continues to play the way he wants to play. But unfortunately, nobody's really been playing the way they wanted to play here today, as everyone has struggled to find their footing. Not what we expect out of the Nbpl, much less a bi-weekly final. You know, we're getting ready to head over to Holoroth, like you mentioned earlier there as well, Fox. And hopefully it's not going to be 16 Z-Pings as we get ready to look at the hero drops here. And I'm going to tell you what, anybody who picks non-Z-Ping, even if they walk away with a 0-point game, they win in my heart, Fox. They win in my heart. And sometimes that's the win that matters more.
Of course, it's all about the moral victories. They should get bonus points for not picking Z-Ping. There should be like a point modifier, almost like a handicap, you know, like you have in golf or something like that. And if you pick Z-Ping, I'm sorry, you're just eliminated. You're done. It's all out of it. You're not just eliminated. They unplug your PC. There it is. Oh my goodness! Thank goodness, Kaibao, you legend, you've taken the Takeda. That's actually quite an interesting one as well. I mean, that's not only is it not Z-Ping, but that's the champion we've not seen all day today. Zhang with the Takeda as well. This is actually one of those heroes that I expected to see a bit more of in Holoroth, because when Holoroth first came out, we saw a lot of Takeda, especially in trios. I know solo and trios are different, but a very popular hero that kind of just fallen out of the meta, honestly, as it goes on here. Okay, well, we didn't want 16 Z-Pings, instead we got 14 Z-Pings. Yeah, I mean... Okay, so what is it? Kaibao and Zhang, right? These are the guys we're rooting for here. The two Takedas. Can they bring home the bacon and save us from this lobby here? I'm curious to see how their playstyle differs, if at all, because it's kind of hard when there's only 2 players that are playing different heroes to really influence the tempo of the game. But hey, it is still possible. Spider now, the man running around on your screen, the previous winner of game number 4, in a somewhat decent position. You can see here in 5th overall. There's nothing in it, honestly. Between 8th and 1st, they're all on 20 points, within the 20-point range. Like, that is just one game difference. It's absolutely nutty. Like, I have no idea how today is going to go at all. We only have 2 games left to find out as well. I've got a feeling game number 6 is going to be very spicy, but it all starts here before we even get to game number 6. Of course, with game number 5. 5 comes before 6, and Yeran, who had a poor showing in the previous game, half a point to his name. Xin, who's had a really disappointing day overall as well. They're going at it, trying to claim victory over one another, but it's YKC with that third party. This is why everyone's so afraid to take these early fights here in Naraka, because you can just get third party easy peasy. Yeran, though, has got the reset and is now looking for his kill onto Xin. Will he be able to pick it up, or will it be YKC, or will it just be the reset? Zin's trying his hardest, gets a little heal off, is going to get a bit of armor coming through as well. Nothing's happening there, as you saw in the picture-in-picture. Spider was able to win his early fight against Reki. Reki being our number 1 place player, and Spider being our momentum-based player as well. That's a huge kill for him. We'll see if he snowballs that and continues to bring down the pain on this lobby.
Yeah, look at this too, by the way. WBG Spider picks up 1 elimination, 1 point separating him from 5th to now being in 3rd place. That's how tight this lobby is right now. As we turn our attention to Wolves, Kaibao using that ultimate to go ahead and lock down WBG Spider here. Gonna back off a little bit to take a reset, which is kind of risky considering he's playing into the Z-Ping here. And Z-Ping just can pop that F2 and reset. Kaibao backing off, doesn't have too much left on his ultimate, so it's going to be hard for him to come in and lock this down. He also misses 1 hit from that ultimate coming out. He's only got 1 use of the ultimate. No, he still has 2.
Spider.
I do apologize. Spider getting blitzed down by those dual blades. Wolves, Kaibao able to pick up an elimination, and now Spider going to be sent back to the Soul Altar. Loses a position and drops down to 4th place. Now our attention turning over to Baldos, Wongfly, and GD's Don Queen going head-to-head. Wongfly put in work with those nunchucks, both of them with the F2. So Huangfly forced to continue to use those charged blue strikes coming out from the nunchucks, though. Now, neither of them with the F2. The question is who's going to be able to make it happen here. Huangfly going to pop their ultimate as well. No resources left for either of these players. They just need to go head-to-head and play it out. As we see bow shots coming down, Don Quing trying to get picked off by another player, and Huangfly doesn't want to allow it to happen as he's trying to grapple on, but misses the opportunity. AOW Zhang comes over from the top here. Our other to slide in and pick up the elimination onto Don Quing.
Let's go, Takeda! That's 2 kills now. We've got them both. Yes, I'm so happy. We've got both Zhang and Kaibao picking up kills on those Takedas. I love it. Yes, yes, beautiful stuff. Zipping's been put in the dirt. You love to see it. Beautiful start from these 2 players here. Getting some nice solo kills in those pretty 1v1s, especially considering Kaibao's able to bring down Spider, who's no slouch in those plays. Now we're swapping over though. It's Yeran, it's Sha, Chu Sheng, and Xin are around as well. This was at one point today our top 4 players, but as you can see on the left-hand side there with the overall standings, that's not the case anymore. That is a great parry though. Yeran really feeling the hurt on that one. Xin should be able to pick him up, and he is going to. That's going to be his first kill of this game of the lobby, and Xin looking to really change how things have gone for him today. In 11th place currently, starting the day off in first. Needs to have a big game here. You've only got 2 games left to go, and getting a first kill there will go the distance, will help you to get you off to a good start, as it looks like Sha is going to put the world of her onto Chu Sheng as well. Can Chu Sheng run away? He's trying his best. He's looking for an armor to swap into, but isn't going to find it. Does grapple away, and Sha may have just lost him on this one. Chu Sheng needs to be careful not to run into YKC, but he has done it. YKC's found him. Is Chu Sheng going to fall down? He does take the wind vent to zoom up into the air. Is it enough for him to run away? He's still getting grappled and chucked around. He's struggling, bless him, but he's trying to hold on, and he will for now just dash away. He's lost Sha, and YKC trying to shoot him, but Chu Sheng's got the reset. He's in a good spot, and he will live to tell the tales. Here comes Takeda. Kaibao, do it. Yes, I believe. Take my energy. Have him. Hunt down the zipping. Put her down. Do it, Kaibao. You can do it.
All of us more than excited to see Takeda's coming through in the lobby here. The last time we turned to one, they were quite literally, as you said, putting Ziping into the dirt with a huge grapple, flipping him over and making short work of it. But we're going to see a ballista coming in from Lurang King to do massive damage to KZ's Panda Man, and it looks like it's going to split this fight up as these players forced to back off, knowing that the third party waiting there. Ventus is Reki also on the receiving end of that ballista, takes the first shot but not the second shot. And Luring King needs to be very careful here, as Reki coming up from below is not going to give him an opportunity to do too much with that ballista after this. Over to WBG Spider, who finds himself on the run once again. No safety net under his belt either. If he gets eliminated here, that's going to be it for WBG Spider, and he has to have a good game here if he wants to hold on to one of those coveted top 3 spots. He's going to catch a parry onto Zhang Yu, but it's not going to be enough as the F2 immediately comes out, and 17JL's ego continues the chase. Spider with an F2 of his own, just trying to keep things moving here, trying to utilize those scale rushes, those grapple hooks as much as humanly possible so he can get a full reset. And he has created quite a bit of distance and managed to lock down a full reset here. And Ego now wants nothing to do with that engagement, as KZ's Panda Man finds himself a set of purple armor off of the Moore's Blessing before some of these other players can descend onto it. Don Quing goes extremely low. The Z-Ping ult gonna come through to save him, and he finds an armor swap there from the bots, doing extremely well for himself. Don Quing able to hold it together here. Yirun not quite able to lock him down like he wants to. The terrain blocking him in every possible path. Turning back to WBG Spider. Still going head to head with OZ Zhang Yu here. Zhang Yu coming in to lock it down. Spider goes off to the side here with the grapple able to hold together. Zhang Yu once again locking him down. Kai Bao comes in. And we're gonna see Spider eliminated from the lobby here as Kai Bao picks up his second elimination. The Takeda coming in. We're gonna see the nunchuck meter dump come out, but he immediately pops the ult to return the favor. Takes control of the neutral. Locks out Zhang Yu for his third elimination of the game. It's all coming up Takeda here in game number 5.
And 2 kill leaders, Kai Bao and Zhang, the 2 Takedas. We're so happy to see it. You love it. Spider though, he's eliminated. My goodness, just when he thought it was all turning around, the consistency is just not there. Not from him specifically, from everyone. I think that is the second time in a row now where the previous MVP gets knocked out literally first. Ridiculous stuff here. Just finding that tempo and finding the consistency. It's just impossible for these guys today. That does make things very, very exciting. As speaking of excitement right here, we're having all of these zipping around and fighting each other. That is going to be a kill. I couldn't quite see it. Well, I think it was Ego who fell down there. And now everyone else is trying to find a little bit more. But of course, with these champions, with these heroes, it is a little bit tricky. Able to get that healing off and all of that benefit with those F abilities. No one else is going to dedicate to those fights. They don't want to pick anything up there. But if you want to pick something up, go ahead. On the right-hand side of your screen, it's all free, baby. It's the Steam codes. They've just gone now. But they go pretty quickly. If you can take a clip and rewind there, and maybe you can get yourself mangy little grubs on some Steam codes for Naraka. It's a very fun game to play, as you know, because you're here watching it. Well, actually, this is a zipping lobby, so it's more fun than a zipping lobby. I promise you that. You're gonna get more hero diversity than you're seeing right here. But still, it's all good stuff. Get some friends to play with, queue up in trios, and transform into a massive titan and grab people out of the air. That's where it's all about right here.
As we now turn our attention to JDG's Chu Zhang, KZ's Panda Man here. All of us kind of around the Plume Castle area, just moving around, using those zippings to get resets. Things slowing down just a little bit. Obviously, we're just hoping to see those Takedas pop up more and more on the screen here. And honestly, it's not great for these Z-Pings as well either, because in the final circle, if those Takedas are still up, they can actually take control of the circle from all these Z-Pings fairly well. So these Z-Pings might have to come to a gentleman's agreement here to focus down at these Takedas towards the end, which we have seen happen before, where they just don't want to see those Takedas in the final circles because they know just how dangerous they are for a hero like Z-Ping. But both of these Takedas right now on top of the world with 3 and 2 kills respectively, taking those first and second place positions here in lobby number 5. And to see Reki just moving around up top here, looking to gather a little bit of resources and some data on these other players. A bounty on their head as well, so trying to just stay away from that bounty and keep it moving as Zone 2 collapses down onto Zone 3 here. We do still have 14 players left alive. Only 2 players completely eliminated from the lobby, and one of them being WBG's Spider. Highly unexpected here into game number 5 as Bao Da goes head-to-head here with GG Shah. Wong Fly actually wanting to back away from this because he is low on shield, going to be forced to pop the F2 as GG Shah continues to give chase with the cannon. It looks like Shah, maybe I missaw that. Maybe he doesn't have Meteor. He's just locking down those shots from a good angle where they fly straight. Wong Fly keeping it moving here, does find the F2 and a chance to take the full reset, as we are still here in Plumed Castle for a little while longer, but soon going to be swallowed up by the zone as we fully move into Zone 3. The Moor's Blessing getting ready to spawn here, and many of these players looking to come in and contest that Moor's Blessing as it spawns. All these Z-Ping players trying to come in, and it looks like Yi Ran coming in isn't able to find that purple armor, but it's Chu Zhang is able to come in and swap a blue for a purple here and actually locks a player down. I do believe it's Panda Man in a little bit of a nunchuck meter dump there, but not quite a full one. GBL Zin able to find the Dragon Rush, though, is able to lock it down. KZ's Panda Man to pick up the elimination, and Panda Man will be our 3rd player fully eliminated from this lobby. Jin picking up their 2nd elimination off the back of that. Yuran coming around here with the dual blades looking to find somebody, but just isn't quite able to, as they come around the corner and nobody waiting there for them. YKC, Xu Zhang on the backside of this building. Yiran not wanting to fully commit, knowing there's so many players around. Now turning to Wolves, Kai Bao putting in work with the greatsword onto the likes of Zhang Yu. That legendary greatsword coming through for Kai Bao as he pumps out a ton of damage, but needs to be careful as there are a lot of Z-pings around. But it looks like right now all eyes on Zhang Yu, who's gone low. Wongfly trying to give chase here has decided they're going to go ahead and let Zhang Yu go. They know they're going to get that full reset by the time they catch up to him, and they do not want to overcommit to this fight.
You said something there about how when we had between our players that are eliminated, one of them is Spider, and we weren't expecting that. I fully disagree. He got the MVP in the last game, so we all knew he was going to crash and burn in this one. Because that's just how it's gone today. Our players have just, they have high highs and then they have low lows. And that was obviously just inevitable for Spider coming into this game. Zhang here, one of our other TK'ers in the lobby, between him and Kai Bao, just going to be dipping away a little bit, not trying to stick around for that fight. Instead, going to look for maybe a little bit of loot, some resources here, running a little bit low on those weapon repairs, so hopefully going to be able to restock up on those. Certainly want that as this circle gets smaller. We've got less than 10 minutes left to go. We will be seeing these players forced into action sometime soon. As you mentioned, though, very good point you bring up about how good these Takedas are in the final circles. I am curious to see, just as you are, like, are these Zippings gonna gang up on the Takedas to try and eliminate them? Because they will have an advantage. Takeda will certainly have that advantage if it comes down to it. Maybe it's in the Zipping's best interest to just work well, not work together, but you know what I mean, like actually put a little bit more effort into bringing them down. As another Morris Breasting is gonna spawn here, people just trying to go for it. And Luren King, he's able to get some legendary armor out of that one, plus he's already got a legendary weapon. Oh, he is feeling it now. He is very yellow. He is very happy. As we do progress into this game, and these fights are going to get more and more likely, being kitted out to the teeth like he is certainly going to be a welcome sight for him and any Luren King fans. Although Yeran right now in a bit of a pickle, getting chased down by Reki. Still looking for his first kill. That's a sick parry. That is the second time Yeran has been parried this game. But it's Kai Bao who comes through and just obliterates him with the legendary greatsword. That is a crap ton of damage right there. And now all of a sudden, again, as if inconsistency wasn't the word of the day today, 3 of our top 4 players on the leaderboard are donezo. They're out and eliminated from this game. And the one remaining from those 4 has 0 kills. What is going on here, Rune? Help me explain. Help me understand. Why is this happening?
I'm not really sure. The only thing I can think of is the particular meta that we're in right now, and the fact that we've seen so many of the exact same heroes locked down in every lobby is kind of getting to the mental of some of these players. They're letting it beat them down a little bit as they feel like they're forced into some of these decisions in terms of hero picks, and not being able to play heroes that they're more comfortable on means that they're not going to play as consistently at the end of the day. But for some of these players, not really an excuse, because for players like WBG Spider, Z-Ping has been the hero he's done consistently the best on. Both of his record-breaking games were on the back of Z-Ping, so the fact that he's not able to find any footing there, and we're going to see GBL Zin get knocked out by GG Shaw. Unfortunately, Zin, only with 2 eliminations under his belt this game, still holding on to that 11th place after starting the day in first. Very unfortunate for him. Shaw more than happy to pick up that elimination off the back of him, though. Over to Zhang Yu here, who's going to use that F2. So there's a pistol legendary Soul Jade there. It doesn't just kind of knock him about. Luren King gonna drop some of his loot, pick it back up as he re-shields here and re-heals. Turning over to AOW's Zhang and GD's Dongqing. Zhang just trading some hits with Dongqing. Unfortunately, Zhang, our other Takeda in the lobby, hasn't really been able to string together quite as many kills as Kai Bao has. Kai Bao very closely coming up behind him in terms of points here on the overall leaderboard. Kaibao finally finding his footing here, but unfortunately a little late as it is game number 5. But time will tell if he's able to string together enough points here to jump substantially in the leaderboards. If he's able to make it into that final zone here on Takeda, he could very easily string together a significant game for himself here. Even though he's already put 4 kills together, I think he can string together quite a few more as we are zone 5 getting ready to collapse onto zone 6 in the next 55 seconds. There are only 10 players left remaining alive here. 6 players completely eliminated and sent back to the lobby, who are right now relaxing, watching the game and trying to figure out what they're going to do for game number 6.
10 players left with 5 minutes to go. In our previous game, there were 10 players left with 50 seconds to go. So maybe we'll see another stall out of epic proportions like we did in that previous game. But to be honest, I'm not feeling it. I think this game specifically is kind of bucking the trend here from what we expect from our zipping games. And a lot of it honestly does come down to some of those Takedas throwing the spanner in the works and just that little bit of a curveball that these players now have to appreciate. Reki now goes aggressive onto Huangfly, looking for his first kill of the lobby still. Has not picked up a single kill since he got the MVP 2 games ago. Trying to change that now with that play, but Huangfly is in trouble, gets the parry. Chu Sheng is going to bring him low, very, very, very low. Is he going to run into the loving arms of Dong Qing? Yes, but it is still Chu Sheng who gets the kill. Now Reki trying to put it on to Chu Sheng. Is he going to get this kill? Not quite, not just yet. Oh, the parry! Oh no, that's beautiful stuff. Reki gets that kill. Excelente from him. Beautiful stuff, as now Chu Sheng is eliminated, who with that previous kill did bump himself up into second place. It's like we said coming into this game, it's so open in this leaderboard here that literally someone gets 1 kill and they leapfrog like 3 players, and then our whole top 3 just changes on its head. It's absolutely absurd. It's ridiculous what's happening today. And with this last game, when we get into game number 6 after this one, is going to just be absolutely mental as far as the standings go. Every single kill is going to mean so much for those final positions. I cannot wait to begin to see just how tense that game is going to be. As if this right here isn't tense enough, with now 3 minutes left on the clock. Not a lot of space to work with, and it's very open as well. A lot of open space for that Takeda to do Takeda things. And there are still 2 available here, if I'm not mistaken. No, Zhang is eliminated, excuse me. So just the one, just Kaibao. Just Kaibao left on that Takeda. Especially with that greatsword as well. I think this terrain should suit that weapon loadout, but only with the blue armor. Has to be careful, because if he gets poked out, he's going to really feel that with his poor levels of armor here. Much happening just now. 2.5 minutes left. It should all start kicking off. And when it does, it should be explosive, just like Shah's displaying here with those cannons.
Yeah, Zhang Yu going very low here. Luren King actually finding the hits onto GG's Dong Qing. Dong Qing gonna go down to a cannon shot from a GG Sha. All heck breaking loose here in the final. Sha with 4 eliminations and Kaibao with 4 eliminations, tying it up for first place right now. Ventus is Reki holding on with their 1 elimination. Kaibao really just trying to lock down this final circle. A massive parry coming out from Reki on to Luren King. Unfortunately not able to pick up that legendary spear before Luren King's able to get back to it. So Luren still going to be holding on to that, and Reki going to be forced to continue with the blue weapon he's got in hand here. Everybody just trying to make some sort of space happen here. Kaibao caught out by GG Sha with the charged left click from the dagger. Luckily right now, most of the lobby ignoring Wolves Kaibao as he now runs out of the middle of the circle, though that could change very, very quickly. Kaibao just trying to keep all attention off of himself here, because he knows, being the only Takeda here in the lobby, he is a target for all of these Z-Pings, and he wants to wait till that final circle collapses down, and he gets a real opportunity to make work of that ultimate. GG Sha gonna get parried out here, but the ult gonna come through to keep him alive here in the game. Sha trying to get back get his weapons. Going to catch Kai Bao out again here with the charged uppercut from the dagger. But Kai Bao holding on steady, looking for an opportunity to take a pot off here. Looks like he's going to be able to get it as these players continue to grapple the tree above him, buying him just enough space to hold on here. Kai Bao now going airborne, wants to stay away from the bottom of the ground as long as he can here, because he's looking to clutch things out with his ultimate and really take control of this final zone for himself. Ventus's Reki looking to catch somebody here with those charged left clicks and right clicks from the longsword. Kai Bao goes extremely low. He's going to be forced to use the F here. There's the ultimate. Kai Bao needs to lock down an elimination for himself now, because this is it. There he goes. GG Shaw picks up the 5th elimination here, and it looks like Shaw might be setting himself up for first place as he comes in. He's in the middle of the zone, able to lock down Lureng. 3 other players still left alive, but people just grappling and staying up out of the zone. What Zping, just, man, able to heal through so much. Zhang Yu gonna go down. YKC gonna pick up 2 eliminations, but I think it is gonna come up GG Shaw for MVP here, who goes out in 4th place with 5 eliminations here in game number 5.
What a strange final circle that was. Slightly less explosive than the Yoto circle that we saw at the end of the previous game. But still, honestly, crazy stuff happening there. And again, it all comes down to the wire once more. It's really hard to see who comes out on top. It is going to be Shah this time around. And for him, that means quite a lot, because he is, yes, one of those players that we came in today as an expected top 3 and hasn't necessarily developed on that or delivered on that, I should say, excuse me. But getting an MVP here will mean a lot for him. Coming into game number 6 as well, if he can repeat that performance and do something, you know, I don't even think he'll need the MVP, but if he can finish high again, then that's going to set himself up really, really well to potentially even take away that first spot. It certainly keeps him in the running here, at least, as Shah is able to pick up the win in game number 5.
Yeah, Shah really desperately needed this game here, and it's been such a tight day. Like you said, he could come in and just perform okay in game number 6 and realistically hold on to the first place finish here. The only person really kind of in range to do anything is going to be Ventus's Reki. Reki also finished pretty well here into this final circle, so he's going to actually probably be holding on to that 2nd place and pretty tight behind GG Shah. And man, what a crazy game to watch, because every single elimination we watch people jump 3 or 4 positions just because of how tight this leaderboard really is at the end of the day. But I think all eyes were on Wolves. Kai Bao coming in with Takeda, picking up 4 eliminations, doing very well for himself. Unfortunately, he gets caught out just a little bit in that final circle, and it's hard to be in that position when we saw the other Takeda go out early. All these Zhang Yus see a Takeda go low and go, hey, let's just go ahead and get him out of here so we don't have to worry about him being in a position where he can ult and do really well against all of us, and that's exactly what we see happen. He still picks up 4 eliminations, though. He's probably going to be in 2nd or 3rd place overall for this game, so Kai Bao's got to be happy about his performance here. Unfortunately, it does come up a Zping in the end. GG Shah just able to string together a ton of eliminations towards that final circle there, and a very, very good game for GG Shah. These leaderboards still going to be really tight, though. Kai Bao actually holds on to 2nd place in this lobby with his 5 eliminations, going to be walking away with a game score of 8. That's going to significantly shift him up the leaderboard, as well as GG Shah with his 9-point game. I do believe going to be the first player to break 30 points here today in our solos grand finals for our bi-weekly final.
God, but it's just so absurd. Again, how tight these scores are. It's ridiculous. Like, no one eclipsing 10 points. Like, that in itself is pretty low scoring. But even when you get down low into like the 5th place, got like 3 points, and then there's only 1 point between that, or like only like 1 or 2 points between that and like 13th place, and the likes of Yeran, Spider, Pandaman, Chushen, Xing, Reki even. These are all players that are in like our top 5, top 6. In fact, they may have actually occupied our top 5, top 6, and none of them got more than 3 points. Like, I'm honestly at a loss for words at this point. I know we've been harping on about this so far today. That's kind of been the theme for today. It's just how these points are just crazy and all over the shop, and how it's anyone's game, and just from game to game, our leaderboards just go crazy, and it's always getting shuffled around, and you get one kill in a game, and suddenly you move up a point, and the top 3, the top 5, even the top 10 are all fighting against each other to finish first. I know we've been saying that a lot, but what the hell, man? It's actually absurd. Like, it genuinely could not be closer. And we're coming into the last game of today, and I have not a Scooby. No idea. I am fully clueless as to who's actually going to be able to take this one away. Genuinely, no idea.
Yeah, absolutely insane. Congratulations to GG Shaw here. 32,000 damage, 5 eliminations. He did a ton of damage. When you're in a Z-Ping lobby like this, though, everybody's able to reset so often. Look at the amount of healing he did. He healed 13k, right? Yeah. Most of that probably coming from his abilities on Z-Ping as well. But he does pick up 5 eliminations at the end of the day, walks away the MVP for a lobby. But like you said, it all comes down to this last game. Honestly, at this point, it is literally anybody's game. Even Wolves Kaibao, he picked up 8 points this game. That's going to shift him towards the middle of the pack. And like you said, from 1st to 10th, really everybody's still fighting for 1st place. Anybody has a huge game in that 1st to 10 range here. If somebody pops off and picks up 6 eliminations and take 1st place, they could easily jump to 1st place off the back of a game like that. And Kaibao now has moved himself into that sort of range where it's just so tight. Literally every single kill is going to matter here in game number 6. It's going to matter not only for the scoreboard in terms of like you picking up the elimination and changing points, but who you're getting that elimination on as well, because it's dropping them lower on that scoreboard. Who's picking up the eliminations, and every single elimination matters so much going into game number 6. And I'm willing to bet we're going to see a little bit more hero diversity coming into our last game of the day.
Do you think the players are going to go mostly for comfort at this point and really just try and like pick whatever they're happy with, or why do you expect some diversity from the heroes specifically in their last game?
So I think coming into this last game here, first of all, Z-Ping has been picked by most of the lobby twice now, but you can play her 3 times, right? Coming to this final game, yes, she's not considered quite as favorable on to Morris Isle, but she brings that survivability, and with every single kill and every single placement mattering as much as it does in this final game because of how close the leaderboards are, I think we're going to see a couple people pick up that Z-Ping. I think we're going to see some of our players going back to some comfort picks. I think Pandaman's probably going to be picking up Tarka. I think off the back of this game, even Wolves Kaibao might opt into playing Takeda onto Morris. After a game like this, he clearly came in and showed, hey, look, Takeda is a force to be reckoned with. He doesn't take the full lobby, but he takes 2nd place off the back of it. Very good game for him. I think we're going to see, of course, some Justinas and some Yodohimes shake up as well. I don't think we're going to see the likes of a 16 or 15 Justina lobby or another 16 Yodohime lobby being locked in. Again, I think some of these players gonna want to bring some of that diversity, so it's not just whoever uses their abilities first loses, which is kind of what game 4 devolved into with the Yodohimes a little bit. You don't really want to risk it when it's so tight on just being the person who's able to hold out the longest on having your ability up to use. You want to be able to lock down that neutral a little bit more and go, hey, even if I use my ability first, I still have an advantage because I have an ult or whatever. But before we jump into that 6th and final game, we've got a special treat for you guys as we throw back to another interview with Jaeger and Kaibao.
Hey everyone, welcome. This is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with 凯豹 and let's say hello to our audience. Hello 凯豹，先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是狼队的凯豹。
好的，再次欢迎你来到我们的赛后采访。Welcome to the post-game interview and congratulations, you have really excellent performance. And like, you know, your teams have a lot of fans abroad, so you have anything want to say to your fans? 那首先就是你知道吗？狼队在海外有非常非常多的粉丝，此时此刻有没有什么想和粉丝们说的话呢？
就是再接再厉吧，因为这周周决其实打得不是特别好，所以的话，就是更加的努力吧，只能说。
好的。
希望不要粉丝们就是不要，也不想辜负粉丝们。
好的 ，Okay, so for the fans, I thank you for your support, and I will make more effort because I think I don't have really good performance these days, and I will make more effort and working hard. Okay, so also I know your teams. You have a local store in the Chongqing, is that right? And can you introduce for us? 那我也知道，就是狼队好像有一个线下店，能不能给我们详细再介绍一下呢？
狼队在重庆是有一个这个线下的店的，大家可以来中国来重庆，然后线下观赛。谢谢大家。
好的 ，So. Our team, we have a local store in the Chongqing. It's in China. So for everyone, welcome to Chongqing and welcome to China to visit our local store. And we can visit together there, and we can having the race and visit together. Okay, so also because today we saw you are using the Takada in the game 5, and there's a lot of 子平 there, so why you choose Takada? 那特别想问的一个问题啊，其实这一把我们看到大家都在选子平的时候，你选了一个武田，特别想问一下为什么？
首先呢就是大家前几把就所有都是选一样的英雄嘛，其实是想就是怎么说呢？大家都换着来嘛，所以的话我就是选了个武田。好，因为为什么选武田呢？主要是因为武田比较 counter 英子平。对。
好的 ，So first of all, because I think today's game, all of us are choosing the same hero, and I think we can choose some new things. And why I choose the Takada is because I think Takada can really counter 子平。OK， 好，谢谢凯豹，这是我们今天采访，再次恭喜你在刚才这把有这么好的一个出色的发挥。Thank you, 凯豹 for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
drone whale. All right, yes, there it is. I love the drone whale. He's beautiful. Welcome back to our bi-weekly finals. It's the last game of the day, game number 6, and there's all to play for. Look at that. There's 0.5 of a point separating first and second. And even between number 8 and number 1 right there, it's about 6.1. Dude, that's easily achievable in one game. Ridiculous stuff. Look at all of the inconsistencies, the amount of zeros and ones among this leaderboard here, even among the best players. They just can't quite find their footing, and that has been the story of today. And that's why this game 6 is going to be so exciting, but it's so achievable for anyone to finish in that top spot. And if the previous games are anything to go by, we have absolutely no idea what's going to happen and who's going to take it. My name is Fogstrop. I am joined by Runekeeper. We're here to bring you the last game of the day. I'm excited for it. I know you are as well. But just tell me exactly how excited you are for this one.
Look, I'm super excited. This has probably been the tightest finish to a day, much less the tightest finish to a final we've ever seen. Like you said, there's very few point difference between everybody here. And that really means kind of up to this point. I don't want to say that all 5 of the earlier games haven't really meant a lot, because they have shaken up the scoreboard quite significantly. You know, GBL Zin moved all the way from first place down to 11th place, but coming in now, they don't really mean a lot going into game 6, as it all comes down to game number 6. Who performs the best? Literally anybody from 1st to 10th could realistically end up in a first place off of the back of a huge game here. I mean, GG Shah only 0.5 points behind first place. But this is Reki able to hold on very, very tightly to that first place off of a 2.9. Bringing up to a total of 30 points. We have one player who's broken 30 points for the day. It's been really insane, and I expect these players to come into this 6th game and just put the pedal to the metal non-stop. Also, if you look, the top 8 only has 3 of our 5 MVPs for the day. It means 2 players who have picked up MVPs aren't even top 8 right now. It's been just that kind of crazy of a day for many of these players, and realistically anybody. There's not even a 7-point difference between 8th and first place. That's totally doable in a single game. Absolutely. Anybody can walk away with first place here, and there's a big difference between 2nd place and first place in terms of money, as well as those coveted ranking points to take yourself to the World Cup. So man, these guys have got to come in hungry for game number 6, and they need to fill their bellies on all of the enemies that they come across. And I'm hoping we get to see some hero diversity here as well. And I just want game 6 to go absolutely crazy.
It is that last game, and you just got to leave everything out there. You cannot hesitate, hold anything back at this point, because you will not get another shot. And as you say, it's all to pay for with the money reward. If you finish 1st, you get 7k. If you finish 2nd, you're 3.5k. And then when you go down to like 4th and 5th and stuff, it's like 1k and 700 and stuff like that. So it's a big difference if you do finish 1st compared to anything else. Those points really do matter. And of course, probably more importantly, honestly, is the World Cup ranking points as well that you're trying to hit. Really is absolutely anything can happen here. Anybody can take it away, and I have absolutely no idea who it's going to be. We've had all unique MVPs, if I'm not mistaken, and as you said, that was a crazy stat as well. Like 2 of our MVPs from our 5 games, so almost half of them aren't even in the top 8, which is very odd, very peculiar. Anyway, we're about to get into our hero selection now for our last game of the day. Oh my goodness, I am so ready for this one. I'm so pumped for it. I do want to see, like, we've had 3 games so far on Morris Isle. In game number 1, it was all Justina apart from 1 Takeda. Game number 2, it was Yoto. Game number 3, it was Yoto. And here, the 4th game on the Morris Isle, we've got 3 Justinas and a Zipping. We've got 2 Justinas Zipping and a Takeda. Panda Man's coming back to his comfort. Yes, yeah, love to see it. But all in all, looks like it's going to be a lot of Justinas, Rune. How'd you feel about that?
Look, I mean, I kind of expected this coming in, but at least happy to see a little bit of hero diversity here. A couple of Z-Pings, the Turka pick coming through from KZ's Panda Man as well. Anything to change things up just a little bit here. Interesting to see Wolves Kaibao lock in Zping instead of Takeda here, but Takeda really unfavored on this particular map. But I'm not sure what's going to happen, as it is a 6th and final game and things are about to get extremely heated. As we take a look at how close these players are dropping to each other as well, Fox. They are ready to take the fight immediately off the rip here. Very, we've seen most of our drops pretty spread out thus far, and now everybody kind of piled together looking to get things rolling. And as is tradition, we'll start off with our MVP from last game, GG Sha.
And Sha in second place overall, only half a point behind number 1 here in Reki. As you can see on the left hand side of the screen, look at those points. It's so incredibly close. And if you think about, it's easy, definitely doable for you to get 10 points in a first place finish. Anyone from like 8th to 1st could realistically finish in that number 1 spot, especially when you also consider the fact that you might think, oh yeah, you can get 10 points, but what is that person in first place going to get? If he gets 5 points, now suddenly you need 15, and now that's much, much harder. Nah, absolutely not. Not with how today's gone at all. Most likely the person who's in first is going to get 0 points. There's no guarantee that they're going to have a consistent performance throughout the day. It's just not been one of those days. And instead, everything can happen, anything can happen, and everything and anything has happened. It's been a lot of fun to watch today as we're getting a huge amount of fighting already here. As we're dropping onto Spider, watching him try and pick off his opponents here. I can't quite see who it is who's getting low. There's just so many people in this area here. Zin, looks like he's going to find himself the victim of a bit of a bullying session as Panda Man now joins the fray as well. One of our only 2 Tarkas in the lobby. I believe there were 2 Tarkas at least. No, I think it's just him on Tarka, excuse me. It's just him on Tarka, and there are 2 Zippings. Everyone else is on Justina. But we did see this out of the first game from Panda Man on that Targa. Has a decent matchup into Justina's as well, because he can burn through that stasis. This could be it. Obviously in a good position to try and take it. Oh, Don Quing is in a pickle, and he will fall. It wasn't Panda Man who came up with the parry. It wasn't him who set up the kill, but it will be him who takes the kill and finishes it off. And that's all you've got to do. You don't need to do all the hard work. You just need to finish it off. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Huang Fly as well off screen is going to find Chu Sheng and Zin YKC as well. 3 kills already going down so far in this one. We're off to a roaring start here in our final game of the bi-weekly finals.
Yeah, WBG Spider going to be forced to use that Frost Core here. Zhang waiting for that Frost Core to come in and tries to land the bow. Panda Man also looking to come in on it. Zhang with the F2 just immediately takes neutral back for himself. And the chase is on for WBG Spider. Panda Man, Yiran all giving a chase here on to WBG Spider. Spider with no Frost Core left either could find himself in quite the pickle if he's not careful here. Going to grapple onto Yiran, making him go low to Panda Man. So hopefully Panda Man changes targets. That's what happens, but the parry comes out onto Panda Man. Panda Man is going to be forced to pop his ultimate. Spider wanting to give chase now, going to actually grapple and catch him with the dual blades. Panda Man more than happy to just go ahead and pot up here. Now with his ultimate turning to give chase to Spider. Over to Luran King, who's got 17 JLs. The Ego locked down in the full meter dump from the nunchucks. Very unfortunate for Ego. We're also going to see Zin pick up an elimination on to Zhang. Jin finally moving out of that 11th place, putting a total of 20.7 points up on the board. GG Sha still looking for his first elimination here in the 6th game. He needs a single elimination to take that first place away from Ventus's Reki. And it's Reki he's looking to pick up the elimination onto here, Fox.
It is. This is the thing, isn't it? It's really important not just to get the kill, but by screwing over Reki, you set yourself up beautifully to steal his position. It has to be the ideal target to go for if you are Sha. To be honest, it's not just Sha looking for this one either, is it? Huang Fly Kaibao as well on that chase. Everyone can smell it. They all want to pick him down. They're all just hovering around waiting for that Frost Core to expire. And there it is, but a good parry from Reki onto Shah. Shah now finds himself the victim here. He's going to have to pop his own stasis. Going to get a bit of regen on that armor. Now he will turn tail and run as Reki is able to reset and find himself some respite. Swapping over to Spider now instead. Another player on the run versus Xin and Zhang Yu. Is going to ring the bell and just go for a bit of a reset now, as Xin and Zhang Yu instead turn to fight each other. Xin finding himself a little bit low here instead. Gonna have to run away now. Will be in a bit of trouble though. Zhang Yu with the epic weapon and armor, certainly kitted out for this fight. Can Xin find a way to get out of this one? He's trying. He's hopping from roof to roof, doing his best. Not sure he'll be able to get away from this one though. Spider's now going to rejoin the fray. He might just hunt down Zhang Yu for himself, and Xin is able to jump away. Doesn't look like he's running into too much danger here either, though of course he has to be careful because he doesn't necessarily know that. And while all that was happening and going down, Dong Qing, our first elimination of our last game, is going to solidify him at best in 15th place. Spider actually has been found out by Shang. Has to be careful here. Pops that ice core. Gonna get into a lot of trouble. I don't know about this. It feels bad for Spider. Spider's very, very low. Zhang Yu and Zhang both hunting him down, both looking for this kill. They're shooting everything they can in. The armor swap is nice, however. Will it be enough to buy him some time to keep him alive? It's not. Spider is gonna fall. He is taken down by Zhang Yu.
Yeah, Zhang Yu there with the Flame Breath Soul Jade on the cannon. That fire check just enough to pick up the elimination there onto WBG Spider, send him back to the Soul Altar, and Zhang Yu picking up his first elimination here in game number 6. Man, it also looks like Shah able to finally pick up that elimination onto Ventus's Reki, setting himself up for success here as Reki now no longer has that resurrection under his belt to act as a cushion. He needs to be very careful about how he proceeds. GG Shah has got to be very happy as he looked to the kill feed and saw that it was Reki he picked up that elimination onto. Panda Man here trading blows with Lu Ren King, but neither of them willing to fully commit to the fight as Panda Man goes ahead and backs out and goes airborne here. Lu Ren King finds Chu Zhang up top, not willing to commit to that either, as Alliance's Jux and Panda Man still waiting nearby. EWG's Yiran here with the cannon, I do believe has the Meteor Soul Jade, trying to lock some damage down onto Kai Bao, but it's Kai Bao who's able to find the damage as the Morris Blessing comes up. Kai Bao trying to keep Yiran from getting the armor swap here out of the box, isn't able to deny it. Yiran does swap into the purple armor, and he wants to just go ahead and get out of here, as all he was hoping was to pick up that purple armor here. He wasn't looking to take an engagement. As we see the third party come in from 17JL's Ego, though, we're going to see Kai Bao go pretty low off the back of both of them, getting a little bit of a blitz onto him. But Ego seems to want to chase down Yiran here after putting in quite a bit of work and continues the hunt, as Wolves Kai Bao goes back to the box to pick up some extra resources. GG Shah out here in the zone and being chased down by the likes of Badass Huangfly, looking for a reset. Huangfly looking for his first elimination, or sorry, his second elimination here in the game. Shah forced to take an armor swap into a white set of armor, goes back to the blue after getting a little bit of a healing off. Gonna pop the Frost Core and able to get almost a full reset here. Huangfly finds a bit of damage onto Alliance's Jux. Jux holding onto the zone, but the Flame Breath coming out from behind by JDG's Chu Zhang. Everybody fighting tooth and nail for every elimination that they can secure, as Chu Zhang gonna be forced to back out of this fight.
Every kill means so much right now. A lot of these positions, if you look from 3rd through to 8th, you know, you get one kill amongst that lot and you're going up one spot, and finishing one spot higher can mean everything. You get a higher prize pool and those points towards the World Cup. It all means everything right here. Every single kill is important. These players so far really hunting them down as well. You can see here, relatively aggressive start in game number 6 here, last game of the day. The last opportunity to pick up some of those kills as Chu Sheng will fell Huangfly, and he leapfrogs Lu Ren King, and now he's in 3rd place. That 1st place well within reach for anyone right now, still ridiculously possible. Essentially anyone in that top 8, I could imagine still taking this one down. Reminder as well, like, you just gotta get some kills, finish high, And because of the inconsistency that we've seen today, we've not seen any one player be able to consistently bring out a high finish. And that means that not only if you finish high, you don't necessarily have to worry about the people you're catching up to also finishing high and therefore making your life difficult. It's just not been one of those days. Instead here, we are now going to get a chase between, well, Spider and Kaibao. Instead it is at this point, Spider's going to get a good turnaround onto Kaibao. Do a decent amount of chipping damage here, a bit of poke here as it is. The zipping into Justina. A little bit of burn coming through onto Spider, able to poke him down as he's in the stasis. Kaibao popping that ultimate. Spider getting a lot of damage though. Goes for the freeze and the combo and gets the meter burn as well. And Kaibao is getting boinked. Holy moly, Spider just wrecks him.
Yeah, Spider coming through there with the freeze. This is why Nunchucks super favored by these Justina picks, right? Because if you lock them down in the freeze, it guarantees you the opportunity to get to that second charge state with the Nunchucks and just pump out a ton of damage with the meter burn. And even with the ultimate popped there for Wolves Kaibao, the restoration too slow to counteract how much damage the full meter dump from those Nunchucks doing there. And we'll see Kaibao sent back to the Soul Altar off the back of that, and WBG Spider pick up his first elimination and jump all the way from 9th place to 6th place, leapfrogging over 2 players, Yiran and Zhang Yu, off the back of a single elimination. That's how tight these leaderboards are here in the final game. KZ's Panda Man able to come in with the charge, right click catches out GG Shaw for a lot of damage here on to the Tarka coming in. We're gonna see a little bit of a clash there. The trigger coming out from Shaw to eliminate most of the damage, but Shaw gonna lose a lot of his meter on the Nunchucks for the utilization of that trigger. Shaw gonna be forced to pop the ultimate here, and Panda Man playing this very carefully. He knows Shaw has the Nunchucks, and even after the trigger does not want to potentially walk into being frozen and taking a ton of damage. But Ventus's Reki, no such reservation as he comes through to try to lock this down, but is going to be forced to use the Frost Core as GG Shaw does a ton of damage. The problem being now that Shaw is going to run out of ultimate here, and Panda Man still on the hunt, more than happy to come in, goes for the jump cancel into the parry, but unfortunately Shaw realizes that's what's going to come, so he just throws out a light attack to do a little bit of damage and create some space between him and Panda Man. Reki still on the hunt though, opting for the white dagger. Clearly wants to favor that dagger as it does pump out quite a significant amount of damage here. OC Zhang Yu coming around with the Nunchucks on to Zhang from AOW. Gonna do a little bit of damage, but needs to create some space for a reset. Goes through all of these windows and goes topside and just continues to roll past these players. Zhang Yu not finding quite the opportune moment he's looking for, is going to find that now. We're going to see a water wheel come out! Oh my goodness, YKC picks up an elimination onto Alliance's Jux with the water wheel for his 3rd elimination of the lobby. Luren King locks down Kaibao, and Kaibao going to be eliminated from the lobby entirely as well. Unfortunately, moving down into 11th place off the back of a no-point game here in game number 6. Luren King now going head-to-head with Ventus's Reki. Reki really wanting to pick up an elimination so he can move back into first place, trying his darndest to lock down Luren, but Luren going to be able to create quite a significant amount of distance here with those grapples. Reki still on the hunt though with that blue dagger and that purple set of armor. Really wants to press the advantage while he has it, but it looks like he's lost track of Lureng, and Lureng going to be able to get that frost core back up very soon. Ventus's Reki going to be forced off of the hunt.
Of course we're gonna get a wall-to-wall elimination in this game. It was just necessary with the way that today's gone and with how everything has just been so unexpected and that it's impossible to predict what's going to happen today. We should have seen that one coming. We really should have done. In the most important game of the day as well, it was inevitable. As is Yeran's wrath as Ego is finding out here. He is eliminated and he will solidify himself. Unfortunately for him, in last place today. The only player here not able to eclipse the 10-point mark. Yeran able to move back up into 6th place. Got a bit of work to do, got a lot of grafting if he wants to try and find himself in that top 3, but still not impossible for him, as the man you're seeing on your screen as well. Now in 2nd place, 0.6 of a point away from that first spot coming into this game as our #1 player. Reki just needs that 1 kill to reclaim first, as you mentioned, Rune. He's not going to do it running away from Panda Man, but that's fine. He's just chilling out instead. Honestly, at this point in the game, it's so tough. Like, it's so difficult. There's less than 10 minutes left to go. Like, if you do get yourself in a fight, it's so easy to get third party. Like, the map is small enough that you have to be worried about it happening, like consciously worried about it happening. But at the same time, you know you have to be proactive here. It is far too close for you to be playing a safe game and not looking for those aggressive players, because you will get overtaken, and Reki already has been overtaken by Shah. He has to get a kill if he wants to try and catch back up. The Mora's Blessing now has spawned. Who's going to get greedy and try and loot it and go full afoul of all these cannons? We've seen this time and time again, plenty of times. Even today, we've seen it happen. Who's it going to be? Zhang Yu gets the legendary armor and skips on out of there. That was a freebie for him. Beautiful stuff. I think Panda Man is going to pick up that, looked like an epic greatsword, maybe. I'm not sure if he did get it in the end, but either way, someone was able to pick up that epic weapon as well. But Panda Man now in a bit of trouble. Oh no, he pops his ulti and dashes in. No, he doesn't. He didn't just do that. No, Panda Man. Oh no, that's terrible. That's absolutely terrible by Panda Man. Poor guy. That is slightly unfortunate for him. The storm takes him, and it is Spider though picking up another kill. Beautiful stuff for him, as now he's sitting pretty in that 5th spot.
Yeah, WBG Spider, they're able to pick up a second elimination. And once again, leapfrogs 2 positions over Yiran and Panda Man. Spider and Yiran here have been trading positions back and forth every elimination. Ventus' Reki now caught out here as Spider just chugs that flame breath onto Reki while he's in that frost core, doing a ton of damage onto him. Yiran gonna come out with an ult, gonna see Spider pop his F and get the frost core up as well. Reki, you know, on the ult now, just trying to push away from this fight. GG Shah also on the backside here. Shah 0.7 points ahead of Ventus' Reki. Reki only needs 1 elimination. JDG's Chu Zhang 29.1, literally only 0.9 points behind Reki as well. 1 elimination separates most of these players from first place that are in this top 3. WBG Spider keeping it on the move here, able to find a little bit of space to get a reset. We are zone 4 collapsing onto zone 5 with 10 players left alive. 6 players completely eliminated here from our 6th and a final game. No longer able to put any points on the board. GG Shah on the receiving end of quite a few cannon shots here with that Flame Breath Soul Jade. Going to do a ton of damage to him while he's in the Frost Core. Almost puts him in half health here. He's able to get quite a bit of a reset from the Frost Core onto his shields, though, and is able to find an HP pot to get the full reset rolling. Needs to be careful of that bush. He doesn't know YKC's waiting in the wings, and YKC able to string together 3 eliminations thus far this game.
Oh,
actually turns around, checks the bush. No, he checks the bush and finds YKC. Luckily for Shah, he's not slow on the uptake, knows somebody might be chilling in that bush and does find them. See, twin shot coming out from one of those cannons there with the GBL's in, doing a significant amount of damage. Reki on the receiving end of the Flame Breath Soul Jade from that cannon as well, doing quite a significant tick to his overall HP here. GG Shah trying to find him again with that Soul Jade. As I do believe that is twin shot coming out from Shah, and he turns so fast as those shots come out, he's able to send one flying in the opposite direction of the other. Shah just holding on for dear life here. He's got quite a significant number of healing kits left, but not as many repair kits as he would like, considering he's got twin shot on that cannon, which means he's firing 2 shots at once, and those shots using twice the amount of ammo. So he's going to burn through that cannon faster and faster every time he uses it, basically, and he's only down to 2 repair kits. Not a lot of repair kits, considering how much he's been chugging away with that cannon. OUG's Lurang King here looking to find a reset, going to get chased down off the top side. Again, Zone 5 will be collapsing onto Zone 6 in the next 15 seconds, and we've still not seen another elimination here in our 6th and final game. Lurang King, though, going low. I might have spoken too early, as many of these players looking to collapse on to Lurang. Lurang, topside, going to be forced to pop the Frost Core here. The Flame Breath coming out, Flame Arrows coming out as well. Lurang taking a ton of damage, goes extremely low, gets caught out in the air. Multiple grapples, going to be forced to pop the ultimate here, but there's not a lot of space for him to ult away. Tries to get the reset, not able to find it. As Sha gonna come in, looking to secure himself another elimination here. Comes in, the Flame Breath comes out, and it's gonna be Chu Zhang who picks up the elimination and moves into second place, just 0.4 points behind GG Sha and only 0.3 points above Ventus's Reki. It's still anybody's game here. GG Sha gets eliminated by Zhang Yu. Sha, no chance to put any points up on the board, and JDG's Chu Zhang ties it up with GG Sha placed on placement points alone. Man, this game is getting super tight.
Holy moly, and with the way this game's going, you have to imagine that Chu Zhang eventually will eclipse Sha if he just doesn't die right now. Wow, Chu Zhang coming through all sneaky like with the elbow from downtown. I mean, he was our winner previously in our bi-weekly finals, and he did it in a similar fashion as well, except his last few games were kind of loud and exciting. Chu Zhang has just been relatively consistent as you can be in today's games, which is not very consistent, to be honest, but goodness heavens, I mean, that's crazy. He's already in second place and effectively in first as well, but we've still got Reki, still got Spider and Zhang Yu, even Yeran, you know, they're only max 5 points behind. It is doable. If Chu Zhang gets knocked out early here, absolutely, you can try get some more kills on that one and still be able to take away that first spot. But Chu Zhang, really happy about that. He's now in that first position. Of course, I don't imagine it will last particularly long, because that's just the way things have gone today. It's just been one of those days in Naraka, and we love it. We are here all for it. 2.5 minutes left to go. This circle is getting particularly small. There is one singular abode left standing in this circle, and I can't imagine it's going to provide much comfort to anyone with all these cannons firing through. One of those peeps through your window and your house is getting blown to smithereens, or at least more specifically, you will get blown to smithereens inside that house. It will be soon taken out of the circle. Anyway, Chu Zhang here, though, is taking a lot of damage from Xin. Huangfly as well, looking to put his mark on the map here, trying to do the damage needed to take Chu Zhang out. He's getting ridiculously low. Reki is eliminated. He falls down into third. Chu Zhang is now in first place. It's only Yeran, Spider, and Zhang Yu who can take his spot from him, who can dethrone Chu Zhang from his first place, not only from this game as well, but from the previous bi-weekly final where he was the king. It's doable, but it's going to be hard. Yeran's going to have to pull something out here and be mega in this final circle. If not for him, Spider or Zhang Yu, they're going to try as well. Chu Zhang's got the reset, but gets parried. Spider, you absolute beast. Can he pull through, and can he do it? Is it just going to be a Chu Zhang to the finish line? I'm not sure, but all that's left to play for is right here in this final circle.
Iran forced to pop the ult to go airborne here. This is not the situation you want to be in if you're Justina here. You're trying to save it for the very end. Everybody hungry to pick up this elimination. Spider going absolutely airborne with a grapple to come up with the flame breath, trying to just pump as much damage out onto Iran as possible. Iran able to find one pot of reset, gets sent flying back into the zone by GBL Xin. Iran forced to pop the frost core as it comes off of cooldown to get some sort of a reset, holding on for dear life. We're to see OC Zhang Yu eliminated by WBG Spider, and that moves him into the 4th place position here, potentially able to climb back into that 1st place. He's not far behind at all here, but WBG Spider goes out to GBL Xin. Xin picking up his 3rd elimination of the game, moves himself into 9th place here. It's all coming down to this. 5 players left alive. Flame Breath coming out. GBL Xin picks up Huangfly as well. EWG, Yiron, YKZ, Chu Zhang picks up another elimination. Yiron moves up into second place. Is going to round out first place, but the question is, who's going to be in first? Is it Yiron or is it JDG's Chu Zhang? Off the back of this game, Chu Zhang is going to be our winner of the bi-weekly final. He comes in able to lock it down in the final game. What a game to end it on.
Holy crap, what was that? For the second time in a row in your bi-weekly finals, it is Chu Zhang who takes it. Man, that last game, we said it was everything to play for. Shah getting eliminated a little bit early. Reki as well, who was first place coming into that game, I believe, finished maybe 4th or 5th. Yeran clawing it back and finishing second as well there. Spider almost made it happen. Like, my goodness, like, that was absolutely ridiculous. I was expecting it to go down to the wire. I was expecting it to be mental. And it still was even more down to the wire and even more mental than I thought it would be. That was exceptionally entertaining for a game number 6. And what a bi-weekly final we've been treated to here.
Oh, absolutely. We love seeing it come down to such a tight experience because, man, every single kill comes in and shuffles that leaderboard dramatically throughout the entirety of this game and really shakes things up. I think this is quite literally the tightest game or the tightest final game we've seen in the NBPL, because there was points players were picking up 1 elimination and they were leapfrogging 4 positions in this game, right? 1 point separating themselves between 4 positions. Absolutely massive. WBG Spider in the end there, able to string together an extra kill, jumps all the way up to 4th place. Could have easily clutched out that game if he took 1st place and walked away in 1st place for the bi-weekly final. Chu Zhang, off the back of a great performance, picks up 5 eliminations during that game, able to claw his way back from seemingly defeat. I mean, he was all the way down in 6th place, I think, coming into this game, and just claws his way to the very tippity top. GG Shah takes it away from Reki at one point, off of eliminating Reki, and Shah feels like he's on top of the world before all of a sudden Zhang Yu comes out of nowhere and eliminates him. Zhang Yu at one point sets himself up, had climbed up into 3rd place off the back of multiple eliminations, looked to be like he might be able to overcome JDG's Chu Zhang, and then he gets eliminated and drops back down. It's just crazy, all over the place action, and we love to see it for our 6th and final game. This is what we come to expect from Naraka Blade Point, and love to end the day on a game like that.
Absolutely insane. If that was even just like a regular game day, that would be exciting as hell. The fact that it was our bi-weekly finals is just even more so. I mean, that is just so cool. Like, what? We were very much treated to some good Naraka today. As far as, like, you know, being a neutral here and being the spectator of not necessarily knowing, like, or having like a hat in the ring or anything like that, it was just so entertaining. You know, I was just rooting for whoever wasn't picking Ziping, essentially, and Chu Zhang happened to be that guy at the end of the day, you know, coming out on top. It was on it, like, coming into that last game as well. As you said, I think he was like 5th or 6th. We said anyone from 1st to 8th could have claimed it, and it is the guy who was near the bottom of that list who does come out on top in the end. Ridiculous stuff. I also said, like, if you wanted to actually finish first, you only needed a good amount of score and you didn't have to worry about anyone else that was in your way, because there's a good chance they're not going to have great performances, and that's exactly what happened with Reki as well. Reki and Shah, both of them didn't really put up a great game in that game number 6. I'm a bit surprised as well that even Yeran was able to come in second. Like, had a good start to the day, was a bit quiet in those last few games, and then really just finished it off with a decent showing in that last circle. But my goodness, I had thoroughly entertained, and I've paid nothing, and I've got what that's negative. I got what I paid for, but I would have paid money to see that. I would have paid money to see that. That was very entertaining, the last minutes of that last game.
Oh yeah, that last game absolutely entertaining from start to finish, honestly, because every single kill just shuffled that leaderboard more and more and more. And coming in and watching these players, even again, Yiran taking second place there, and he very close to being able to take first place away from JDG's Chu Zhang as well. It comes down so tight in those final moments there. Every single kill mattered, just like we said it would. And man, what a way to end the day here for our bi-weekly solo finals for these players. I'm sure a lot of these players are kicking themselves over today though, because man, you know, you look at GBL Zin finishes in 10th place. You're talking about somebody who came in first place for the day. He was the only person who broke double digits just off of the points they brought over from the rest of the bi-weekly, and then does nothing today. You're talking about a player who usually plays so consistently and just not able to make it happen. Badass Swang Fly here even, who picked up a 10.4 at one point today, walking away in 10th place here, even though he picked up an MVP. And I guess I miscounted because it looks like our boy GBL Zin actually able to finish in top 8. But man, what a day for some of these players. Just not able to piece it together the way they wanted to. Even KZ's Panda Man, a crowd favorite in the final 2 games, not able to put more than 1.1 points on the board for the final 2 games. And that last game is where it really mattered the most. JDG's Chu Zhang with an 11-point game here, going to round out in that first place position. EWG's Yiran with an 8.8 claws their way up to second place. GG Shah just falling short is going to round out in third place, and not far behind him. Ventus Reki going to be taking fourth place. WBG Spider falls all the way from third place to fifth place off the back of quite a few poor performances today, the likes of which we're not used to seeing from Spider. GBL Zin, really, you know, he puts together a 9.5 in this last game, actually takes second place overall in terms of points for the last game, but still finishes out in 7th place because he just performed so poorly in every other game today, which is very unlike GBL Zin. And OC Zhang Yu also struggling to consistently put points up on the board. And even though he's got an MVP for the day, it's not enough. He finishes out in 8th place. These guys all going to be walking away with some money, but JDG's Chu Zhang, the one able to just climb it back in the final hour to take that first place. EWG's Yiran also going to be really happy. If I'm EWG's coach right now, I'm upset about the performance today, the 2.2, that 0.5, and that 0 point. But the fact that he's able to claw it back in the last game all the way to second place, I'm patting him on the back and being like, hey, look, we got some stuff to improve on, but you're walking away in the money today. I'm proud of him.
Absolutely. I think Chu Zhang, though, all credit to this guy, his second win here in these bi-weekly finals, second in a row. Fantastic performance from this guy. Very as consistent as you can be for today. Still had a few of those blip games, but I mean, that was just how today was going, man. That's just how today was going, and it was good enough in all the other games to make it work to come out on top. You can see here the overall ranking of the players right now. Zhang Yu still in first place, and our boys Spider and Shah coming in second and third here as well. This is the melee weapon damage that these guys were able to accrue throughout the day. It's surprising to see Zhang Yu that high, actually. Like he had a decent showing today, but I didn't realize he was as bloodthirsty as that. But surprisingly, Chu Zhang isn't even in the top 10 here. Like that's pretty surprising, actually, considering he was our #1 player. But it just goes to show you how much the brain comes into Naraka as well. It's all not just all bloodthirsty fighting and stuff like that. You've got to know your macro, your rotations, and that kind of thing. And Chu Zhang does it very well, and that's probably why he is pretty consistent as far as it goes.
You know, we talked about it a little bit at the beginning of the day when we saw that graphic for WBG Spider. Spider pumps out a ton of damage, but he doesn't pick up a ton of eliminations off the back of it. If you're a player who's just picking up more eliminations and dealing less damage, you're just using that damage more effectively, right? At the end of the day, it's great to be able to pump out a ton of damage, but if you're not able to secure those eliminations, it just doesn't really do you any good at the end of the day. But speaking for the end of the day, we're going to throw things over to Jaeger with our final interview of the day.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And first of all, and also the most important, let all of us say congratulations to Chu Zhen. And let him say hello to our audience. 来，先和大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是京东 Gaming 的楚真。
好的，再次欢迎你，再次恭喜你，又一次拿下了我们的这个周冠。So first, we would like to say congratulations, Chu Zhen get a second time. He got the third Biweekly final of solo game champion. And now I think he have a lot of things want to say to us and let us to interview his feeling right now. And also because I saw like the second time you have under the big pressure, you can keep your status. So I would like to know how you can do that. 那再次恭喜你！现在我知道此时此刻肯定有很多的话想跟观众朋友们说，是不是有点激动，有点想哭了？现在？
那我想吃饭
啊，想吃饭？
没吃饭今天。
那对拿下这个周冠现在的心情是怎么样？然后自己怎么能总是在这种重要的节点可以保持住自己的状态和心态的呢？
因为上个赛季打单排的时候，这就是因为在关键的对局中老是失利嘛。然后这个赛季就是不知不觉就没有那么紧张了，然后能稍微稳得住了，沉得住气了，然后就拿下了吧。
好的。So actually, I think in the last season, a lot of time when I was fighting with others, I'm not like so clever and so smart at that time. So like in this season, I keep calm down at every time when fighting one-on-one. So that's why I can get very high score and also get the second time solo game winner. And in addition, I'm a little bit hungry now. 非常有趣啊，就说到那个饿了的事情。Okay, so also because like I know that you are very hard-working boy. Now you still is the top one in the ranking. So please, Chu Zhen, recommend to us your like favorite hero in ranking and how you can get the top one. 来，楚真看着我跟我说，我们来聊一聊啊，因为我知道你特别的勤奋和努力，目前还在天人第一的位置上。对。拜托，一定要给我们介绍一下你拿什么英雄上的分？
我拿英子平上的分。然后这个英雄吧，之前好上分，现在不是很好上分了。不过我还是天第一嘛，因为他们上分比较慢。
好的。So I will recommend everyone to use Ziping because I think it's a very good hero to in the ranking because it can escape and also can save life and can fighting with my opponent. But recently it's been a little bit hard, but I'm still the top one in the ranking. 好的，感谢楚真，谢谢你再次恭喜你拿下了冠军。好的，谢谢，有点激动。Okay, and thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to the casters.
Thank you, Jaeger, for bringing us another eye-opening interview, this time from our bi-weekly solos champion, JDG's Chu Zhang, kind of sliding in the last moment, the last hours, as it were, able to secure himself another victory here in the bi-weekly final. And what an interesting bi-weekly final it has been. It's not what we're used to seeing. You know, kind of we come into the day and we'll see 3 or 4 people, whether they're the top people or not, start to dominate and create a lead and then continue to carry that sort of lead where those 4 players are really duking it out for those first positions and everybody else kind of duking it out for that 5th and below kind of positioning. But today, nobody able to really step in and create a space where they're just so drastically ahead that it looks like nobody else can touch them. It literally came down to the final kill of the final circle. Every single kill meaning absolutely everything to these players. But you know what? I think that's going to be it from us today, as today has meant quite a lot to me and Foxdrop, but it's not going to be it for the week because we've got one more event for you guys. Come back tomorrow and join us at the exact same time as me, and I do believe Got Moxie lock it down for our trios finals for our 3rd bi-weekly, and hopefully see some more action as we head to Morris and Hollowraw. That's going to be it from us today. Thanks to everybody for coming out, and of course thanks to all the solo players who put on one heck of a performance. We're going to see you guys tomorrow.